Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
I hope you like us too many. Yes. Glad you can make it. Welcome back here. It is Tuesday, the 12th, and you're at the right place at the right time. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is opening call, and we're the Rhinestone Cowboys. So I'd like to say hello and big invitation to our community here. And let's have a good day today. Lots going on here. We got some great guests coming in. Be part of the Top Step team. Participate. All right. Participate in our chat and do the best you can. But otherwise, let's say hello to our good friend, the man with the plan, that handsome devil next to me, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Johnny, how are you?
I'm good, Eddie. How you doing? Glad to see you. Glad to see everybody here this morning. As always, on the opening call, we're going to focus on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Got to say good morning to the top of the chat here. Bess first in the room this morning. Slippers, Chris. Cool Bash is here one time. Thomas, Blue Ken, Rick, Rich, El Toro, Frizu, Mike Godfrey, John Jones, Nick Nichols. Good morning. My friend Marv Daly. Call out to Marv Daly. Requested his first payout today. Congratulations, Marv.
Sweet.
And Dan Trader. And I just saw my old friend Josiah in the chat today. It's great to see each and every one of you. Welcome. We're glad you're here.
Yes, we are. We're very happy that you're here. And hey, if you're lonely, invite your friends. Get your friends in here. Get your friends, get your family, get your friends' family, get your enemies in here and make them friends. Right. That's a good thing to do. So anyway, well, let's get started here. We got a big day here Tuesday. U.S. stock futures. Let's talk about those. Those were slightly lower. That's what traders gauging the staying power of this post-election rally in equities. Now, data showed that the global cryptocurrency market valuation had surged above $3 trillion for the first time since 2021 due to the hopes that the Trump administration will introduce a friendly regulatory environment for the crypto industry. U.S. stock futures inched down marginally today as investors assess the potential policies of the upcoming Trump administration. We did see the Dow dip by 0.2%, the S&P edged down by 0.1%, and the NASDAQ had fallen by 0.1%. Yes, dipped, down, and fallen. Duck, dodge, and hide. Mentioning that crypto, my goodness, crypto, the global crypto market value rises above $3 trillion. $3 trillion of invisible money. Where was my time machine when I needed it? The value of global currency, cryptocurrency, top $3 trillion for the first time in 3 years. This was yesterday, according to crypto data provider CoinGecko. The figure tracked over about 15,000 coins. There's that many? That many crypto coins? 15,000? Boy, I tell you, I missed that bus. And now jumped by roughly 25%. That was since Trump's election win. Last crested the threshold November 2021. Now, there are expectations high that Trump, who courted the industry during his campaign, will boost Bitcoin and other digital assets. So Trump vowed to introduce friendly crypto regulations as part of a bid to make America the crypto capital of the world. He also floated the idea of a national Bitcoin reserve. Now, Bitcoin's most popular currency added its recent gains today. Record high 89,000. I think we broke 90,000 today so far. Correct me if I'm wrong, but knocking on the door. 90K. Johnny, my sister has a partial Bitcoin that she got. She won it out of one of those crane machines where the crane comes over and it picks up a stuffed animal.
Really?
I swear to God, she got it. This was years ago. And she's like, what the hell is this? Crypto what? And she threw it aside. And she's in the money big now. She's in the money big.
Oh, I bet.
A crane, a crane. It was like on a little stuffed animal. You got a percentage of it. I forget what percentage is, but she's up like, I think, like 50K. It's probably the biggest stuffed animal prize you're ever going to get.
The
It's like
crane
a
chooses,
percentage of
the
what. But anyway,
claw chooses.
wow. Next time I'm
Huh.
gonna, yeah, definitely. But it's like Anne Marie said. Her son was telling her, "Hey, Bitcoin, $56." Like, get out of here, get out of here. I would have did the same thing. I would, get out of here, get out of here. What are you talking about? It's invisible. But anyway, all right. Johnny, what else do you got for us today here?
Well, as far as economic numbers, a little bit thin as usual here this morning, as we're all aware. Well, we do have some of the talking Feds coming back out and speaking. 9 o'clock, Waller is scheduled to speak. 9:15, Barkin is due to be barking. At 10 o'clock, New York Fed inflation expectations, not a huge number due out. 10:30, there are 3 and 6 month bill auctions, and at 1 p.m. on the schedule, we have Neil Kashkari is due to speak. As far as earnings this morning, Home Depot and AstraZeneca beating expectations. Shopify a little bit mixed there, but nothing huge as far as earnings coming out today and later on. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up about 1.25% at 1516. A little bit lower, however, than it was yesterday at this time, which was 1530. Very small, very low numbers there for the VIX. The dollar index, 105.81. It was 105.64 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year up 10 basis points, 4.4%, where it was 4.3%. So yesterday. So no major changes there. We're going to be looking at markets opening relatively close to the bone here, close to center. So we're going to see those charts here in just a minute. But Eddie, where's the crude?
Dude, I'm going to tell you where the crude is. Oil price is pretty much steady here. We did see that crude here. I will pull it up here. We're looking back under that 70 level. We took a big dive yesterday and kept it low. My ETH, I've got a 71.73 high, and that market looks like it almost did a deja vu from yesterday, coming off the highs, making some lows there. 67.75 is the bottom. But we did see that the Brent climbed 0.3% earlier today, while the US WTI 0.3% higher at 68.22 a barrel earlier. Now, both contracts fell by more than 5% over the previous two trading sessions. China unveiled its 10 trillion yuan, 1.4 trillion, it's in dollars, debt package on Friday to ease the local government financing strains, but the measure is expected to provide just a little direct support to the economy. And that is what I've got here so far today. Let's see here, James, do we have a, yes, we do. We got a Top Step tip of the week. Oh, yeah. Trading expectations. What do you expect out of trading? Winner every time. Winner every time, ladies and gentlemen. Step right up. That's not what happens, really. We have to accept losses. Traders need to define how much they are willing to lose. I was talking to somebody yesterday about this. If you're having a good day, right, make sure you take it at least half of that. If you let's say you got $1,000 winning day, make sure you take at least 500 home. If you don't want to stop trading, okay, make sure you draw a line, you paint a line, you build a wall in the sand. How about that one? Make sure there's a stopping point where it's no ifs, ands, or buts. All right. If I hit this, I'm done. That's if you want to keep trading. You got to be willing to lose on a single trade. And overall, I mean, it's part of the business. We set the baseline for risk tolerance. Also, stop loss and position sizing. This often use these stop loss orders at what levels? It helps traders limit downside and stays within that risk tolerance. Remember, the worst thing you can do is be up $1,000 on a day and log off down 700. Right? We got to build confidence. We don't want to destroy confidence. We want to build confidence. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, my expectations for any given trading day is that I'm going to make a whole bunch of money, but sometimes the market doesn't offer that opportunity. So you really want to manage your expectations with what's really possible in the marketplace. They always say that when expectations don't meet reality, that creates anxiety. Just let the market pay you as it will, and keep your expectations reasonable. You have you hit a home run, you hit a grand slam one day. You can't expect to have that same thing happen the next day. So just always keep managing those expectations. Take what the market gives you, and be happy with a winning day at the end of the day. That's really just what we're trying to do here. Is always be here to trade for tomorrow.
Be happy. Right. All right. Let's get busy here. We've got a lot of cool guests here coming up. Dakota's coming up here for Fast Markets. We got Rips for Fast Markets. But right now, get your pencils out. Make sure there's ink in your pen, or grab your favorite Crayola, and let's take some notes here. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Well, Eddie, we've got the daily in the E-mini S&Ps here. We've got that we saw the continuation last week. The market has been kind of idling and looking for new information, just kind of settling in at higher pricing today. We had a couple of indecisive bars on Friday and yesterday, and we're kind of starting with an indecisive daily bar here as well. My question is always, how good is the auction doing to the upside in this case here? And does it look like it's going to continue? Do we have any excess at the high? And yesterday we did put in a little bit of excess on the daily chart at the high here. Now there's a couple of things I don't like about that. It was a very indecisive day. Look at the daily bar here. It's pretty much just kind of a doji, very indecisive. We did have overlapping to higher range. We had overlapping to higher value. Upside structure still remains intact here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So last week on Friday, we put in a new all-time high in the regular trading hour session. Sunday night, however, we put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. We say this quite often. Those tend not to be lasting highs. Well, what did we do yesterday? Well, we overlapped higher the range from Friday. Value was overlapping to higher. The market is still attempting to continue this push to the upside. And again, I don't think we've broken any market states as of yet towards, kind of moving away from an upside auction here. We've pulled back yesterday. That's going to be healthy. The market does not have really any overnight inventory. We looked last night through the low from yesterday's regular trading hour session, at least initially showing signs of rejection of those prices. This afternoon pullback low from Friday, that level was 60.20, if you remember from yesterday, really did not show any sign of acceptance below that level through the session yesterday. It looked lower, couldn't close 1 30-minute bar below that level, and then continued to kind of rotate back up through the range for the day. Now we've got an afternoon pullback high in the S&Ps. I'm going to put this right at it. There it is. There's that afternoon pullback high. That is where the market broke. That is the highest level it was able to come back to from the session yesterday. That might be something that we're going to be possibly looking for some opportunities today. Possibly. My thought today is we're still range. We're still in balance. We're still in the range from yesterday. Try and stay patient. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on, depending on, of course, on your time frame. If you are, looking for very short time frame, smaller scalps, fine. There's probably going to be maybe some earlier opportunity in my time frame. I'm probably going to have to be patient and wait for the market to kind of set up a range and to focus on those ranges, on the extremes of those ranges for opportunities. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral, again, with overlapping highs, overlapping range to the upside, overlapping value to the upside. The market is still attempting to continue to push higher. That overnight all-time high looms above as a potential target for the market to take a look at during regular trading hour sessions. We don't know when, we don't know how, but these overnight highs, all-time highs tend not to be lasting highs. NASDAQ was a lot weaker yesterday. You saw some tech companies taking it on the chin yesterday, a little bit of a downside for NVIDIA yesterday. But it's still, we're looking at an area of balance that has been kind of establishing here. 1, 2 indecisive days, excess high. And again, the all-time high was in the overnight session, tends not to be a lasting high. So we've gone from really kind of a strong upside auction to an area where the market might just kind of digest here for a little while, even out inventories, and then we'll look for the next leg of this move, whether that is to the upside or to the downside. Volume in the S&P and the NASDAQ yesterday on an attempted push to the downside wasn't all that impressive. The S&P has added 21,000 more contracts in open interest, so there's still money coming in at these higher levels in the S&Ps. However, the NASDAQ lost about 200 in open interest yesterday. So that big move to the downside really didn't change any kind of positioning that the longer time frame speculators and even the short time speculators, they may be holding positions overnight, really didn't change all that much. Even though the market was a lot weaker than the S&Ps, there wasn't a big change in open interest. I find that to be interesting at the very least. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All righty. So overnight inventory, no. Where are we in relation to yesterday's range? We're right in the middle of it. Where are we in relation to the value area from yesterday? We're right in the middle of it, suggesting that there's very little change in the perception of value in the NASDAQ at this time. So, again, I'm going to suggest trying to stay a little bit patient. It was an outside day yesterday. Friday's range was the last week's high was 21,265. The low from Friday was 21,161 and a quarter approximately. Yesterday's regular session low was below that, and the regular session high was above that. The market is still seeking new information, seeking new opportunities away from this area, but has been unsuccessful in doing so. So I'm going to be looking at this as kind of a range to breakout type of situation. If we put in an early range, I'll fade the extremes on that until it proves wrong and we get some sort of directional activity either to the downside or a continuation back to the upside. And again, our all-time high was in the extended trading hour session. That tends not to be a lasting high. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral, outside day. Value, however, a little bit different than the S&Ps. Value was overlapping to lower. It was an outside range, but value actually moved a little bit lower. Would make sense. The NASDAQ was a lot weaker yesterday, but overall, in the short time frame, we're falling into balance, and I'm going to trade balance to breakout rules if I'm going to be trading the NASDAQ today. Now, look at crude oil. Crude oil's finally got some pep to its step after a big down day yesterday. We lost $2.34 yesterday alone, but it is falling into rollover. So directional activity is going to be is a lot lower probability. So we're still relatively range bound in longer time frames. That appears to be continuing to play out. We looked below and closed below weekly kickoff low yesterday. We seem to be rejecting below weekly kickoff low today. When we are in rollover, the tendency of the market is to find a range, and the longer time frame traders like it when it falls into a range because it makes it much easier for them to roll their positions from the December contract into future months. Now, yesterday, open interest was flat, basically. We added 350 contracts over all of the contracts of crude oil, which goes out about 10 years. The December contract lost about 23,000 contracts. So yesterday, even on a directional move, all we did yesterday was we had a pretty even exchange from December into future months. All right. Well, that's a good day for the rollover, folks, but there's still a lot of contracts to roll over. If we're going to be looking at this as range breakout rules, range rules, We fade the extremes. We sell against the high, we buy against the low, we sell against the high, we buy against the low until there is a substantial breakout and continuation. If that is the case, then the rule becomes breakout, and we go with any breakout from any substantial substantial areas of balance. Lulu, there's your question. Hopefully that helps. And let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and where we're at here this morning. So yesterday, B-shaped profile, long liquidation. Well, it didn't really play out in open interest, but again, it's rollover, so that's going to be very blurry. The market opened with a little bit of long overnight inventory. That overnight inventory really kind of bailed out at 6 o'clock this morning, but we're starting to see buyers coming back in. We've got a big gap above with which to go back and refill. There's lots of weak structure above this market that was left to revisit. Looks like we're already coming into and possibly closing the gap, which was created from Friday to Monday session. And again, you know, this you could be kind of looking at yesterday's range as an area of balance. And if we break out of that area of balance, it's possible that we could continue this move to the upside. We don't know what's going to happen, of course. Just kind of looking at where this market opened above range, rejected value high, and seems to be continuing this move to the upside. It's going to be a challenging day to trading crude oil if you are there today. Already seeing some opportunity at 68.50, that weekly kickoff level was very magnetic for a period of time, but at 7:30 this morning, it left that area, is leaving the range from yesterday and continuing its push to the upside. Now let's take a quick look at gold and we'll get down to business. So the big shiny toy, gold, really got whacked yesterday, with these equities. That seems to be the new shiny toy. It couldn't wait to form this head and shoulders pattern. It had to do that yesterday. Well, we don't get to choose that. We have to manage our expectations, right? Open interest dropped by 23,000 contracts yesterday. Volume was decent, not huge, but pretty decent. Open interest dropped by 12,600 yesterday. My bad on that. So that was a long liquidation event, not necessarily new selling coming in. Of course, you're probably going to see some of that, but I would say that was more of a scare. So we've got kind of a two-state market state break here. We broke this trend line last week. Now we've broken weekly kickoff low. We're going to monitor for continuation to the downside here. If we recover, then maybe we start to build our right shoulder over here for a kind of a longer term reversal pattern. Personally, I don't think that gold is going to pull back all that deeply, but I've been wrong before. So we're monitoring for continuation below that 26.39 even weekly kickoff low. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So yesterday, we created a gap from Friday. The gap remains. We opened and we started breaking right away. We put in a B-shaped profile. The volume profile you can see is very narrow at the top. The bottom third of it is where all the volume and where the market really just kind of maintained. And that is a long liquidation pattern supported by the loss in open interest of, again, 12,600 contracts. Overnight inventory got too short. We've recovered most of that overnight inventory, and the market is really attempting to either reaccept the range in value from yesterday or perhaps reject and continue this move to the downside. We talked about this a lot on the way up. There is a lot of weak structure down below there for this market to target visually and technically, and it's going to be important when it becomes important. It seems to be becoming more important as we continue to push this price to the downside. We're putting lower highs, lower lows ever since the all-time high was put in by one tick on the 30th of October. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Watch out if you're looking for longs. Be careful. So on that note, let's all take our deep breaths, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in our trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's have a great trading day. I'm very excited about today. We had some great guests. We got some great trading coming up. Let's have a great day.
Hey, we got somebody at the door, and I think the Trips here coming back from his DLL live account yesterday, and Coach Dakota going to be joining us very shortly. And good day.
Blooded riffs.
How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Hoagland. How you folks doing today?
Great.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Fantastic.
Happy.
Very happy. Yeah, it's
How about
nice
you?
to see.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. We did a couple of trades on my stream this morning and kind of just waiting for the market to set up here. There's a couple different things that I've been watching here. You can see that we are putting in consistent higher lows here. I want to draw these on the chart. We created a low here. We put it in a low. Then we made a higher low, a higher low, a higher low. And then we are potentially doing that again here. So we have this kind of bulling up here. Now, here's the problem. We were talking about this on my stream a little bit before I came on here. And talking about this area that we have multiple pieces of confluence. This is the Spaceman BTC overlay that I have on my trading view charts. Not available on Topstep X yet, but it's probably something that we'll be seeing in the next year being available to Topstep X then. But there's some confluence here. We have the prior quarter high, we have the Monday mid, and then we have the daily open. And this is stacked up against an MC level at 219. So we have a quadra confluence, one of the biggest confluences that you could ask for. And this is creating this level that is like a Gandalf level of liquidity where it's you shall not pass your combine if you try to trade into this, because it's just going to slap you in the face. So you can use this level for a couple different points, right? One of the things that we did is that we took this long from here, eyeing this level of discovery because we were anticipating potentially getting up to that level. I front ran the liquidity up into that level. So I was taking a long with an offer up around 217 quarters, 217 halves. We got filled up there. And then the market did what we were looking for, which is basically trading an exchange of liquidity above that. So if this area still remains strong today, the level that I'm watching for confluence is going to be at that level. If we remain weak underneath that level, the market can look for potentially taking out this low and maybe going to that Monday low and then possibly lower than that. We have this level down here at 20,997. We can call that 21,000. But there are a lot of remaining buyers down here in this level. So if we get somewhere in this range, somewhere between 20,900 to 21,000, if we come down to that level, I'm assuming that we're going to run into some bid support and some buyers down there. And if we break up above that 219 level, we actually probe liquidity, we're going to be looking for probing that high that we put in just yesterday on Monday. So couple different things I'm looking for today on the table, and I'm excited to trade it together alongside all of you here on Topstep TV. So let's see what happens. Let's prepare ourselves for potential volatile day.
Hey, Rick. Right. Oh, we got somebody at the door here. I was going to say, I was watching the ES and the NASDAQ. You can superimpose both those charts. They're running the same. Russell is almost there, but once again, the Dow is just off on its own doing something else.
Yep. That's right. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting trading environment today, given that we have sort of a Super Bowl of Fed speakers coming across the wire today. We have 3 voting members speaking today. We have Neil Kashkari, who is, of course, one of the most volatile Fed speakers. He speaks and the market loves to listen to him. So we'll see what happens. We are about 1 minute from the opening bell, and I see that we have our friends here. What's up, Andre? What's up, MP? What's up, Dakota?
Morning. What up, Rip Rip? How are you guys? How's chat? Everybody in chat. Everybody tuning in. All of the other straight to chat. There.
All right.
Straight to chat over us.
Straight to
chat. That was quick.
Hey, let's get our management discipline and patience in the gate.
Management discipline and patience in the gate. I like it.
I'm going to pass it over to Andre and let him take over. Morning, Andre.
MP, get your fingers ready. We got some fast traders here.
Oh, baby. Welcome, everybody. These guys
just for the setups, MP, that I'm looking at here on the NQ is I'm gonna look for the slower setup. So I want to see that first 15-minute opening range defined. So what I'm personally going to be looking for is a trade over 219. If we get above that, we're looking for exhaustion. If we get below that, we're looking to take out this low and find some bids. I want to see us trading somewhere in between this range and then either refreshing liquidity to the downside or to the upside and finding a trade from there.
Got it. Hey, Andre, are you seeing 57%, or Eddie, 60% long NASDAQ? Just to make sure my data's correct.
Right now, yeah, 50%, 59% long. Crude 80% long here, yeah.
Yep, check.
58%.
All right, we're open here. Over here, guys. Again, happy Tuesday, everybody. We are now open. This is Fast Markets on TopstepTV. Hoag. What are we seeing here on this open? It seems pretty muted. Some buyers here in the ES. Dow doing some buying as well. Crude pushing higher. NASDAQ, not so much. Hoag. What are we seeing, if anything?
Well, here's the range from yesterday in the regular trading hour session. Okay, range high, let's just call it 21,294. Range low, let's just call it 21,136. Approximately overnight inside that range, inside value. We opened inside value. Value high from yesterday, 21,223. Value low TPO wise of 21,157. Anywhere in there is kind of no trade zone for me. I'm going to look for this market, much like Rip saying, let's let the market establish an early range and focus on those extremes for our opportunities. No opening range trade today for me.
Roger that. Mr. Dakota. The old trusty bull is behind you. Thoughts going into this
I've
open?
been dabbling in Bitcoin.
Oh boy.
Bitcoin trade last night. A couple trades overnight.
Oh,
We're having
boy.
fun.
I
The
like it.
Dakota dabble.
The Dakota
Yeah,
dabbles.
I mean, it's a market, right? And I'm learning. I've never played in cryptocurrencies, if you believe that at all. So last night was one of the firsts. But watching the Nasdaq, like just basically exactly what Rip said. One thing I'm a little bit cautious of is over here on the Nasdaq. There is a small possibility that we could be seeing a head and shoulders forming, where you could see this high around these 225s, and then of course Friday or Sunday gap up. We made the head right here at these 280s to 300s. Tried to break and hold above 300s.
Dakota
Failed. Rallied
what
back
time?
up to those 220s, and it's something I'm watching. Something to be cautious of, and we could all be aware. This could be a very ugly head and shoulders. I was watching this last night. It looks like we did come down to these 130s, but if we do start to break this so-called neckline, we might be see 21,000 really quick.
Okay. Right. Right at the gate, I'm seeing 8% long on the tilt in crude. Full selling coming here out of the gate. Again, guys, see a trade, call it out in real time. Hogue, the house account manager, be probing you for price.
Oh, yes. I'll be
Rich.
asking questions and looking for opportunities as well.
Absolutely. I like it. MP will be executing the house account. We got 70% short in the NASDAQ right now. Last trade, the NASDAQ, 21,189.
That flipped because it was 70% long, right?
63, 60
Wow.
something.
That's a big
It
flip.
flipped. Yeah, it definitely flipped.
Yeah.
73, 74% long, right? Or short.
Right.
But
Short.
yes,
It might have actually flipped right there at the prior 4-hour mid. We were talking about this before the open. We're looking at these lows here that we're putting into the market. Right now, we're just in this Loctite range. And this is why I said, the best trade is going to be waiting for NASDAQ to prove itself. And even if we come lower, I'm going to be looking for a reversal trade to come higher. And if we come higher, I'm going to be looking for that reversal trade to come back into this balance area. So a lot of different opportunities today. I think patience is the best way to trade today's session.
Okay. Whole slew of speakers today, like Rips was saying.
And I'm not sure if anybody in chat realizes this, but I know that we have some crypto traders that are watching this right here and now. But if you buy a Topstep combine, either at $49, $99, or $149, you can actually trade Bitcoin and Ethereum. If I'm not mistaken, Andre, you can trade micro Bitcoin futures and micro Ethereum futures right here on Topstep X, which is a beautiful thing. So if you want to get skin in the game in crypto and become a futures trader, you could do this for as low as $49, which is really, really cool. It's a big opportunity versus I want to buy a slice of Bitcoin for a few $100s. Heck, trade it on Topstep and you could be, the next superstar that's on the big board here. It's a very cool opportunity that's out there for a lot of these crypto traders.
Yes, Ethereum.
And if you
Bitcoin, Michael.
if you call in the next 15 minutes, and you order,
Yeah. MP, I'm trying to pass the combine right now. With
Wait, there's
micro
more.
Bitcoin.
Wait,
Yeah.
there's
wait,
more.
whoa, Stacy,
We got 4X.
Wait, there's more.
We got 4X.
I love those commercials.
You know what, guys? I said earlier today, my sister won Bitcoin years ago in one of those crane machines where you put it in and the crane comes over. There was Bitcoin tied to little stuffed animals. She's up over $50,000 with
Get
that
out of
little
here.
win.
Kept it.
I want to play that claw machine.
Yeah, the claw thing,
Biggest
the
winner
grabber thing.
ever. Yeah,
Swear to
the
God.
biggest winner ever in the claw grabber, hands down. No,
Easily.
no question.
Usually just a
Easily.
stupid stuffed animal or something.
She didn't know what
Yeah.
Bitcoin was. She put it to the side. And I was talking to her yesterday. She's like, my God, I'm up over 50K today.
Just hang on to that thing. Hang on.
Wow,
That
that is insane.
That's insane.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
Incredible. All right, but I got some buyers coming in here. Hey, how about that that NASDAQ tilt flip back to posi now? It was 74%
Wow.
short.
Now
Now it's back to posi as we see some buyers stepping in here, at least in the ES NASDAQ. Now NASDAQ following suit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a retail rinse this morning, Andre.
Retail,
That's what it looks like to me,
retail
at least.
wash, isn't it? Retail
Yes,
rinse.
it is.
Retail rinse. The old retail rinse, Hogue.
Chasing your tail.
We got
Let's
NASDAQ.
see if we can break out of these 230s and looking for that 245 level. It's a very potential big breakout here at this level. Again, I want to wait for this 15-minute range to be defining itself before we get into any kind of trades, but I think that we can trade all the way up to 245 here if we get this push above 235.
Yeah.
Now, Rips, we're talking about the
watching for a
219
potential
level
here
earlier.
and then
Is that-
potential exhaustion up higher. Let's see how this trades out here. 235s are given out. It is pushing. Can we get above these 235s all the way into those 240s? And yes, 240s are trading here. My goodness, what a move.
You were talking about that 219 level earlier. Was that something you were thinking about kind of going along with if it broke above it?
Well, not because there's definitely a breakout trade there, but I want to be patient for the house account since it does take a little bit of time to get our ducks in order. So I want to wait for this 15-minute opening range to define itself. Right now, we're at the prior 4-hour high right now and kind of rejecting. So if we get up there, maybe there's a trade, but I think patience is the best way to handle today's market.
74% long.
Agreed.
NASDAQ.
Yep. 74%.
ES is looking much stronger. ES is breaking through that similar level. These 32, 60, 32, 60, 31. ES is looking pretty bullish.
Yeah, we're seeing NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft. Basically, all of the Mag 7 are going straight up, including Google and Amazon, everything except for Apple right now. Everything is bulling to the north side.
Yeah, if we could break through these 30s and 40s, 300? Is 300 back in the docket?
Ooh,
Well, yeah, I think so. We just have to get enough bid support below us to handle any of these sellers that are going to be selling these longs here. I think patience is still the best move here. We're running into making a double top here at the prior 4-hour high currently.
Yeah, I think maybe.
I mean, we never hit the treasure map. If you want to jump over to my
this again.
Still on there. I'm gonna race.
There it is. What happened?
There's the old treasure. There's the old treasure map from yesterday.
Never got there. It got
V
close.
formation. It got close.
It was going. It was tracking for a minute. Look at that.
I don't know. 100. Yeah, I don't know. 100 points. It had to go like 100 more. But
330 or something.
Let's go ahead and remove that.
330 upside. Well, I think
hunting for treasure yesterday, Rips. Hunt for treasure.
I love that. I think it's a great way to anthropomorphize the market into something else, and it gives it a little bit more color. So,
good word. I like
That
it.
wore my Island Mike stuff today.
Is that right? Is it chilly on the island?
Island Mike,
Topstep
Wow.
Producers are on their A game today.
Yeah. Who did that?
Yeah, that's pretty
pushing
quick.
higher here.
You got
Pushing higher here. Like
Ball.
Dakota said, ES is the stronger of the three right now. Just traded 60.35. I know Rips is looking for a push into the 240 level in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we are running into some overhead supply here, but we're also not finding many sellers with the Mag 7 just lighting up like a Christmas tree in July. I'd love to see Apple try to join the party here and try to find its way up and over into that 225 territory. But right now, Apple's looking a little bit tired. Google's pulled back from above 180 here. We are seeing a pullback in the NASDAQ here and now, potentially down to that 219 level. If that coveted level becomes support, we could potentially make that run all the way up into those 300s like Dakota had suggested. 80 points from where we are trading right here and now.
80 points, 300s, 80 points upside in the NASDAQ. Really quick before we get started, I heard Rips talking about it pre-open and Hogue talking about it in opening call. Eddie, got the Super Bowl of Fed speakers today? What do you got there over on the schedule for the eco numbers?
Oh,
for
yes.
today, Eddie? What's up?
We've got lots of Feds and many more, maybe. Coming up in about 19 minutes, we've got Fed Waller going to be speaking here. Also in about 34 minutes, Barkin will be speaking, FOMC member. We've got the 10 o'clock one-year consumer inflation expectations, New York Fed, coming up at 10:30, 3-month, 6-month bill auction, 1 o'clock, Cash Carey will be speaking. And so far, that is all I've got. And I'm going to pass it back to you. A little later on in the evening, Harker Barkin will be speaking again. But that's all I got, Andre. Back to you.
Yes, indeed. Right.
Looks like 67% long in the NASDAQ tilt right now, and looks like a lot of people are in the profit in their positions here. There was a dip back down to that 219 level. Again, I'm waiting to see how they're working the market around this area here. It's definitely a very difficult market right now, given that it has the chance to reject again up to these 240s. So we'll see if we can break on through to the other side. That's kind of what we're watching here.
I see what you did there.
It's knocking on heaven's door, isn't it?
That was the Doors, Michael. It's a band.
Or yes, couldn't listen to that as a kid.
Really?
Oh.
Really?
Very religious family. Very religious family.
Man, the Doors.
You couldn't listen to the Doors?
I couldn't listen. I couldn't watch Simpsons, man. I couldn't watch
Simpsons either.
Really?
I couldn't watch Simpsons either. Nope.
Yeah, they cussed.
Too edgy.
They cussed.
Too edgy. Watch the Simpsons.
I'll watch anything now. I'll watch anything and listen to anything now, guys. I'm 45. Get that, Mom and Dad.
Rebelling against
You're a big boy now.
I love my mom and dad.
You
know what? I'm going on. Check this out while I was sitting here. I'm going on a Disney cruise with my mom and dad. They're divorced. They do not like each other. They so much so that our small town, my sister was with a couple friends. Like, yeah, I'm going. She's going too. And they go, your parents. They were talking. She was talking. She's like, yeah, who's all going? Oh, my parents are going. Their significant others. Blah blah blah. Your parents, because they like since they've. It's a long story, but they love each other so much that they hate each other. They got divorced. It's funny. All of us kids make fun of it, so I can make fun of it, and we laugh at them. But they have this like still thing for each other. But it's kind of like a high schooler where you see them dating somebody else, and you're like, I still like you, but I hate you, but I like you. So we have that going on, all concentrated in cabins on a ship next week. So overdose of each other is going to be happening. We'll see what happens.
Place to escape.
Yep.
Well, there is overboard, John. So we'll see if.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Let's hope that
We'll
doesn't
see. We'll see. I set it up. I prepped it. So hopefully we all come back.
They say it's a love boat, right? Love boat.
Oh, man.
If it ends as, excuse me, if it ends as a love boat, yeah, that would be awesome. That is my goal.
Just make sure they hang around Isaac.
The whole time, keep one eye on the captain.
It's going to be very popular.
Yeah. The whole time you just keep one eye on the captain throughout the trip. Anyways, last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,211. Let's see the push. These guys will come to. Rips is saying be patient. Dakota's saying be patient. Wait on the sidelines. Keeping one eye on the tilt here in NASDAQ. We saw it go from short 70% to long 70%, now back to 50-50, while the NASDAQ spins its wheels for the time being. Wow, Daniel says 5.5 thousand people watching right now. Let's go. Indeed. Click like, click subscribe.
Ooh, wow.
Let's go over the 129,000 subscriber mark. See if we can get over 6,000 current viewers. Go tell your neighbors, tell your friends, family, exes, whoever. Tell them to come watch.
I kind of feel like every morning just getting long Bitcoin and just risking something and just go long only strategy. I mean, there's no thought process in that. I'm just speaking out loud.
Bitcoin did bounce off the 86,000. I don't trade Bitcoin, but technicals are technicals. If we could break back above 87,000, I could see this thing running and just making a run. Could easily be a pullback. I don't know how Bitcoin trades, but from a technical standpoint, we tried to get above 90,000. That's been a nice resistance, and we've sold off all the way down to 86,000. The funny thing is, like, this is volatile. This is extremely volatile. That's a 5% over a 5.25% move last night, and so
I can tell you though, MP. I was experimenting in the combine last night with this. If we're trading the micro Bitcoin in the house account, you got to go all in with 15 or 20 lots. Yeah, have a wide stop and targets.
Yeah, I know. Yesterday, I had 3 on. It took me forever to make $30. But yeah,
I would
wow!
We're
learning.
Right now, we can throw 20 on. I'm
bullish
Bitcoin right now.
You're bullish Bitcoin right now.
Hold on.
Yep, I stand by that. I'm bullish Bitcoin too. Let's take a slice in the house account.
Oh,
well,
baby.
well, the slice needs to be calculated with a risk.
I don't know how to do this one, boss. I don't know this one.
Risk is
not my market.
I don't know this one, boss.
No, John, really?
I know, right?
There's not that much risk if you do 20 micro bitcoins.
Yeah,
that's 90,000 overnight.
85,800.
All right, I just distracted everybody.
I'm pulling it up now.
Well, I got NASDAQ and
I see what Dakota's looking at.
Does the crypto, who trades crypto in here in the chat, does it respond well to technicals? I feel as though like all the other products that we're trading and everything that's out there is all like, of course, more mature products. Then you got crypto, which I would think is still like honors a lot of these technical setups and things like that.
Everyone's saying yes.
Well, unfortunately, in our Topstep daily levels, we do not have Bitcoin daily levels. But pinned to the top of the chat, you will see Topstep daily levels for some NASDAQ, for some ES, some crude, some gold. Make sure you have those open. I always have some space on my screen to have those Topstep daily levels up, as we'll be referring to them. Or you can have them overlaid on your chart, like MP does.
Technicals are referring to them. They're going to work or they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my plays longs with a stop at 85,800. 85,800.
Crypto is a king of technicals.
We're learning here, Michael.
Yeah, I know. Should have been learning when I was back trading 2000.
7,000, yeah, would help.
We didn't have our ears open then, Dre. We weren't open minded.
No, we were just like, no, don't want to hear it, don't want to hear it.
Don't want to hear it, don't want to hear it, don't want to hear it.
And
don't understand it, don't want to hear it.
Right.
But the utility. Yeah. I'm like, what utility?
Blockchain.
Dakota, what kind of level would you get in this Bitcoin trade?
It's a right here, right now trade, Hogue. We broke through these 86,900s. We tested 87,000. It is a right here, right now, where we could look to get in basically at bid. Stop loss is going to be 85,800.
85,800.
What are you guys looking at?
What's that per contract as risk is concerned, Dakota, if you can do that in your head?
It's 50 cents per tick.
Yeah, if you put 20 on, a 1% move in Bitcoin is only $1,800. So this isn't a hugely risky trade from a cash standpoint.
We could put 10 on right now, and I think the risk is only 900 on this.
Do we do it?
We're losing price.
We're losing side. We're losing.
Tell me what you guys are talking about. Bitcoin?
We're looking to get
the green button. The green button.
You want to get long? Yeah, we're in, baby.
We're in.
Holy smokes!
10.
10, yeah, 10 micros.
Okay. In the order that shall not be named is 18,600.
18,000, 80,000. What is it?
I'm sorry, 85,000.
800.
800.
Yeah, somewhere down
there.
Yeah,
typical Bitcoin guy. Yeah, your stop's down at like 2,000. I'm like, well, hold on, what?
Yeah,
80,000 points. 80,000 points away, huh? 80,000 points away. Okay, cool.
Hey, what about a target?
Yeah. What'd you say? 86, John. 80, let me put the stop in. 85 what? Or 86 what?
85,800.
85,800.
85,800. Yes. New numbers.
What's the dollar amount that you're showing?
What price did we get? What price did we get?
We're going up.
There we are.
What price did we get, MP?
I love it.
Wow, we're already in the money.
I love it. Bitcoin's amazing.
I love Bitcoin.
Yeah,
it's the greatest.
New biggest fan over here.
All right. Target's 100,000 like everyone else.
Like it.
Oh, are we doing that? That's
great. Moon?
That's interesting.
Moon or dust, baby. Moon or dust.
Hey, MP, what price did we get in Bitcoin?
Price is 87,170 even. Oh, they don't go in ticks. 87,170.
Thank you. 87,170.
The dollar.
1,300. Call it 1,400.
Cool.
Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad for
Goes higher. We got
a
nothing.
1% move. So
again, long 10 MBT long 10 87,170.
You know what's great about Bitcoin? You never show up late to the party because it keeps going up.
That's true. I mean, there's that. As you guys can tell, we got
That's the
that
same with
going for us.
NASDAQ.
Speaking of
though,
going
too,
up,
right?
we are seeing the NASDAQ starting to really put together a
Let's go
little
over
bit of
there.
a push out of this zone of despair here.
Let's go.
Let's get out
I
of
love
here.
seeing NASDAQ pushing up like this. It is potential that we are going to hold above these 219s here. So the longer that we grind higher here, the more that these shorts are going to be in trouble. So let's see if we can actually grind back up to that 240 level. It is pushing harder here. We're seeing some little ducks and pullbacks, but it is looking very, very strong here. Can we get above 230 is the question. 230 is the level to watch here on NASDAQ. Watching up here, if we can auction over 230, it should get pretty strong and start blowing out some stops here to the north side.
Here we go.
Holding above 230 for now. Beautiful, beautiful
Momentum
push there.
trade.
Looking for 235s to trade. Very, very nice there. Beautiful push out of those 230s. Congratulations to anybody who caught that.
I mean, Bitcoin's squeezing up too.
Bitcoin is squeezing up. Speaking of squeezing up, we got well over 6,000 people
Bitcoiner.
watching this right now. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get this
I'm
party
watching Bitcoin just go up.
I know I'm watching Bitcoin too, and
Yeah.
I'm looking at the daily chart, and first thing I thought is like, you know, the party never ends. I just said that it was like a Burning Man event where it like goes wild and then it went quiet for a while, but there's still some stragglers hanging out, and now it's just like back to raging, it's
We're just
burning.
squeezing straight up.
It's
How much
amazing.
drawdown have we taken? 0?
None.
Oh my.
Yeah,
That Bitcoin, I tell you what. It's something else.
and we hit the green button with the slippage.
Hey.
Ugh.
And you just hit market buy too, huh? With that spread.
And I did, yeah. While you
You
were
did all the
while
right things of being a disciplined trader, Michael.
What's up, huh?
Bitcoin just rewards just non-disciplined, just shoot from the hip gunslingers.
The old gunslinger trade.
Okay.
The old gunslinger trade.
Right.
All right, let's go back to the NASDAQ.
Keep
Okay,
that
NASDAQ,
Bitcoin
we are
position.
pushing up at that prior 4-hour high. Again, we're running into that issue of rejecting liquidity up there. So if we do break out of that level, again, we'll see the possible sweep of liquidity into those 50s here. So watching for it to push up. Looks like anybody is just buying these dips right here and now. So we'll see if we can get this continue to break out to the north side, targeting 50 now to the top side if we do get a breakout of this prior 4-hour high. So looking for bid support below us is key for success on this type of trade. They are showing a little bit of bid support there at
The S&P now as
36s.
well.
Sorry?
The NASDAQ seems to be outpacing the S&P now as well.
Right, yeah. And we're seeing some big juice here in NVIDIA as well. Some big, strong juice in NVIDIA. Kind of pulling back now. We, again, are rejecting at that 4-hour high. Same exact thing that we've been running into from before is just rejecting at that 4-hour high and pulling back. So seeing if we have any solid bids coming in here. Oops. Drawing on my charts.
I want to go back to NASDAQ, but I just can't stop watching Bitcoin.
This whole Bitcoin thing just goes up, huh?
It keeps going
It
higher.
keeps going up. And I switch over to
What the
NASDAQ, and yeah, it looks like we're going to break out. And then, like you said, Rips, we kind of fell to hold above these 30s. We're back down to the 20s. I glance over, and Bitcoin just straight up.
I love it. It's amazing.
Got to pull up in the chat here. What is your relationship with crypto? Use it as an investment. Taking the lead with 30%. I sold all my crypto already. 27%. Metals are king. No crypto for me. 25%. Trade it actively. Minority 15%.
For Dre in the early days, it's complicated, right?
Yeah, it is complicated.
Waller speaking here in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Hogue. Rips, Waller voter or non-voter?
Non-voter. Or no, Waller's a voter. I'm sorry. He's the FedGov. So yeah, he's a voting member.
Love Rips.
I want to
dude.
see if
Red Gold
NASDAQ
gets
can
better
get over
starter.
250. For me, NASDAQ needs to be over 250.
240.
Yeah, I want to see this break out of those prior 4-hour highs again. It looks like we're going to go for a test here at 240s once more. So we are holding above 235 here. It's going for that push. Beautiful, beautiful move here. Stunning move. What a move. Whole 5-10 points here. What a move.
We got Rips on the ultimate scouting report on all the Fed speakers. Thank God we have him here today. He's a voting member. 5 minutes. I guess before
5 minutes remaining. Again, we came into that 240 push and rejecting once again. This is the new wall on the table.
All right, let's bring in Robert. I see you, Robert. Come on in. We got some top five live from yesterday. Robert, come on in. How we doing? Happy Tuesday, by the way.
I'm doing great. Yeah, we have the top 5 live P&Ls. He's going to be quick hitters today. Bing, bang, boom. We have him right here. That overlay is coming up, and all hail Bitcoin, right? So let's rock and roll. Benjamin C. $30,900. Is that amazing? Over $31,000 in a day. That's incredible. Yosef S. 6,400. Renato G. Hayashan C. And Danielle C. A lot of C's and G's up there. Benjamin, these are all live funded P&Ls, so there is no copy trading. And the one comment I have for Benjamin is that his winning trade, average winning trade, is $463. Average losing trade, $78. That is really super good. If you calculate it out, the average winning day is 13,200. Average losing day, 3,200.
Where's Benjamin sit on the leaderboard? Where's Benjamin sit on the leaderboard?
Well, we're just going to have to wait for that, aren't we, MP?
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, Benjamin's rocking it. Benjamin, good trading. I
didn't mean to be a wise guy about that, but it is coming up. $28,000 payout yesterday, November 6th. So congratulations, Benjamin. We're going to be in and out with these. We'll be right back with the funded XFAs, top 5 XFAs. See you soon.
Benjamin.
We are breaking out of those 40s now. Good timing there, Robert. As you just finished, we are seeing a breakout of that prior 4-hour high here. So wanting to see if we can get up and over. Remember, the target, the Dakota I were talking about, was 40 points ago. And now we are bowling up to the north side here at 150. See if we can get up above to those 200s. 300s. NASDAQ's a wild beast, isn't it? Yeah. Dakota, thoughts on getting to 300 on this push?
260s. That's the resistance we ran into last week. Is right there, like
prior week high,
3-ish. But we have to hold over 250 first. 250, 260, and then I think after that, obviously, then 318s up there passing. Taking a look at Sunday nights, Mondays highs. But
Dakota, I have a question for you. When it comes to your trading and your setups, how often would you refer to most of your setups as if this, then that?
Every single trade. Every single trade is basically can be boiled down to an if-then statement.
Right. Can you
when you're driving through the drive-through? How many of your decisions would you driving through the drive-through? If I order this,
what's your go-to, Mike?
Take it all the way outside of your life. Outside your trading life, I'd say.
Pretty much how algos are. Algos are one big
that's all rejection, by the way, that we had at the weekly open. We are seeing a rejection here at those 250s. And this market is just giving us a run for its money right now. Still no trades on the house account here, except for the micro Bitcoin, of course. By the way, quick check on that trade, Michael. How are we doing in micro Bitcoin now?
I don't even know.
Straight up here.
Straight up. Real Bitcoiner.
Yeah.
I'm watching the unrealized, even though I'm looking at NASDAQ. So the position's on over there, but we'll jump over there right this very second.
I see green.
We've basically moved 1% since we got into it.
Really?
In pure Bitcoin. Yeah. From basically 87,000 up to 87,800 is close to 1%, like 0.8, 0.9%. It's just insane. 1% move in the NASDAQ obviously is much, much greater. Is it? I don't know. Maybe
we are long one Bitcoin right now.
Are we really?
Speaking of Bitcoin, Feds Waller speaking right now, just saying he does not see the need currently for a digital dollar. Bitcoin to the moon, baby.
Wait a minute. Good for our position.
He is not going to comment directly on monetary policy. And again, I repeat, he still does not see the case for a Fed digital dollar. Bitcoin to the moon.
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Run it.
Waller, we're long Bitcoin. What are you doing?
Chris Waller, I didn't know he's trading micro Bitcoin here on TopstepX. That is insane.
Waller, what are we doing?
He's watching the stream.
You know, I think that's probably pretty accurate. He's one of 6,000 here in the stream. By the way, what are we at? 6,065. Wow. Can everybody do me a favor right now and go down and click that lucky like button? I've heard, and this is a rumor going around, if you click that like button, you do pass every single combine you trade today. Not financial advice, probably not true, but it's just a rumor.
The more you click, the faster Bitcoin goes up.
We have to see who's better at
it's working.
We have to see who's better at calling out asking for likes, Muhammad or Rips, because Muhammad literally
I think it was Muhammad.
Muhammad's got 2,000. He's got 2,000 in the hip if he needs it, man. He can just
2,000 in the hip.
If he just needs to go to it, it's just incredible.
That's good.
Let's watch this Bitcoin. All right, we got Waller speaking here. Eddie, keep us posted if we do see anything coming across the wire.
We got
right now.
We got a couple more coming out here. Rip's got a couple of few first ones. I did not see those. Where did you see those? Not on Juice.
No, that's on BT. That's Axios BT.
Okay. BT quicker. All right, the Fed's ready to support private innovation. He also says, I don't see the case for the Fed digital dollar.
That's right. Does not see the case. Come on, Waller. Not right
They
now.
won't even the digital. Don't see the case for the digital dollar. Wow. Whoa. Why? Because we're going to keep a journal of all your entries. Mm-hmm.
And for
Well,
business.
because we're bullish on Bitcoin over in Camp Waller right
Straight
now.
up.
By the way, that was your time. Here's the thing: when we
Just
break
keep going.
news here on Topstep TV, by the way, that news is going to take probably 2 minutes to 4 minutes to get to the Twitter folks out there who are then going to press their buy button. You heard it here, folks. First, breaking news on Topstep TV. We got that Axios news breaking to you first. Don't forget where you got to hit that like button.
I like it.
I thought dollars were already digital
Hit
because
that
I
like
use
button.
my tap to pay, and it takes dollars. It takes numbers.
Yeah,
I think
pretty much. It is,
You know
already,
what?
isn't it?
How about this? If we're talking currency, can we just kill the penny? Like, just kill the penny. It's not
Amen.
even-
I think we can all.
Just-
Yes.
That's an easy no-brainer. Kill the penny. We'll go nickels now. That's fine.
Yeah.
don't need
The
pennies.
only thing though is if we kill the penny, that you can no longer go into the club and make it hail. That's the only downside.
Penny slots too.
Wow.
Dakota, you don't see any place we can trim risk on this Bitcoin trade here yet, do you?
Man, is there risk in Bitcoin?
Stop that.
Trim risk in Bitcoin. Okay, boomer.
I'm just talking about the trade.
I know, Johnny.
I could see
Boomer.
moving the stop to like 86,500, 86,900, 87,000, 87,000. We're in it. What, 87,001 something?
170.
Nasdaq's giving us nothing. S&P's giving us nothing.
and by the way, we are rejecting off of that prior week high in the NASDAQ. That was pretty much, the weekly open. That is pretty much where we rejected. I have a question for people in chat. How many of you were feeling the Bitcoin trade that Michael, Dakota, Andre, I think everybody here on Topstep TV was feeling? How many of you folks in chat were feeling the same way that got on board that Bitcoin rocket? Just do a W in chat if you caught that.
That's pretty straightforward. Everybody buy it. I've never heard anybody say short it until you could actually short it, which is a futures product. Guys, futures product is the only place you can. Well, I don't know. You guys in the crypto world know that better than I do.
Wow,
You can get short. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
a lot
get
of
short in
players
the
here.
crypto. In the
NASDAQ's looking
Futures.
heavy. NASDAQ's looking
It's looking
really heavy. That was a major.
Oh, it is.
liquidity run.
S&Ps as well just broke the VWAP, Dakota. You seeing that on your side?
Yeah. This is the NASDAQ could just keep going. I could see NASDAQ maybe test the lows right now.
Yeah, we conducted a lot of that business above 219s that we were talking about, and we were going to have one of two things happen: either continuation to those 300s or a harsh rejection that we're seeing right here and now.
Yeah, I'm looking to sell a bounce. If we could get a
Okay.
bounce, we might not get a bounce. This is
If we get a good bounce, right?
if we get a good bounce, right? This is hard to
Don't
sell
let
in
it
the hole
lure
because
you
of
in.
risk reward.
I'd say as long as we can remain weak below 200s, I think that this would be a good time to potentially. I mean, the house account is doing so well on this Bitcoin trade. To heck with it. I say we just leave it.
Come on, it's 10 micros. Yeah, I know.
1 Bitcoin or something like that.
1 Bitcoin.
That's a long.
Okay, Dakota, you're talking about
back in the day. Really
what's up,
quickly,
Michael? Yeah,
remember back in the day, we'd be like, well, how do I get 1 Bitcoin? Like, dude, that's not how it works. You get it sliced up. I'm like, yeah, but I want a Bitcoin.
I want a Bitcoin.
That's like the first part of the
I
conversation.
want to hold it in my hands.
Yeah, that's the conversations were.
You can. It's called the little hard drive, the memory stick.
Oh, the ledger.
Hey, you see homeboy that's doing the landfill guy, the 700 million.
Are we getting short Nasdaq here, or what are we doing?
Under 200, I think that it's a valid short, but we are kind of bouncing here at the 190s. So I'm gonna look to possibly take a little short here if we get short
Nasdaq. I'm waiting for a pullback.
But where's the pullback? Above 210?
I'm going to try a short if we break 190s to the downside here, targeting 168.
Yeah, there's
all right. I'm in short here in short.
You can just get in short in the hole too on this side.
Rip short.
Looking for 168 to the downside here. We want to see weakness below 200 in the Nasdaq here. And we do have some room down in the S&P all the way down to 6019. So below 190 is super good for us here, and we could potentially see. I like Dakota's idea too, waiting for a little bit of a bounce as well. That can work too. But I think targeting a break of these 180 lows is fantastic.
I need to stop. I need to stop.
Stop could be above 207.
Yeah, 207.
So that gives us room. Yep, exactly. Gives us room right above the VWAP there.
What price do we get, Michael?
8975 211 8975 211 8975.
Okay, good. I could see 69 coming.
Too many cooks, Adam. There's not too many cooks at all, my friend. It's just Rips. That's the decision. He's trading, and Dakota.
Yeah, was there too many cooks in the middle of the pit? There were not too many cooks in the middle of the pit. The funny thing is, we're all loud and we sound like it is, but we know each other and we know what's going on.
Yeah, we know what's going on.
Yeah,
actually listening.
70% short right now.
Everybody's voice here.
73% short right now. Nasdaq 73% short on the tilt. 73% short.
Yeah, I want to see this break these 180s because that would bring us a nice flushacito to potentially 168. So here's that 180 pull. We have some bids that are stacked up. If we can push into these bids and create this new, like the breaking of these double bottoms here, this would be super strong to the downside. We are seeing S&P starting to bleed here. So 180 is a big, big spot for us here. Really, really big spot for us to flush through. Seeing some bids stacked up here. So if we can cut through those, this will be super, super strong to the downside.
Okay. Like it.
Yep. 169, 170 is the first stop.
75% short NASDAQ. Yeah, price 201.
You guys see it going all the way to the overnight low?
What price, Hogue? Talk
168. 168 is what I'm targeting.
21,130.
Thank you.
Possibly, Hogue. Yeah, I mean,
right now we're creating like a quadruple bottom at those 180s, so we have to slice through those 180s for this to work effectively.
Pull up in the chat. What is your market sentiment on indices? Bullish, bearish, range trade.
If we defend underneath VWAP too, this could be a great area to add into this as well. To get up to how many contracts are we short? We're short 5. We could add in another 5 here.
We're short 5, but Hoagland, I don't have a target, and I need to have these swiftly.
168, 168 target. 168.
Yep. Got it.
We came back up to those 200s, had a lot of offer side liquidity there. That was a nice area to add to this. As long as we stay below these 200s and get back down to testing that 180, this could work fantastic.
Yeah, we need to get back below 200. If we get to
168 for 4, let one run.
Yes. Yep, that's what I was going to say.
Yep. I like that a lot. So let's see if we can get back below these 200s here. Again, this would be a nice area for an add if we sweep below 200s again. Like adding right there, potentially.
Another talking Fed here coming up.
Oh, Feds are talking too. Well, that's ours. 09s is a stop.
Barking. in about 5.
It'll give us another opportunity here. 09s are fine. It'll give us another opportunity here. We just balanced out at those 80s, so unfortunately, it rejected the area that we needed to break.
The 80s held up. What was it?
You're in a range right now.
79.
Good risk management on that.
Yeah. No,
that was really nice because if it breaks the 80s, we have that 168 level straight to the downside. Right now, we are just sending it right back up, potentially to those 219s. So we have another area to watch here on these 219s. If it does actually break above this level, we could be making our way at those new highs again. So watching for that. Let's see what happens at 219 here. I might be interested in taking a long if we can get out of this area above 230s here. So a rejection of these lows at those 80s could bring us back above like 230, 235. An entry point above 235 would bring us above the 4-hour open, and then potentially a target of like even up as high as 300s here. So watching for that right now.
And then risk, you take that trade. Where is the risk on that?
The risk on that would be down below 210 again, basically where we had the VWAP stop. So VWAP stop around like 206, 205. So let's see if we get above 230s here, if they're still pushing this higher.
Let us know if you take it.
Yep. Looking for this push above 230s. I want to see this with strength. Watching here.
Dakota, what do you think? What do you think of those 180s that were down there? 21 180s that was down there that bounced off of.
I was looking for it to break down and push to, like we said, 169, and then like Hogue was saying, 130s. And
all right, we had a stop sweep of liquidity there above 230. If we have continuation above 235, I want to jump in long here.
This market just...
Are you watching looking for follow through? You got...
Yes, I'm looking for follow through above key levels.
Got it. Okay.
So watching here at 235, which is right at the 4-hour open. Let's see if we can get up above that. Right now, they're blocking off 230s with some offers. So this might come right back down and rinse us right back down. So we'll see.
Yeah, NASDAQ changed on a dime. It was looking like it was going to break down. And then just someone came in and changed just straight up.
I mean, we really kind of left our original plan. It seems like, we were looking to let the market establish an early range and fade those extremes until proven wrong.
I feel like we set up for a very nice trade there, though, because if those 180s break, we get a lot of
if it would have gone, it would have been nice.
To the downside.
Yeah.
Barkin is speaking right now. Let's see if we cut through this liquidity at 235. The market is slowing down just a touch here.
Coming out for you, Andre.
What is that? Our Bitcoin, or is that
Bitcoin just going up? You don't even have to look at it.
It really is. Don't even look at that. Just gotta let it go. Hey, Rips, can we get a P&L update real quick for the board?
To the moon.
$1,900 down.
You?
We're 2,000 down.
Yeah, so we're about the same. We took the same trade.
1,900 down.
Realized, unrealized,
realized,
going up,
unrealized, up a G on that fabulous Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just like a term that you have on the side for your day.
Just kind of rallies, huh? That's all it does.
To the moon.
So we had an exchange up there at that 4-hour open. We're coming straight back down. The market is just whipping us all around here.
Yeah, I'm going to sell the NASDAQ on the next little bounce right here. That rejection, I think we're just going to go straight to the lows.
God bless it.
You all right, Michael?
Yeah, I accidentally hit a button. God.
Oh, it happens.
What was the button? What was the button?
The button got us flat.
Even professionals.
Oh, come on. Give me a chance.
It just launched a rocket in Montana.
What we just look at that Bitcoin.
I went flat. I hit the flatten all button.
In Bitcoin, you went flat?
I hit the flatten all button and it flattened all.
Oh, yes, it does.
Normally, I don't have another open position on elsewhere. I just did. So, long story short, we're realized everything now. 1534. So
nice.
Bitcoin trade is off. Sorry. Want.
All right, let's go to Robert.
Short the NASDAQ at 215.
So that 21,215 MP.
Right in the middle of the range, Dakota. Right in the middle of the range.
Oh, you didn't have to tell me that one. Sorry, not liking that. But there is something to be said that it's right in the middle, right? But we did reject these 30s. And so I'm looking for a continuation back down towards these lows, 190s, and then maybe even hold a runner on if we can make a run at lows. But yeah, we'll see what we do here. This I might cut this one short. We'll see. We're hovering around we're hovering right around 220.
Just for reference, maybe this will help with this trade. We've got value high, TPO value high, 21,239. That's pretty much where we saw our rejection above that level.
All right, let's bring in Robert. Dakota, keep us updated on this position throughout. Of course, always jump in with something markets first here at TopstepTV. Robert, come on in with some XFAs.
Absolutely. These markets are moving. Bitcoin's always moving. I had to look it up. The first Bitcoin purchase, May 22nd, 2010. 2 pizzas from Papa John's, 10,000 Bitcoin. Is that when that happened? So it'd be over like, do the math on how much it was. 10,000 Bitcoin for those 2 pizzas. Crazy, right?
Good tip.
Okay, yeah, isn't that great? Here we go. Top 5 XFAs, these markets and movements. Let's go in here. Year N, 21,602. That is a single XFA, not copy traded. $168 winning trade, $72 losing trade. That's more than 2 to 1 risk reward on this with a good win percentage rate. We just absolutely killing it. Congratulations. Liam, 18,000. Thomas T, 17,000. Xavion F, 12,200. And Jean Rock, 11,869. The big one winner up there is Year, single XFA, $21,000. We'll be back with some hot streaks coming up pretty soon.
Thank you, Robert.
Dakota, where's the risk on your trade?
I have it at 42 right now. 140 or 242. 242. Chances are I'm going to close this one out before it gets to the stop.
Right above value high. Got it.
Yeah. I mean, odds are I don't mind closing this one out before we get to the stop. But I'm just watching here. We're still just hanging out around 220, and we're struggling to get above 224, 225, but then we're struggling to get down below. Just like you said, Hogue, in the middle of the range, and this is kind of how the market reacts in the middle of the range. But I'm still bearish. We're let's see if we could sell off here.
It does seem to be struggling to hold up here a little bit.
Yeah, we're talking about this at the top of the call. We're still in that value range. We still haven't exited that value range. So I see what you're talking about, Hogue. I do like that we had that stop on that trade, because if we do break those 180s, I mean, the market's curtains. I think that we still might. It just depends on how much liquidity we refreshed in there to that push to 230s there. So I still think that it has an opportunity to really fade down here.
It firmed up so damn quickly at the 180s. I mean, it literally was selling off, gave every indication that it was going to keep going, and then did the old pivot on a dime. Pivot on a penny.
I mean, that was literally a 56 handle bounce in a matter of 2 minutes. In 120 seconds, the market moved 60 handles against us in an instant. So we found the exact area of the market to flip on a dime.
Pivot on a Bitcoin, you mean?
Wow.
Yes, Bitcoin. That's exactly what I meant.
Looking today.
Wow. I don't know if I can go around that roundabout.
MP, it looks like you're out in the Bitcoin. Looks actually really good.
Just going to say that, Hogue.
Imagine how that works. MP
horseshoe. Just a horseshoe.
Right there.
Andre's always said I got a horseshoe shoved up my ass. I think I'm just a guy who's in the right spot at the right time.
Just a horseshoe. Oh, shucks.
I'm just curious how the doctor didn't find that at your colonoscopy.
Oh, man.
He's the one that put it up there.
There's a bowl of Lucky Charms right next to me when I woke up from it, so I don't know.
Unbelievable. Oh, God.
You never know. That's probably where the pain came from.
72% short in the ES right now. My goodness.
How about this NASDAQ? Still short NASDAQ, 215.
You open up the conversation with, I don't know, Doc. I hear a galloping sound down there.
Just what a cover. All right, 77.
Coming back down. I am again interested in taking a short here, MP. I am again interested, since we did exhaust and we are making lower highs. I'm still interested in a short to break down those 80s to the downside here. So let's see what happens. Again, if we were going to take a short here, it's a short on a break of 200s, risking back up above 215, 3 lots, risking to 215 on a break of 200s, target 168 to the downside.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
There's 200
there you
break.
go.
I would be in the trade right here and now.
All right.
Do it.
Target
John?
168, target 168, risking
You got risk.
215s.
You got reward.
What direction?
Oh,
Short.
south.
Short.
So everything below
Short
200
NASDAQ.
on a
I'm
break.
short NASDAQ 215.
Good luck. And we're starting to see the equities rolling over too.
Short. Stop above 15.
Yes. This again is at the lower end of a volume shelf. So if we did roll down from here, this would be a very strong break.
Target 69, 68's down there. 168.
Yeah, my account. Whatever I did, my account is locked.
Well, it's okay. This would have been a trade where we would have lost. What is that? 15 points. Well, maybe not. It's rejecting again.
Mm-hmm.
Are we in the trade or not?
We are not.
Okay.
House is not. You guys focus on the trades. I will figure out what is wrong with whatever button I pressed earlier.
Okay.
It's either user error, system error, or somebody else's fault. It's never my fault.
We're all humans.
So much for that horseshoe.
Can't be operated.
All right, let's bring in Jack. Jack, come on in with some news. Do you guys keep us posted on this trade here in the NASDAQ? You guys are trying to get short. Marcus,
Yeah, I'm short 215. 5 at 215.
Good luck, Dakota. Crush them.
Good job, Dakota. All right, Jack, come on in.
All right,
This market.
let's do it. It's never user error with MP. We'll get to the bottom of this. Ho, get the
Yes, we
house
will.
account fired up just in case.
Like
All
it.
right. You know what I want to
Fired
look
up.
at? Let's look at the yields. Going back a
Yeah.
little bit, 2-year yields have been surging since back in. That's actually the 2s, 10s, which I'll get to next, James. The other chart of the 2-year. There we are. Since October, we've been on a rocket ship to the upside from 3.6 to 4.3. Looking here in the 2-year yield. Just for the record, that is while the Fed's been cutting. This is something they don't like to see. And if we look at the 2s, 10s, we're almost back to the magic level, i.e. inversion.
This again.
Yeah. That's that other chart there, James, that you had up before. Basically, we bust through that blue line. There's at the 0 level of the yield difference between the 2-year and 10-year. That's a strong support level in my book. You can guess where I am right now on that. Outside of yields, somebody who's having a very good couple years is Russell Okung from the Carolina Panthers. Took half his salary in Bitcoin in 2020, so he's turned $6.5 million into $45 million.
Oh my god!
Yo,
Oh man.
yes.
Sometimes all those head hits work out. I think you got to have that.
Yeah,
got to
That's
have that.
right.
But congrats to Russell. And one more amazing story that Danielle wanted to share on the south
You know
side
Bitcoin,
of
not
Chicago.
real money.
Yet,
What was this?
what's that joke from The Simpsons? Dad, this money is printed by the Montana militia. It's not real yet. Yet. Long lost son. So a bakery on the south side, a patron there for many
Saw
years,
this.
found out that the proprietor of the place was actually his biological mother.
Saw
And
this.
now he's taking over it. So what are the odds?
I saw this.
You know?
Yes.
What'd you say?
Does she know about this?
Oh, she does now. That would be an even more outrageous story. But basically, he had been going to this place for a long time and started searching for his birth mom. And it turned out this woman was his mom. And now they're working together. And he's going to take over. So
Crazy.
a little nice story for the day.
Nice
and with that,
story,
we'll go
yeah.
back to the battle royale that is the markets.
Thank you, Jack.
Nothing's really happening in the markets.
Thanks, Jack.
We're
There
still
isn't.
hanging in
Nothing.
here.
And Pete, did you do a little testing there?
No, I'm reaching out to some folks.
Okay.
Getting paid in Bitcoin. I want X amount of Bitcoin an hour. Is that what? That would be insane. Yeah, NASDAQ is just chop.
Flopping.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it really doesn't know which direction it wants to go. Meanwhile, NVIDIA is going to the moon here. Meta coming down, Microsoft coming down, Google coming down, Amazon coming down, Apple just in the gully of despair. But NVIDIA is carrying the torch, keeping NVIDIA high and in the sky.
The gully of despair.
21,218.
Apple's been spending its time in the gully of despair this morning, unfortunately. Thoughts and prayers.
Nothing to tilt right now. Barkin out of the way. I was waiting. Do we see anything from Barkin just yet there, Eddie?
Nothing. Waller?
Oh, yeah. There we go. We got Barkin.
I'm seeing the House Speaker Johnson.
All right, Barkin says inflation might be coming under control or might risk getting stuck above the Fed 2% target. The U.S. economy looks pretty good, and the labor markets look resilient. From here, the labor market might be fine or might continue to weaken. Fed's focus may turn to upside inflation risk or to downside employment risk, depending on how the economy develops. All right, we got Barkin out of the way. We got Waller out of the way. The New York Fed inflation expectation numbers in about 35 minutes or so. Let's trade in the ES 6024, 6,024. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Take a look at the Bitcoin, actually. While we're at it, we did trade some Bitcoin earlier this morning. Last trade in the Bitcoin, 87,740. 87,740. Crude last trade, $68.59. $68.59 low of the day. $68.01. Gold trade. Last trade is 26.12. 26.12. About $20 off the lows.
Yeah, I'm still short 215. We're hanging out here at 220, plus or minus 5 points in each side, plus or minus 10 points in each side. Middle of the range. I might get out of this one early, like I said. Not much is really happening.
I'm looking for things to do here, and it's just a little bit thin as far as opportunities, especially in these equities today. Crude oil just extending the range below the initial balance. There may be an opportunity there around 68.50, which is weekly kickoff low. Let's see if we have a failed downside auction here. We'll take a look.
Market's very tame today. So far.
Yeah, very just calm, it seems, especially in the equities. Eerily calm.
Yeah.
A little
not going in any direction. Maybe it's range bound, and so it's just play, maybe sell when we rally up, buy when we go back down towards the bottom. And I think maybe we just seen that again, right? We got up to 229 and now we're right back at 220. 220 is the play.
We talked about that on the opening call. There's range bound to breakout rules. Range bound rules, you fade the extremes until proven wrong. You get a breakout that has some substantial momentum on it. You go with the breakout. Right now, it seems as though we're really kind of range bound, and fading the extremes until proven wrong seems to be the right thing to do. There was a good question about that, and during the opening call, and hopefully we answered that quickly and correctly.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything else on these other markets either.
Not right now, no. Let's bring in Robert. I think we got some my favorite stats we bring every day on TopstepTV here at Fast Markets. We got top 5 payouts, Robert. Hit me with some good numbers.
Yeah.
Hit the people with some good news. We'll see some numbers.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have the top 5 payouts, and we're also going to give you the total payouts from yesterday. We always like to do the over and under on that. So here we go. Right off the bat, top 5. This is Monday's payouts. Look at that top number. 6 figures for Rafa taking a payout.
Whoa.
Rafa.
Wow. Right. Wow is right. Congratulations, Rafa. I've been on that board all the time. Yeah, absolutely amazing. So we have Alejandro, 60,750. This is real money taken out of the accounts. GL 51,000. Dylan D 46,000. We have someone who wished to remain anonymous, which we will obviously and always respect anonymity should the trader request it. No problem. Okay, let's do the total payouts from yesterday. What's the over under on this? We're going to tell you they're over 1 million now, and I have a suspicion that after this week it's going to be over 1.5 every day. So we'll go with that. Go for it.
1.4.
I'm going to say over. because of Monday.
Over
Oh,
1.4,
yeah.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, Monday was 1.6. Here we go.
Oh,
I'm
man.
going to say 1.906.
1.9.
That's my guess.
Oh, man. Wow.
That's not fair, Rip. You get to see it 8 seconds before everybody else. Okay, now we have the percentages on
weird.
this. I'm going to pull this off. Yeah, let's put this overlay up here for the percentages. Those top 5 payouts accounted for 16.5% of all the funds paid out yesterday. First time payouts, this means if you took a payout, whoever took a payout for the first time, 10% of the funds, 10.8 and 9.6. This is going to be 10 right across the board, no problem. First payout, second payout, third payout. Massive congratulations, everybody. Rafa absolutely killing it. We get some numbers update on Dakota afterwards. And MP, I do have that number for you in the big board. I had it before. Just to give you a little tip, that Benjamin C is in the top 25. That's why I wanted to hold off on it. So back to you.
Awesome. $1.9 million on a Monday. Nice way to start the week. $100,000 from Rafa. Seen that name all year. Market's in a holding pattern right now, which is okay.
Yeah. Still the
But
same.
he's still
Doing
short.
the old shake and bake.
I'm still short 215, waiting
All
for
right.
I'm one to I'm a little bit stubborn where I just let this hit my stop because for me it's all about statistics. And I know statistically how this works out. Odds are I'm going to take a loss. But then, the risk reward that I'm going for on this trade is, 2-to-1, 3-to-1, where I'm risking $2,700. But then on the downside, if this thing did break or if it does break, I'd be getting like 7,000-8,000 on the long side. So maybe a 2-to-1 on this one is I'm fine with that. And I know that's it's hard to do emotionally because you want to react over every little movement.
Stats, you're going to hold on to that?
What's that?
Just because of your stats, you're going to hold on to that. You just want to make sure that it hits the stop, just to keep your stats in line.
Based off the trade setup, and everything to me is still valid until it hits my stop loss.
Until it's not.
However, if I do see something in the market where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to get out before it hits my stop, like I was saying earlier, odds are if this market changes, if I see something I don't like, I will get out, but it needs to be for a technical reason. It needs to be something that invalidates this trade. And so far, I'm not seeing it right now. It's
okay.
But yeah, Hogue, I mean, you could boil it down to stats. If you keep closing trades based off of your reaction in the market, to me, and it's just the way I trade, then my statistics will not be true and it won't be accurate to me.
Yeah, because you're getting in and out of trades, not from if this then that type of situations, just because you feel it, just because you're like, I don't like this anymore.
Correct. Yeah, because the market is really good at making you feel emotions and really good at making you close out of good trades and stay in bad trades.
It's one of those trades too where you're in the money, out of the money, in the money, out of the money, and that's where you don't want to have your emotions get involved in that type of trade. And you just let it work. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You're not in control of the market unless you're the kind of person who's bidding 1,000 on the NASDAQ. Hot tip, you're probably not that person. So you just kind of have to let it work.
I mean, you guys seen my P&L turn green, then red, then green, then red. And then now we just came back down from 31, and it's like, oh my gosh, just close it out. And it's like, here we go. Green,
and then the moment you close it out, the market goes, gotcha. And then it drops to 200 points.
Yeah, because what would happen? Yeah, what I see happen.
I love that. That's a great Hogism right there. If it doesn't scare you out,
actually, it's Brian
out.
Shannon.
I love that.
I can't lay claim to that.
Okay, that's a good one. Thank you for that one, Brian Shannon.
That's how it is, right? Because if I closed it out when we got to like 231 and we saw all the way back down here, like, wait, no, I was right. I'm gonna get back in, and then we go right back up, and then and that's just getting chopped up in the market. Like that's I trust me, I've got chopped up so many times. I still get chopped up.
Last trade. Yeah, I see. Look at the tilt here. 77% short in the gold. Let's try to go 26.08. I heard gold talking about gold last night in slow markets. So I heard him talking about Bitcoin as well.
Yep. Bitcoin, gold. We got 20 traders now for that Topstep Labs.
Nice.
We did the drawing last night. That was fun. I'm excited for that. It's going to be tomorrow night for those 20 traders.
Excellent. Looking at the NQ just chopped around last trade, 21,226. Looking at ES, 6024, 6,024, not 25 straight. For all the Bitcoin traders out there, last trade, 87,735, 735 last trade.
I think this might be a good time to poll the chat, Andre and Topstep TV crew. Poll the chat on, are we going to break out to the upside of this range and hold a break to the upside, or are we going to break down from this range? Because we've been Loctite in the Dakota range here for, boy, it feels like a year and a half.
Decoder, Mr. Decoder.
All morning.
The old barcode. Who has it? The ups or the downs? Who has it? The Bulls or the Bears?
Yeah, breaking out this range. Poll breaking up, or breaking down out of this range. Upside.
So far, it looks pretty bullish.
Think so? Okay.
Yeah. I think it's looking bullish, but
sort of. But then we have these thicker offers above us that are just not quitting.
How many C's rips in those? How thick?
Oh, I would say probably about 16 to 14. 14 to 60. Yeah, somewhere in that range.
There we go. Pull is up in the chat. In IQ, are we going to break out or break down in this range? Or will the range win? What does that break out to the upside?
You could sell the top
Sometimes
of this
the
range.
Will not stop.
We could sell the top of this range.
The range is winning.
Well, now we're right back down.
And it's like it's so funny too. I find myself often in these types of trades that you're in, Dakota, right now, where it comes right back down screaming, and then it comes, and the market tends to find your entry point and goes, "Hold on, Buster, not so fast. We can't cross the Rubicon. We know Dakota's
like
entries
this?
there, so therefore we're not going to do it."
We came all the way down, and we just up 1 point in profit, and then straight up.
The market can be a real tap dancing Timmy, can it?
Yeah. Like, here we go.
Timmy.
I'm up. Now it's right back down. Yeah, just like that. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The market literally knows exactly where your entry is. Those Goldman market makers are something else, I tell you.
They do know.
I was in green for a second. It's short 215, and we got to 214 and 3/4.
Just a little flash of green for you there to give you hope.
1, 2, 3, 4 times.
I know, right?
That's all it was. Market's good at having your entry be support or resistance. Usually the opposite of what direction you're in. Look at that. Yeah.
We got.
It just knows. The markets just knows sometimes.
We got some buyers showing back up in Bitcoin. Last trade, 87,000, about to be 88,000, but 87,930 last trade there. Keep pushing higher, upper in this range. I'd say upper in this range. Call it 21,240. A couple ticks above there.
Oh my gosh. Rips, you had to call that, huh?
I'm sorry. The dang market's going to do that, though. It's just so frustrating. But I tell you what, I bet you it's going to come right back down and tickle with your entry. Play with it a little bit.
We did. We legit just touched the entry and straight up 20 points against me. But
like watching a tea kettle. It'll never boil if you're watching it.
Exactly. Yep. On a more serious note, would we want to sell the top end of this range and have a wide stop loss? Is that an option, Rips?
I do think in the house account there is a chance for a short up here. We're not finding bids that are really strong in this market. And if we did break down below those 215s, I think that we would see a rash of pain down to those 180s again. So I do like selling it up here. And I think that based on the liquidity patterns that I'm seeing, there's other market makers that also like selling this area. We're seeing bigger offers than we are seeing bids here. And that to me says that we're going to sell. So yes, I do like a short in the house account from here.
You do.
Well,
Dakota, are you still
and there it went. The market makers need to stop listening to Topstep TV. Why do they do it?
It's just hurt it.
I was in the green for a second.
Oh, yeah. You would like to be in the green, wouldn't you? Just kidding.
Take my mouse and just throw it. What is that? Again.
You called it, though. You knew that it was an even heavier short from up there. You called it.
Dakota, you're still in this live trade?
Still short the support 215.
Boy, that
This
fell
thing
off
goes,
pretty quick there, didn't it?
Are we going to see some momentum?
I mean, that was a huge drop from that level. And the reason why I suggested that we take that short in the house account was because the liquidity pattern was very heavy to the offer side, which means that we have passive market makers looking to fill short above those 220s and 225s.
Come on, stay in the green for a minute. Make me feel good.
When you start bargaining with the market, Dakota, what's actually going through your head there?
I'm thinking, I need to refill my drink. I'd rather be using the bathroom, like not watching it, right? Because if I'm going to let this trade play out, sometimes it's better for me not to just sit here and stare at the P&L or stare at the market. Say whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right? It's either going to go up and hit my stop loss. It's going to go sideways like it's been doing, which is so weird. Like it very rarely does this, to be honest. It comes, touches my entry, touches my entry, touches my entry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and then bouncing off my entry. This could drive a person crazy. It really can.
Yeah, like you said, it's even driving you to start drinking right now. As you said, you're going to go refill your drink. My goodness. What do we have? Gin or vodka today, Dakota? Hold on. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to go with gin.
It's early.
Yikes.
Some
markets. I see some sellers here in the gold. Down about $12 in the last 20 minutes or so. See some sellers down crude as well. $68.31 last trade.
We have printed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 20 candles, 21-minute candles here in this range. It's not been too kind. It's crazy how we talked about this at the top of the call, that this was the range that we were tracking, and we kind of got teased that we were actually going to see that breakdown at those 80s. But then we saw the reversal. The biggest jack-in-the-box market ever was kind of what we saw there off the open.
What do I drink? Grandpappy Winkle. Pappy Van Winkle. That's expensive. That's my expensive
Pappy
stuff.
Van Winkle. Good old Pappy.
That is expensive. Okay, Dakota. This whole time, your stats are just crushing it right now with your whole time. I don't know what you do.
It would be nice if the market paid us on hold time.
It really would, man. It really would. MP, where you been? My man, just crushing it. How's the snow out there? Quick, I need a snow update. I know this isn't a segment. This isn't on the show sheet.
Nothing. It was Bluebird yesterday after a storm over the weekend. It's Bluebird again today. It'll be Bluebird every day until a storm shows up. Most sunny days out of all states, I believe, is Colorado. Every state, from what I heard.
All the snow melted.
Call me out if I'm wrong.
I keep seeing it flash green.
Are you going to the
That's
mall?
a good sign.
You see it flashing green, Dakota.
I mean, it just keeps touching my entry. It's touching my entry and then going straight up.
I usually look for an adult when the market is touching my entry.
This market is you know what? I'm not going there. I'm gonna keep.
Yeah. We got. What's the chat saying? Oh yeah, Coach Jay saying gold just popped. Gold did just pop. About
it did.
$4 right there. Crude selling off now, tracking for $68 even to the downside. 68.19 last trade. All right, seeing a little bit of selling here.
Oh, there we go. We get a little breakdown here. We're at the VWAP. Is this going to be the jack in the box, or are we actually going to fade back down here? Boy, that would have been a nice trade up there at the 35s, I tell you. S&P's just broke some major support here, looking to trade below 60.20. 6020 is the trade in the S&P's. Looking for this to crater down. Beautiful short, Dakota. What resilience you had.
Making tough, Dakota. I like it. See if the ES.
I love too. During the whole trade, you weren't upset, frustrated at all. You were just taking it on the chin and talking everybody through it. A lot to be said about it.
Almost like I've done this every single day for the past 15 years.
That'll do it to you. I get that question a lot. People are often asking me, how do you hold a trade for so long? In your case, I mean, what would you tell newer traders out there? How do you hold a trade when it's just so frustrating like that? What gets you through a trade like this?
My quote of the week. I've been saying it every night during my slow markets: process over profits. It's one trade out of a million. If you're looking to become a successful trader and trade over a period of years, how many trades are you going to take in all those years? You're going to take a lot. This is just one of those. It's
Thousands.
a data point. It's a stat. It doesn't matter what happens right here. As long as you're not blowing your account, the market's going to do what it does. I honestly, I really don't care what the market does right now. Of course, I'd love for it to go down. It just means I'll have a winning trade. But market go up, stop me out. It's just a data point. It's a statistic. That's all it is.
I do love that.
Hard to
and
come on, yes, take.
You're not. What's the size that you have on this trade, Dakota, in your live account?
5 minis.
5 minis, and your account balance is what?
369,000 plus
369,000. And so, what is your risk on this trade?
Less than 1%. 27.
Exactly right. So you're not here for a good time. You're here for a long time. Well, maybe you're here for a good time too. You said something about the market makers touching your entry. So yeah, maybe you are here for a good time and a long time.
Hey, sometimes, nope, I'm not saying that one.
What? Where were we going, Dakota? Where are we going with that?
Don't get out of me. I say sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the windshield. You guys get where I'm going with that one.
Sometimes you're the nail, sometimes you're the hammer. Sometimes you're the dog, sometimes you're the fire hydrant.
Sometimes you eat the bar, sometimes the bar eats you.
That's right,
indeed.
Yep.
That's for Carl Hungus.
Yes, it is. Right back up. Man.
Right back up.
Right back up. Buy low, sell high.
Mm-hmm.
Just when we thought we had our clutches around the market comes and does this shenanigans, huh?
I can by the tail, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, should we just go buy Bitcoin again?
I mean, that Bitcoin trade had me so hyped going into this day. I was just ready to rock.
Man, that was the trade of the morning.
Someone just slammed the brakes on this thing. So we got the brakes. Everyone, we got Dakota short. Dakota, if anything happens with that trade, please keep us updated. We are past the bottom. We got about 13 minutes to the top of the hour. We're going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, we got some announcements. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's going on, folks? Yes. You know what? Hey, a lot of our traders here have been seeing success and getting some payouts. And, well, if you're sort of new to what we offer, we've got this thing called the Payout Club. And what it is if you pay yourself out $5,000 or more, you can get yourself a 5K hat and a 5K pin. And we're going to put the link here in the chat and check it out. All right. If you have not done that, I know a few people are like, oh my God, I didn't even know about this yesterday. Well, hopefully you're listening now and you do know. So get that up and we'll get that link up. Payout Club. Yes. Get yourself a pin and a hat. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. Oh, okay.
What are the chances I have on this trade? I'll win this trade 30% of the time. 30% of the time. I'll lose this trade.
50-50 on this one.
That's better than I usually get, Hogue. I would lose this. I'd lose this trade 70% of the time. This is a 70% loser. Like, it really is. You flip a coin, and the odds are I'm going to lose it. But I'd take 50-50. I love 50-50. When we see the big board, you're going to see my winning trade percentage. It's 30%, 32%. So, yeah, I'll lose this trade 7 times out of 10.
But when you win it, it's for a lot more than the loss.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it here. We seen it yesterday. Yesterday was a great example, right? Where we were buying the dip. And I said the same thing. I said, I'm going to lose this trade. most likely statistics and odds are against me. I'm going to have it was the same thing. If you remember that, Hogue, we were buying as NASDAQ was selling off, but we started with one contract, then I added to it, then we added to it, then the house account jumped in, and it was an amazing trade, right? It was a big
it was a great trade.
It was great. Same exact thing. It's just a different type of trade. We're not buying it like that, and I'm not scaling in. This is just kind of all in, all out situation, and the market looks a lot different. It's a different type of trade.
I think we all got to know that the disclaimer is all odds are against you being successful in trading, sports betting, poker, jumping out there with things that you don't like. There's these areas that majority of people fail in, but also reap huge rewards if you're on the other side of the fence of the success side of the statistic. Yeah. We've always said that. I mean, we don't know for sure. Nobody knows for sure on what it is out there, but 95% of traders that actively trade do not succeed. I've heard that since I started 30 years ago.
The statistic that I know of, MP, is that 90% of traders trade and lose 90% of their equity in the first 90 days of trading. So
I heard that the average account opens up with $10,000 and closes within 6 months for the active trading futures brokerage. That's what I heard a long time ago. None of this is facts. So there's your disclaimer there. So yeah, Rips, it's about there. So when you think about do you quit the game because the failure rate's high? The failure rate's high, whatever. You want to go become a professional musician, a professional athlete, failure rate's massive. What do they say? It's 0.1, something like that, percent of all. Yeah. It's like all high school football players to go pro. It's like 0.1 something that go pro and make it on the roster, not even starting.
Even get the chance.
I used to have it because it used to be something, John. Remember, we used to say I kept it with all the one-liner stuff that I would talk to traders about and be like, the stats are against you and everything that's professional level, that pays well. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And there's also from the BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 80% of small businesses survive their first year, and then 50% of that 80% make it to the 5-year mark, and only 34% of those 50% are operating after 10 years. Anything in life that you want to have a reward from carries risk. That goes with trading, like Michael said, trading, poker, sports betting. Your job, starting a business, anything that gives a good reward to you is going to require risk. Now, you can live a very risk-averse life, but you can't expect big rewards from that.
So there's no free lunch.
There's no free lunch, Decoder.
Yeah, that's
unless you sneak into the local elementary school and cut the line in the cafeteria and you sweet talk the cafeteria lady. I've heard you can find free lunch that way.
Hold on,
unless you're DoorDash and they pay you in Bitcoin.
I could never be a basketball player. I'm just not built like one. But why is it so difficult to succeed in trading? It's the mental game of it that makes it so difficult, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, I believe just about anybody can do this. If you get the right mindset, you understand technical analysis, risk reward, all of that stuff. It's just so difficult to get your head wrapped around what you have to do to be successful or profitable.
Well, we said it yesterday. It's between your ears. I mean, it's literally your psyche, your mental state, your emotional state, all that kind of stuff. If you get that dialed, you can be a hell of a trader. In my opinion, you can be a hell of a trader if you get that dialed, and you can be that 1% of folks that it's probably 1%. We should probably tell what it is. It's to get to the live funded level. To get to the live funded level and to be there, it's probably 1% of everybody who's ever come in here. I don't know the exact stat right now. And don't quote me on this. Disclaimer, this is just me talking about what I think I know, and I may not know. But it's a very, very small percentage of people that take payouts. Very, very small percentage of people that I knew the failure rate in the business was high. I was about one of them. And then I got with a prop firm that put me on a sim account and taught me to learn. And then I became, on the other side of the fence, a success story. Now, it is also hard to hold that success story of just making, I was 6-figure a year trader. I was not a 7-figure a year trader, but to make that consistent, for until you're 80, that's hard to do. But you can set yourself up very, very well, which I did. And others we saw that did that were more about the chip away type of trading. but the odds are very, very low. And just accept them because it's not anything bad. It just lets you know that it's the fastest way. No, it's the hardest way to make easy money. It's the hardest way to make easy money with trading.
Yes, it
so
is.
if you think about that, how many people want to come in here? That's why the whole Topstep funding opportunity, we're like, we got to like, I about lost my kids' college fund. I didn't have kids. I was like 20 or whatever when I lost my 90,000 total dollars around that age. And yeah, I mean, now you have a fighting freaking chance to come in to the markets, play in the arena of the trading combine, which is you, an athlete out on the playing field, while we, with our objective, hey, meet the objective, make X without losing Y and advance to funded, sitting there taking notes, so to speak. I mean, we used to be a scouting agency for that same thing. We're like a small percentage of people. You can find small percentage of talent out there. How do we find it? We'll put them all out on the playing field and let them play and then see who's good.
Remember, MP, we used to tell them all, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Do this brick by brick. Build a base, build a foundation, and then start stacking bricks on it. And you maybe you'll be able to do this.
Right here. I think that's why the success rate is where it's at. It's the longevity. People want to get rich quick. People come into this thing thinking it's get rich quick. Let's get rich over a long period of time. It's a longevity. It's a long play. That's what I think the biggest hurdle is for people to understand. No one gets rich quick in this thing. The longer you last, the richer you get. So
it's Hollywood that sort of ruined us with that.
That's when you get rich.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of what the main thing is. Eddie, come on in. We got some more announcements.
Yeah. No, I was going to say Hollywood sort of ruined us with that. You know, everything you see about, big money. But when you get there, it's a lot of work.
Well, I think Eddie, to the Hollywood thing, what's so cool about it is trading's sexy, guys. It is. I don't care how you dice it. Well, I remember being out on the town and be like, what do you do? And then like talking to a girl or something like that. And it would seriously be like that. And she's like, oh my God, trading. And it was very like, that sounds so cool. And then you talk to your buddies and they're like, hey, what's that?
It was glamorous. You had guys with new memberships riding the L with their exchange membership badge on because they thought they were
the
cool.
Jacket.
The jacket with the badge on it.
Wearing the jacket. Yeah, it was kind of nerdo to wear your jacket on the train. I remember rolling mine up, but then I would have a locker.
Don't act like you didn't do it. Don't act like you didn't wear that thing.
I did. I mean, it's just like moving to California from Nebraska. What do? You change your license. You change your driver's license right away. I'm California.
100%.
Yeah, it's just like that was the whole like cool thing. Like I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I
even just
became
walking
a trader.
around outside downtown with your jacket on. You know, people were like, "Ooh, traders!"
Yeah, whiteboard.
You get looks. So yeah, and
speaking of
they make movies. So Eddie, real quick, so they make movies about traders, and they make movies about athletes, and like they don't really make movies about. Well, they do a couple movies about accountants and like things that aren't. I'm sorry if you're an accountant, like anything that's just like not exciting. Sure they do, but like those movies are thrilling. The trader movies.
Rogue trader.
Saying markets are moving right now. Can't say we're yapping while the markets.
We did have that pullback, 2 180s again. And the big Jack in the Box bounce came again, but this time it isn't showing us a 60-point bounce yet.
Right back to where we started. Who's yelling at us?
Michael, did you often find as a trader on your first date that women would ask you how many ticks is your stop?
They would not.
How big is your ticks?
They would.
How big is your stop?
Wow.
I would say I don't have a stop, and then they would be confused. I don't know.
What's not there?
You could take that whatever direction you want to go, boys.
I don't know where you go. All right, bring Eddie. We got some markets there. We're moving a little bit. Eddie, come finish out your announcements.
Let's see if we can trade below these.
Well,
get the announcements.
I'm hoping this direction goes forward. Yes, it should be, because this morning, boy, a lot of good information going on. We're almost here at 10 o'clock. Trustpilot. Hey, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, please leave a review on our Trustpilot. Working very hard here to try to get the education, the tradertainment, the knowledge shared with our traders. And if you could leave a review, we're going to put that link in the chat. Also, yesterday, remember that far back ago, in slow markets, Mr. Dakota revealed 20 winners of the first TopStep Labs giveaway. TopStep Labs, it's an exclusive question and answer group coaching session with Coach Dakota. It's 3 hours of class time total. And now what we're going to do is we're going to play the winners right now in case you missed it.
There they are.
Nice.
Wow.
I'm excited. I see some of these in my class every single night since I started slow markets.
Yeah.
Really?
Traders. Yep.
It's a good payoff then. Awesome. Well earned.
It is.
All right. And that's what we got. Thank you, Dakota. And you know what? Keep us posted on how that's going, please. Maybe we can do every time you're up here, do a daily update and how they're doing and how you're doing. So
yeah.
Got that off.
Some traders are asking.
Yes, sir.
No, go ahead. You can finish it up.
That's what I've got. I was going to pass it back to Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Coach Decoder. Topstep Labs. I like it. That's how David Green says your name. I'm obsessed with the way he says it. Decoder. Anyways, back into
all right.
range.
If Packers win the Bears, you don't hear that again. No more Coach Decoder.
You're Dakota. You're Dakota. I got you.
We got to have a bet going into this weekend.
We're gonna lose, Dakota.
What are we gonna do? I have
we're 100% betting. We're 100% betting. Dakota. Decoder. Dre.
Stop. He doesn't like that.
I'll wear a Bears hat, Bears swag for a week.
Okay, we got to call you Decoder for the rest of the year if we win.
He doesn't like.
I'm gonna get my nails painted if the Bears win.
Oh boy!
What color? I'll take whatever you guys want. If you guys want to throw in whatever, I'm not confident. I'll even give you the spread.
So we're 6-point dogs.
What is like the cheese spread?
We're 6-point dogs at home. We stink.
Are you guys that bad of an underdog?
Yes. They just fired those seeds.
Yeah. Everybody's giving up. The whole town's giving up. We were all so excited. Like the town would be lit on fire right now if it was like the Chiefs 8-0 right now. Lucky 8-0, but that's not luck. The last, just all around, we thought we could.
Crude finally broke
here.
Go ahead.
School of Hard Knocks.
Dolphins beating the Rams last night on Monday Night Football, 23-15. Got Thursday Night Football coming up here soon. But
God, I lost my over on that one. I had an over. I had the over, and my father-in-law is in town. He's like, "We're betting this one." Like, all right,
really?
Yeah. Really? We took the spread, the buddy line, and the over.
0-for-3. Didn't even hit.
Yeah, blew out of our account. Yeah,
2 was back. Hey, crude selling off here. We're beneath $68 last trade, $67.91. Nothing on the tilt. We got coming in then next.
Dakota's chilling in the green.
Bitcoin doing?
Dakota is chilling in the green. Good to see.
You had to say something, didn't you? Market's going up now.
Yeah, the market hurt us.
I hate when that happens.
I love it. I'm so superstitious like that too. Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're past the top of the hour. We got about 50 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We got a jam-packed day. More coming up down the road here, but stay with us on Fast Markets. I see we got Jack in the green room. What's up, Jack? What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? We've just been sitting in this trade for a while with Dakota. We'll keep you updated on that, see if anything sells off. But, Michael, I think Taking Care of Business Week is coming up, so I had to clean out the voicemail box that we have over here at Topstep.
Good.
Yeah, you got to clean it out.
I did, but we did have one that I think was worthy of showing before I delete it forever because this individual is making me very uncomfortable.
Managing your voicemails.
It's your old friend, Don Jerome. Last week, some geek from the Wall Street Journal asked me if I would resign if President Trump asked me to leave. I'm sorry, do you understand who I am? You think the commander-in-chief can just call me into his office and ask for my badge and money gun? There's been 45 presidents, but only one Daddy Powell. Mount Rushmore could come to life, and a 200-foot tall stone George Washington could ask me to leave, and I'd tell him to f*** off. All you motherfuckers. When I'm done with you, you'll be counting your 401ks on your fingers and toes. You think you can get rid of me? I am the motherfucking Fed. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Anyway, just thought you should know. Powell out.
God. He's taking it personally. I was taking it personally.
Man, he is hot after that press conference.
Did you after the press conference, he called us up. Yeah, I guess he is getting hot about that. He was hot when you asked him. He's like, he has no authority. What did he say? He said a couple things that are very sharp. I'm like, dude, just how you're talking means you're gone. Yeah.
Man, he decided to call TopstepTV up right after to vent. That's
he has Jack on lock. Yeah,
exactly. So, yeah, like and subscribe. We have the direct connection to the once and forever king of the Federal Reserve.
I am the Fed. My badge and money gun. I like that one. That got me. Oh, well done, Jack. Well done. If you like that, click like, click subscribe, because the markets ain't doing much of anything. Even look at Bitcoin. It is up. Even Bitcoin's trading sideways right now.
We'll be back a little bit later with some call-up updates, some VIP stuff. Hoop's stopping by, but I'm going to recede into the background right now. So you guys have fun. Okay?
Hey, Jack, before you leave, who has our number that's called us this year? We have Pelosi ever call?
You mean the very real number people can call? Let's just say that I tried to do something with the person you mentioned, but the programs that may or may not do that do not allow you to imitate certain people.
Really? That makes sense.
Stick in the mud, Pelosi.
Which is weird that Jay Powell gets so fired up, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, but some people you can't touch.
Oh yeah, that guy, he's wide open. I'll tell you, he'll take any interview.
Pelosi's incredible.
All right, I'll see you
guys. I believe Yellen called us once. Powell's called us a few times.
Oh, what's his face? Rogers called us.
It's right. Aaron Rodgers, Guy Fieri.
I'm sure Rogers is going to call us. Sure, he's going to call us about this whole Bears Green Bay thing.
We're in trouble this week.
Hey, he got Devontae Adams back. I mean, he hasn't done anything yet, but at least he has him. Moral support.
I mean, Barstools was talking about Jets and Bears as the two teams that just we can commiserate. Misery loves company for both of our cities about.
It's true.
Now, Dakota, remember, we've got our bet going also.
We do, Eddie, and I need to spicing it up. It's whoever has the best record or whoever makes it for this.
Yeah, I think we'll just go 1-on-1. Bears versus Green Bay.
Okay, let's do it this weekend. Or do you want to wait until
we'll start? Yeah, no, let's. I think they play at the end of the season, but we'll start. Yeah, let's start this weekend. Lots of good stuff here.
Yeah, I'll spicing it up. Friday morning. Right, Friday morning when I'm on fast markets, I'll bring something to spice it up a little bit. And here we go. Let's see if the Nasdaq could break below these 80s.
Let's go.
These 180s. Let's do it. Brick wall.
Go short from 215.
Gotta go.
I like that you had the patience to hold this trade.
Just go.
I'm getting so many messages and replies saying, just close it. Just close it. Why haven't I closed it? Same reason why I didn't close it when it was going against me is the same reason why I haven't closed it while it's going in my favor yet. It's the risk reward. It's the statistics. And we'll see what the market has in store for us. I could still take this $2,700 loss. That's fine. It's just this is not a one-to-one. If this was a one-to-one trade, I would have closed it already. This is a 2-to-1, a 3-to-1 trade that I'm looking for us to come down and test overnight lows, and maybe even as we was talking at the very beginning of this, the start is looking for a head and shoulders pattern. If we do start to sell off and break down, and if this does become a head and shoulders pattern, in a pretty nice position.
All right, let's go to Robert. Robert's got the big board ready to go. Robert, come on in. We got hot streaks. We got hot streaks. Oh, let's do this. Robert, come on in, Robert.
All right, we are here. Markets are a little bit cool, so let's put the hot streaks up here now. And push it out. Guess who we have? Boom. On the way. Everyone, same as yesterday. Everybody moved at 1 point.
6.
1 spot. 1 rank. Juliash still holding the top spot, 86. And he actually heard me the other day when he went in there and tried to get that $1 or $2. You have to make sure you're up there. He's been getting $8 a day from now on. So we're really pushing it to Lash. Go for it. 86 consecutive days. Love it. Derek, 39 days. Vijay, 38. Ali at 35. And William R. He's in the chat. That would be the Black Swan that we see in there. 35 days. Everyone moved up 1 day. And you know what? I think they're gaming us. They're all coming in here with 10, 12, 15 bucks. They are eligible for payouts, 2 through 4. Has those 5 days of $200. So, yeah, I'm going to see what we need to do about that. But that's them. There's your hot streak. We got the big board coming up. I'll pull this off. Gabe's going to push the big board in there.
Delish, man.
And it does take
what
a
an
moment.
animal.
Yeah.
What
and
an animal.
We should have, what is it? What is it?
Eddie, you got a drum roll for us?
Read Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Yeah.
Every battle is won before it's ever fought.
There it is.
There we go.
The big board. So I'm going to make something up here. Benjamin C is something that MP mentioned earlier. So I wanted to know where he was, but Benjamin C is at number 23 on the big board. So I wanted to wait. Moving up from 45, moved up 22 spots up to number 23. We have Dakota up there. I want to point this out up there. It says 240,562 next to his name. That is not 100% accurate because there was some account movements going on. We're working on getting that fixed back. And I'll give the exact amount I have right here in front of me, 369,385. So that does put Coach Dakota up there in the top spot, 369,385. Way to go, way to go. I did want to make one more call out to Belinda S. It was something I mentioned yesterday. They moved from 327 up to 47, and I said if they push it, they're going to get right back up into 25. They're at 26. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, we almost nailed that one. But what I liked about that was that they're trading the 6B. 6B is the British pound. I really like to see that on there. I'd like to see some others. I took a quick look down the list. Anyone trading our top ones, NQES, RTY, and YM. Those are the ones we hit, not YM, GC and Golden Oil. NQES, GC, CL. Those are the top 4 that are all over it. The one that comes in next is RTY, but that is number 224 on the list. YM is number 229 on the list. I'd love to see some of those trading those products get pushed up a little bit further. And that's what we have for the big board. Go ahead and take your screenshot of it, and we'll be back to you in a little while with some call-ups.
Markets are rolling, Dakota. Talk to me.
Finally, Michael. Who's the most entertaining? Who's more entertaining, Michael? We got the NASDAQ selling off here. Here we go, push lower. Hey, Dakota, do you still have a downside target? It's been so, you've been in this trade for so long. It's still 168s, Dakota.
Yeah, I might start trailing this now. I want to see how we react here. We finally, these 180s has been something else, right? So let's see if we could get momentum down below these 180s, or if this thing is just gonna treasure map V-shape us here. I like to see these 180s turn into resistance. These 180s have been a major support, and so yes, having these 180s turn into resistance would be ideal. And then if we could get a continuation, go test overnight lows. Now is where I'm going to start looking at trailing my stop, now that we finally got the breakdown that we're wanting, and tightening up risk, understanding actually, I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. Just tighten up just a little bit.
So you're short. You're short from where? Again, we're going to pop it up here at the top of your screen.
For so long, Michael.
215.
215.
215.
Or 115.
215.
Didn't very nice.
But then I'll close out a couple. Buy at bid and yes, see about trailing this thing.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is the original trade that we had on the original trade idea that we had that 180 kind of being the big line in the sand. But now, because of Dakota's resilience, he got paid on this trade here. We are trading 15 handles lower as well in the S&Ps. So, yeah, this trade definitely working out for patient Dakota over here. Very, very nice to see that.
Yeah, you want it to hold below that. What is that? 180, 179. That's the IB low for the NASDAQ. If we hold below that, it's a certain short. No, nothing certain, but good opportunity for a short.
As good as it can be.
Yep.
Yeah, yes.
Yep. These 180s were resilient, and I want to see these 180s turn into resistance. And so this is where decisions are made at this zone.
Anybody been in a short as long as Dakota has been today? When he was talking about it, hey, I liked what Dakota's doing. I got short too. I don't know.
Everyone had a chance to get short.
He's not a signal provider. Zero signal providers here. We are.
It's a hard thing to do.
Just talking about the trades that you guys are seeing.
67% short in the NASDAQ right now.
Looks like a lot of folks are in there with you.
Dakota.
Now, how many of those do you believe?
Dakota, your Twitter presence is coming on strong. I like it.
Yeah, I'm having fun. We've been having some really great constructive conversations. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
staying away from all the drama as much as people are trying to draw me into the drama, right? Because that's always that hole that shows up.
You're part of the movement. You're part of the movement.
Yeah, you know what? Things can change, right? I mean, I've been in this market for as long as the next guy on the Twitterverse or whatever. And I've seen a lot of traders. There are some traders that are like 7 years, 8 years, 9 years. Like, great. You know, I'm not saying I have more experience because we have someone like a Peter that we're talking to, MP, which those are the constructive conversations that I want to have. And I want it to be transparent. Say, hey, everybody, we're having this conversation. And we're bringing this to the light. And this is the conversation that needs to come out of the back room and be had in front of everybody, so you guys can see what we're talking about.
Okay. All right. So I want to float something with you guys because I said it yesterday, but I got you guys both on here. Because I was in a meeting yesterday. We're going to be doing some program improvements to help people have better behavior, guide them towards better behavior. Maximum active 10 combines at once. Not more than that. We don't want more than that. So there's that one.
Right.
That's one of them. Maximum number of resets in a day, 2 per account. 2. Not 20, not 16, not 10. You're wrong after 2 because it's 3 strikes, you're out because you already had an account. Maximum XFAs in a 30-day period. You guys tell me what number that should be. Maximum XFAs. We do not want people ripping through accounts. Those days are over. We're going to be moving towards that. And that's really the major ones. And then if you get called up live, you can have 10 active combines, or you can have up to 10 accounts that are ready to go to funded, but you only trade one funded account. If called up live, you're trading your live account. You guys, we're going to share like the amount of live traders we're calling up, which is increasing. We're a prop firm, and we want to make sure those folks are single focus is on their live account and growing it. And if you bust out, you bust out. And then you have your XFAs that are sitting in the hopper if you'd like to do that. But the game of, combine XFA live, that doesn't work for developing and honing focus to the best you possibly can be on an account. If you are kicking ass, and this is such a small percentage of people that get pulled up live, but that's kind of what we're looking at right now. It's not kind of, we are. Just because I believe that the industry needs to move and you've talked about the movement, needs to move in a better direction. And it's not gamifying the funding process of doing this. It's about giving the direction to say, hey, two resets in a day, you're not at Topstep anymore. I'm sorry. I mean, if you want to go somewhere else, I get it. and buy there and buy. We don't want it. So we're going to do that. We can't have more than that many resets. I don't feel that it's right to let somebody just keep hitting the reset button in a day. Go take a break. Have a pop-up that says, hey, it looks like you're on emotional tilt or something. I know we do that with kind of pinging them. So those are the things that we're doing. Max active 10 combines open at once. Maximum resets 2 in a day per account. Maximum XFAs in a 30-day period. What's the number? What do you guys think?
30-day period. That's a good question.
Yeah. 1XFA. Well, right now I got it at 10. Right? How about that? Right now I got it at 10. There's a bunch of 10s in here too.
I could say 10.
30.
Could say 10
We're not
or
going to
20.
do 30 accounts in a month. 30 for one a day? No. So we're floating all this to our Band of Traders channel, which is all the coaches and things like that. Guys, if you can, in the production, help me out with put it in here, put a poll in here, help me out. There's enough numbers in here flying. If you guys have a theme and a number, share it. I haven't been looking at chat. Max XFAs in a 30-day period. And again, if you hit the max with us and if you want to, you should get the hint that you should slow down and whatever, no matter what. But again, you're like, yeah, it is sending business elsewhere. We understand that. We're okay with that. But we really hope that you understand that we don't want that behavior here because it's helpful for us to all work together to not have that behavior. Even if Topstep gets, well, you're getting the money. I don't care. I want to develop better traders. It's always what we want to do. And then when you're live, we want you to focus on that live account. Mm-hmm. So share any thoughts. If not, we have the chat going in here, and then they'll help us get this out.
A little round table today. I like it.
Yeah, I'm curious what the community is thinking on this, and I'm curious what their number is for the XFAs, the maximum number of XFAs.
Poll is up. What should the maximum XFAs in a 30-day period be? 5, 10, 15, or 20?
I like 10.
I'm going to vote for 10 myself.
I voted for.
Because that's essentially, if someone's copy trading 5 accounts, that's blowing it twice.
You get it twice. That's blowing it twice.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If anything, take a week off.
You shouldn't be going through that many XFAs.
You shouldn't be going through that many XFAs. No.
You could take a break, and then 30 days goes by really quick. Anyway.
And I mean, if you're without an XFA, you could start building up that roster again in your combines and getting your head on straight and trading your practice account, trading your combine. So having that break away from the markets is usually a good thing, at least in my experience. It's always a good thing.
Self-induced. It's a self-induced, I don't know if that's the right word, cool-off period. Like if I know I just ripped through 5 and I'm like, well, okay, I got 5 in the hopper. I bring those back. I now should know, I should say, if I blow through these 5 and it's the second week, I'm sitting out at Topstep. I can't trade with Topstep.
And maybe it'll get people taking it a little bit more seriously that funded means real funds here.
Yeah.
Funded means fun.
It's not a game.
And we want to change. We want to shift. We talked about mindset hunters, which is a team in VIP. We talked about mindset yesterday with Coach Paul. We talked about the in between your ears earlier today. Guys, this all comes together of Topstep needs to ensure that we are moving people. Our mission is to turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. Healthier habits is also transactional swiping. We don't want you to go reset. Okay, now see, I told you I got the position. No, you're wrong. You're wrong here. And that's okay to be wrong. It's okay to sit. And you should probably learn to sit and have patience, because that's like developing the patience skill, which you need to do as a trader anyway, to be a good trader. So I'll be reading a lot of these.
I think we're going to create better traders by doing this, Michael. I do. I think it's going to make better traders.
Yeah.
They're going to
I'm going to take all your guys' comments in. I'm going to take all the comments in here. I'm going to let's go back to trading, but hopefully you guys are seeing the importance of trying to move the herd, the movement of traders here into the right direction.
I will say this. I absolutely love that MP, because my grandpa would always tell me, if you're chasing money, then bad things happen. We've seen that the past couple of weeks in the futures industry, in the prop firm, right? You chase money, bad things
100%.
happen. But then you chase to build value, bring value, and to help others. Yeah, you know what? You're struggling maybe with just the money aspect for a moment, right? Maybe you're not making as much money as an individual or as a company, but the overall longevity and what we're doing here is beyond anything that you could put a dollar amount on.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys, for the open chat. Appreciate it.
It was nice.
Who wanted to close out of shorts on that? That's so tempting. Sometimes I think it's all morning. That's the same thing, back and forth, back and forth. I'm like, all right, close it out, close it out. It's going against you, and then here we are, right back down at these 169, 170. Let's see. I might close out one or two if we do get a breakdown towards these 60s.
Here's your level.
But, we'll see.
Your first level here, 68. We did have a potential failed downside auction, but now if we open below the IB low, which is 180, 179, 179, I mean, then we're still looking to continue an auction to the downside. We've got a couple of minutes here, about 4 minutes before we're going to find out if we're going to leave this failed downside auction or if we're going to see some continuation. We already have acceptance below the initial balance in the S&Ps. Initial balance low in the S&P, 60,021 and a quarter. We've been holding below that ever since. We've got one 30-minute bar that opened below that level. So that is a continuation to the downside signal. Where is the NASDAQ going to close in relation to that 179 IB low? We got to wait about 3 minutes to find out.
So we do. We got Euro close here in about 3 minutes as well. Real quick update on that poll. 1,000 votes in just 2 minutes or so. 1,000 votes. What should be the maximum XFAs in a 30-day period? 47% saying 10. 1,000 votes. Man, people are really engaged with that one. Nice poll. Yeah. Very, very good stuff.
And the stupid statements here. MP's happy to do this now that he's already milked the gamblers before regulations comes. Well, come on, man. Stupid. Who said? We're here to help people. The whole point of the funding opportunity in 2010 was to get people to quit gambling their kids' college fund. Golly. And then they can slow down and have have a little skin in the game, small little losses, so they know instead of this massive $90,000 that I have. Yeah,
he's popping.
Screwed up 50. The amount of money Topstep has saved people is exorbitant.
Oh my god, bazillions. Yes, I remember, John. Some guy lit you up one time. It's the first time I ever saw you throw your headset down on the trading floor.
Come on.
And then we're like, I think you went back and you said, hey, this is how much I'm looking at all your accounts right now. And every time you hit the daily or the max loss limit is money you lost. I added it all up to the tune of $350,000.
Yeah.
And so honestly, you were like, well, that's all, no, it's losses. If I would have gave you $350,000 live dollars and let you go in the markets, you would have lost it.
You would have lost it all.
Get him. Yeah. So, and the gamblers there are gamblers out there. I was a gambler when I first started trading. I was a gambler before I even started trading. My grandma bailed me out of $1,700 at the age of 18 in debt for gambling.
Thank you, Nene.
Thank you, Grandma. Yeah. R.I.P. Love you. So all that. I was I like it. Dude, I'm an action guy. I like it. It's fun. Why do you think the manual lockout button was something we pushed hard on? Oh, check this out, Rips.
We have a shot clock coming, MP. Do we have the shot clock coming?
It is going to be framed up, and it might. Go ahead. Thank you, Andre. London closed 2 minutes or 1 minute, whatever it is. Probably 2 weeks. Probably. It was just going to pop up on here when you go to hit the manual lockout button. You can go to my screen right now. You go to hit the manual lockout button right here.
Hold on, we're not on your screen. There we go.
Manual lockout button right here. There'll be. I want to be locked out for 5 minutes. 15 minutes. No, hold on. I think it's 15, 30, 1 hour all day. So right now, if I just want to, I just got done with a trade. I can go right here and go 30 minutes. And then I can go to the restroom, go get a sandwich, not be thinking about, I got to hurry up and get back. No, you don't. You got 29 minutes and however many seconds left, that you do it. And then right when it re-enables, then you can start trading again. So you can actually go away from your screen or hit the button and feel like you can go away because you can't trade. That's a good feeling. So you'll be able to have this little lock yourself out for smaller increments and then lock yourself out for the. Yep, kind of like that. So it's coming. It's really cool. I would hit it. I know I would.
Amen.
Crude on the move right now. Crude pushing higher here. London close in 10 seconds. Crude popped crude's up like 70 cents in the last 10 minutes or so. Right now, when the European close comes and goes, and boom, Europe is closed. I'm going to throw it to Jack. Now, Jack, we got some call-ups and we got some VIP updates with Hoop. Go ahead, Jack.
Singular today. We'll be with Coach Hoop,
yes,
the maestro of the Pit Raiders, shortly. Have one certificate to show today, and boy, is it a doozy for XFA to live call-ups. Let's throw it up there.
Whoa.
Karthik.
Whoa.
With the thick starting balance.
I don't want to go live. I don't want to. Yes, you do. You got $250,000 to work with.
Michael.
Who would want to do that?
Man.
Who would want it? I would love that.
As
That's
of
huge.
the information I have now, it appears that Karthik is going all in on the live account. 0 to my knowledge payouts or request upon shifting over. So as things stand right now, and I will update if this changes, he is going over to the live with the $250,000. Since we don't have the list today, since it was just Karthik from the 8th, I would like to just really quickly give a little bit that I can see from his trade reports. Karthik was in those 150K express funded accounts for 24 days, averaging $2,280 per day in that account.
Wow.
Pretty consistent. Had a few big days. Had one 22K day, but some real good trading there. And that's the stuff that's going to catch the eye of the risk managers. So no surprise there. I know it's pretty badass to have that nice round number go over, but you might want to look at taking a payout because you can.
100% you need to take a payout. We'll size you up regardless. You don't need 250 in your account. Actually, I think that's and not being the trader that you should be, but not taking a payout. You could get it down to 100 and we'd still give you more size, bigger downside than the same we would right now. That's just my 2 cents. But the risk management team has their own relationship with all these folks that they call up. So,
and with
I agree with you.
Oh, go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was going to say, same thing. Remember earlier this spring, I had 250 and I withdrew like most of it. And you could always go right back at it, build it back up. So I was appreciative that I wouldn't say pressured, but gave me a good perspective about just putting the money in your pocket, and then you could still continue to trade. And then if something crazy happens, have that peace of mind that you have money in your pocket.
Can I point out something really quick, and then we're going to bring in Coach Hoop to give an update on the Pit Raiders. Right now, we're on Dakota's screen, and you can see the balance in his live account is around $373,000. First shoulder tap later, I'm going to throw this out there. What I love about this is look at how much Dakota is risking on this trade. I know with the lower account values, it doesn't always make sense to do the 1 or 2% of your account, but I love that, you're up 4K right now or something like that with a $373,000 balance. In professional trading operations, 1, maybe 2% of your account balance is like what you risk. So great demonstration there, Dakota.
0.25% is what I try and do. And hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate that here soon. Is a 0.25% does not sound like a lot, but you guys are going to see 0.25% of like X amount, right? It's just like you said, man.
So
that's
so
what
Will Black Swan goes in here. MP is ludicrous. This guy gets called up on 250,000, and others being called up at 8 to 10. It's so silly. It needs to be a minimum balance plus payouts that gets called up. We have our own formula in the back, and we don't tell you guys that formula because that's our prop firm managing our risk. We won't say that because then people will just copy it. Other prop firms will just copy it. We're going to make sure that we pull up the best that our team can get, considering all their data and all their stuff and all the blah, 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 payouts and all that kind of stuff. That's what I mean. It's like it's the same payout regardless if you're at XFA or live. We're just going to make sure that the ones that are trading live capital are doing the best. So that's our way of keeping mean, we designed the program, we designed stuff in a way that like, okay, it's out there, but like when it gets to the prop firm on call-ups, that team has to be really good. We talk about it all the time. How do we use data and understand a trader's behavior and kind of project when we call them up, are they going to continue that success? That's live money. They're going to continue it. Of course, we're like, hell yeah, we're trying to get the best traders that we can to call up that are going to continue that success. No different than the minor leagues that pull somebody up to the majors and said, all right, starting pitcher tonight, World Series. Like, they don't want that guy to get shelled, so that's just our way of playing it. And then, by the way, the 8 to 10,000 being called up, that's 8 to 10,000 in your account. That's still a bigger downside than coming straight into the funded account anyway in an XFA, larger. And we give you the whole list on majority of them have taken a payout. So this individual has not. Individual should, but they have not.
I think one of the most underrated parts of having a live account, by the way, sorry, Jack, to interrupt, but one of the most underrated features about having a live account is you get full phone access to the risk management team. And that means, hey, I only want to have 5 contracts available to me to trade. I want to have a $10,000 drawdown. So that gentleman who is bulling up with a $250,000 account there, he can call up risk and say, listen, limit me on my first week to trading 3 to 5 contracts maximum. Get me a $10,000 drawdown because I'm going to have wider stops in my position. And let me rock this first week to see how I do. There's very few, if any, prop firm models that allow you to do that, unless you're talking about like walking in with a finance degree and having years and years of a track record. Very few places are going to give you that type of access, and that's one of the best things that you have with Topstep here when you're called up to live.
And oh, by the way, hey, risk team, can I hold positions overnight? Yeah, you can, but not over the weekend. Right now, let's start you over the night. These type of conversations happen. So that's why, like, I jokingly call it the end of the rainbow, because here, like, we're working hard to get to something. What are you getting to? A live funded account with a real prop firm that's there, that's working with you as a partnership, the best we possibly can. Now, there are folks that will come up there, get cold, do whatever, and lose it all. That's fine. Hopefully, you're taking payouts. I hope this 250 is not lost to the markets. And this individual, I forgot their name already, I'm sorry, does not have any money come to their account. I want that pay. That's why take a payout. Take a payout, pay yourself, take the pressure off, and then go with 150. Take 100 out. So, but to each its own. They do encourage them to take payouts because we want to see payouts. We just do not like to pull somebody up and have that money lost to the markets, but it happens. But we'll work with you the best we can to keep you back in, or to help get you back into that little zone you were in that we want you to stay in. Trading in the Zone. Good book.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to get Hoop in here. Hoop has been patiently looking around in the green room. We're going to bring him in to talk about the Pit Raiders. We still have one more day of not having the individual team data. We'll hope to have that back tomorrow. But Hoop, are you there?
How are we doing, guys?
Doing excellent. Doing good. Hoop, give us the rundown. What's been going on this week with the Pit Raiders?
I think a lot of people are soaking in a little bit of what's ahead and change with the markets. I think now that we've kind of got the uncertainty out of the way, I think you're seeing, obviously the market just kind of grinding higher and, short gold, long Bitcoin, right, guys?
Yeah, we were long our first taster. We were long one entire Bitcoin earlier today. It was a victim of the flatten all button, but that's okay. Yeah, with that, Hoop, are you in any trades right now or anything you're looking at particularly right now?
Long D's hogs. Come on.
Of course.
Yeah. I've made contacts back with a lot of the fundamental guys I knew back there over the past 6 months, and just kind of been, limiting risk, and it's such a different market sometimes than the equities, and it's kind of nice to watch something not consistently go higher all the time, it's just another opportunity that I love, being able to trade markets that I traded on the floor. But I think when the market's like today, where it gets rangy, I'm kind of like Coach Paul. I kind of, and Jay, where I'm kind of looking for other trades out there. and kind of shared that a little bit with my traders too. That I think when markets get the equities get a little rangy, and my traders are all kind of like, oh, it's we're here, and I'm just like, I think you get so laser focused on it sometimes you got to watch out.
Well, Dakota just peeled off one of his 5 NQs.
Yeah, I saw.
Still riding 4.
60s.
Dakota, feel free to holler if you take more off. Going forward the rest of this week, is there any piece of advice you have for the people who are on your VIP team?
I think the biggest thing, with the 2 numbers coming out the next 2 days, you can see the market's kind of feels like it's just kind of bouncing around here, waiting for that to come out. So, the biggest thing that I've been doing is, and I'm not, I come from the floor and looking at a CQG machine. I'm not the world's greatest technician. I use, stuff I know fundamentally that's going on in the market. And then I just use, like I guess what it's hard to relay to, my traders is it's all about this journey. And that's what I've been kind of sharing with them. Because I think a lot of newer traders, all this emotion and what's going on with the markets, that's what we can, or I feel like I can pass on to traders of knowing, I kind of show, what it was like in terms of stimulus on the floor to what it's like now behind, 6 screens, which like we talked about trader setup yesterday. And I just kind of, show, what trader setup looked like on the floor and what it looks like me now staring at 6 screens,
Yeah, sometime I'll have to tell this story. I had a meeting with CQG in 2009 at their office when I was starting trading. And Andre, I don't know if you met this individual as well, but it was one of the wackiest experiences of my life. I could see him nodding in the background. All right. Well, with that, Hoop, thanks so much for checking in here. If you see anything else you want us to look at, call it out in the chat. But you've been doing a great job with this team, and we hope to have you back soon.
Yeah, just try and get some more guys to the XFAs is what I'm looking for. Sure.
There you go.
All right. Thank you very much, Hoop.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you soon.
CQG. Haven't heard that name in a
Yeah, I
while.
just closed out some of that.
Nice.
What you got
I
up?
think CQG is still a data provider that you can use.
Are they?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it
Okay. CQG. Haven't heard them in a while.
We get our data from.
No, I'm talking about the
Those
trading
CQGs
platform.
and machines all over the trading floor.
Oh, the trading
Yeah,
platform?
well,
Yeah.
not a chart.
Very
Yeah.
many people-
It's also one of the biggest dating sites in the hood.
Oh, yeah.
CQG.
Andre just downloaded it.
What do you mean? What?
What?
Topstep
What
Tinder.
happened?
I still want to do
What,
Dolby's
Topstep
idea of Topstep Tinder. Topstep, yeah. Find a trading partner. Swipe right, swipe left for a trading partner.
I mean, there's something there.
Trading,
Just finding a trading partner needs. We know we need to
Yes,
work
Tinder.
on that in 2025. We can do a Topstep X. We'll ask those guys over there and said, hey, how do I think really quickly on Topstep X, just so you guys can see the future of what we're thinking over here. If you go to my screen, on the menu bar on your left, right here on the menu bar, and you can't see my menu bar on the left, but all the way where the menu bar is on the left, we'll have probably a Topstep Trading League shield there. It's already been designed and developed. I shared with you guys well over a year ago. And then you'll be able to go in there and opt into the league, be able to view other people's like trades, stats that opted in, be able to talk to them, be able to put yourself on the waiver wire, so to speak, or the talent pool of getting drawn from a coach Hoop who may have a couple spots opened up, or new coaches that are looking to build a whole team, or that kind of stuff. And then you got your camaraderie, you got your team play, you have your coach, and everybody's similar, like-minded on that team of a bit, because the coach will have a certain style. Like Coach Hoop's style is different than Coach Paul from yesterday. Coach Rave with the mindset, hunters, and things like that. So it's forming. It's forming, and you can't really jump the gun on it yet, but it'll be sitting within Topstep X, and then you'll be able to opt into it. Should be pretty dope. What do they say, Andre? Vision without execution is hallucination. So we got to execute.
What is the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over again.
Never heard that
expecting
before.
Michael's got ring-a-ding-dings. He's got ring-a-ding-dings.
Vision without execution. You can have you can be the greatest visionary in the world. You can't execute. That's why Topstep has the best, even a production team here, TopstepTV, the best execution team in the industry, hands down. Whether it's the minute you start with Topstep or the minute you're tuning in here, we have to deliver great execution to have that incredible experience, and we do it. We do it very well.
By the way, quick update on your position, Dakota. You've been holding this thing and you've been getting rewarded for that patience. Talk to me. What's happening?
Well, market's going down, Rips, and I'm short from earlier.
Oh my!
It is
beautiful.
I mean,
shout out to Magic.
Yeah, that was the play. I mean, we analyzed the market early this morning about the head and shoulders pattern, looking for this NASDAQ to come down and test overnight lows. We tried to break it. We failed. I got into a decent position. I was talking about risk reward. And as much as emotionally it can be very hard to hold any type of trade through that mess that we've just been through. That is statistics for you, right? That's statistics. I mean, I hate referencing a casino, but it's just so good to reference when a casino is allowing people to gamble on, say, roulette. They know their statistics. Like, oh my gosh, we just lost all this money to somebody who just got lucky, right? But they know the statistics over a long period of time favors the house. And it's the same thing here. It's like, you know what? Maybe I lose this trade, but over a long period of time, these trades do work out, regardless of what I'm looking at, regardless of how I feel about the market. And I think we've seen it play out yesterday, and we're seeing it play out again today, is regardless of how we felt up here in this mess, this trade just works out. And this was like, oh my gosh, how did you know? I'm like, basic technical analysis and not letting the little micro moves or these little moves influence you based off of emotion.
You never really know.
Yeah.
One of the things that I see people struggling with, a lot of newer traders, even some veteran traders out there, what do you do to make yourself numb to the minutia? Where I saw quite a few people in chat that were shouting for you to close the trade. Talk me through, as one of the best traders on Topstep, and I'm not throwing shade at anybody. I'm not trying to pick on chat here. I'm just saying I saw a lot of people pressuring you to close the trade. Obviously, you're not going to listen to them. But this is going to be valuable for you folks out there that wanted him to close the trade, or people that didn't even see the trade. And, you know, you get the heebie-jeebies, you get your ants in your pants, you get a little uncomfortable. Personally, in your own experience, being one of the best traders on all of Topstep, what is something that you can give to the people as a word of advice to get you through the trade that you got through today?
Good stuff, Rip.
I will say this time and time again, every single night: process over profits. Over and over again.
You say that all the time. I love it.
Yes, he does.
I say it every time, every day, and I'm going to continue to repeat that. It's process over profit. Don't look at the dollar amount. Look at the process and what you're doing. The same way you make $200 is going to be the same way you make $2,000. The same way you make $200,000. It's process. That's it. It's very hard for a human to disconnect from money, and get used to being a loser, or at least taking losses. You see time and time again, people are focused so much on the high win rate. You see on social media, oh, I am the winner. I'm the best at this high winning trade percentage. I'm like, who really cares? How is it over a long period of time? Can you keep an account for longer than a month? Can you keep an account for longer than a quarter, and allow the statistics to come into play? Because, you know, it's just give them a matter of time and they're going to blow up. It is what 90% of accounts are. They could look good because of a high win rate, and it feels good because it's that instant gratification. But over a long period of time, a lot of time it's not sustainable, because the more you trade, the higher the odds are against you.
I think a lot of it comes back to, Dakota, that you're a very disciplined person. How much would you say that discipline plays a role into holding on to a trade like you did today?
Oh, most of it. Because there's lots of times throughout this whole entire mess, as you could see, is just like close it. Because it's that fear. It's that fear where we get like just an instant where markets do go good in your favor, and then sometimes it reverses and it stops you out, and that gives you a little bit of PTSD, a lot of fear. Just like, oh my gosh, I'm just going to close it out, even though it's going in your favor. But then the opposite plays when the market's going against you. You like to hold that thinking that same thing. The market could turn around and go in your favor, even though it's going against you. And so think of this: if I'm long right now, and I'm over here thinking, well, here's some support here at 130s, maybe 130s can hold, and then we could start to sell off. I'm like, oh, this is gonna just be a liquidity run below 130. Then we'll turn around and go up, and the next thing you know, we're down, below like 21,100, and I'm hitting my max loss limit or daily loss limit. So it's just thinking in reverse.
It's one of the things that I talk about.
I think that's extremely helpful to everybody that's listening right now.
Dakota's got the thing figured out. It's human nature to not want to take a loss and to keep expanding those losses, or just fall into, default to I'll wait and the market will come back and make me whole again. And that's not what you want to do. You want to take your loss, and you when the market is paying you, that's when you want to be hopeful. People tend to be hopeful when they're losing and fearful when they're winning. You want to be hopeful when you're winning and fearful when you're losing. You got to switch that around in your brain. That wiring is very difficult to change, but once you do, you'll be a lot more disciplined and a lot more patient and have a lot more ability to stay in some of those winning trades for a lot bigger profits.
I'm flat. Yeah, I just closed it out.
Would you realize
that is what I don't like? I don't like this. This is a bottom. This can be, right? We don't know for sure, but yeah, that's a 3-bar reversal. This is something that you don't really want to see at the bottom of this. Lots of buyers coming down here, but yeah, we could still sell off.
Great trade, Dakota.
If I was not in a position, that's where I would want to get long, and I'm going to look for this market to rotate right back up into where we were because of what we just saw right there. I wasn't seeing that at all on the way down. That's the first time I've seen this type of a movement.
One of the things, too, that we were talking about earlier that I wanted to touch on, and I think this plays into a lot of how you trade, Dakota. In trading, we talk about that 90% of the people that do try to day trade do fail at this. So one of my mentors in business talked a lot about this, is that if you want to succeed in a certain industry, find out what people are doing that fail at that given industry, whether you're starting a brand or whether you're trying to trade. Find out what the people are doing that are failing at it. In this case, 90% of traders are failing at this, and simply do the opposite of what they're doing. Find what they're doing and do the opposite of it. And a lot of what Dakota was just talking about is doing the complete opposite of what most traders are doing. They're getting nervous. They're changing their bias because of the minutia of the trade. Instead, Dakota had a very solid trade idea, stuck with that trade idea through the entirety of the trade, which in this case was a longer trade, and ignored what 90% of the most of the people are going to be doing out there, which is closing the trade early, changing your bias, flip-flopping. And that's one of the reasons why Dakota is the best.
Look at this market.
Something that says too. 90% of people are going to fail. If you're doing what they're doing, what do you expect?
Michael, I asked your grandpa once, what does he learn from his failures? And he said, I've never failed.
I should just hit the reverse button right there. That was a reverse button trade. Reverse 158.
Yeah, it was. All right. I just want to let you know, coming up on the other side of this, it's almost time for appreciation here on Fast Market. This is one of the best things about TopstepTV. You got your trading buddies. Markets were pretty much dragging for a lot of it. Look at this pop right here, though. Someone hit the buy button in the ES and in the NQ. NQ just popped about 40 points in the last 3 minutes or so. Last trade, 21,188. ES last trade, 60.15. Bottomed out. It's about 10-point pop right there. In the ES, down not so much. Crude not so much either. Or the GC either as well. Coming up the other side of this, we got furniture. Arshad the Wiz. I'm told his nickname is the Wiz. Making his first appearance on TopstepTV. Responding to our casting call. He is a funded trader, but the Wiz will be joining us in a little bit. But right now, we like to do appreciation. It's one of my favorite parts of Fast Markets. We do appreciation. We like to throw it to the chat. They can marinate it. Let's see the Wiz. Yes, Coach Hoop. The Wiz. Arshad the Wiz is joining us. There you go. Appreciations. What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session. Keep things positive moving forward. So that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what do you appreciate for on this Tuesday?
Andre, I appreciate the team we got here at Topstep. A lot of good information, a lot of good conversation today. Really didn't have much opportunity, but what we did is we talked about, we broke a lot of things down that explained a lot. So I appreciate that. Thank you, team, and of course, our community. Of course, the community. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome stuff. Hogue, what do you appreciate for today?
Oh, as always, my God, my family, and my country. I appreciate my wife. She's always just a solid rock and somebody I can always count on. She's a lovely person, and I'm very lucky to have her. So, honey, I appreciate you, especially today. Hope you're having a good day, hon.
Nice job. I like that. Wow. All right, let's go to Mr. Rips. Rip. What are you appreciative for?
As always, appreciative for the wonderful staff we have here at Topstep for putting on a tremendous show. And great shout outs to you, Dakota, for having what a tremendous trade. And it gives us a lot to look at from the sideline to see how somebody at the peak of their game should be operating. So I want to give a big shout out to you, Dakota. Thank you for showing us that trade. Thank you for showing us the trade management, how you manage your emotions. You stayed stoic throughout the trade. Absolutely love to see that. And for us to get a peek behind the curtain, to see that in real time is invaluable to us as traders. So thank you so much for that.
Nice rips. All right, throw it to Mr. Dakota. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
No, that means a lot. That's what I'm trying to do is show this live in front of everybody. I love the community here. This is what makes me happy, is to be able to do this. But now I have this opportunity to do it in front of everybody and show, here's everything I'm doing live. Here's the executions in front of you. There's nothing hidden. You guys see 100% everything I'm doing, how I'm managing it. You see the good, the bad. I mean, you guys know I lose a lot more than I win, but I'm really grateful for the community and these markets and be able to do that. And to be honest, I'm kind of grateful for media now. I never had social media. I now have Twitter or X, and it's interesting to see that there's still a lot of people out there that do not show executions for whatever reason, and it's just mind-boggling to me. It's like, why not? Like, aren't we just trying to help people, or are we just going to try and sell something on the side? I don't know. It's an interesting thing. This is
sure is, Dakota. Interesting. I like that, Mr. Michael, Mr. Patak.
Yeah, no, it's what Dakota's doing.
What are you thankful for today?
Come on, huh? Thanksgiving's coming up too. Do you guys do that in chat? Do you guys go around the table and say what you're 100%. Thankful for? We do it in the Patak residence.
Absolutely.
It's pretty cool.
Yep.
I am thankful for hey, Dakota, for you being on Twitter, social, and helping the movement towards helping traders get better with better habits and understand the markets and all that kind of stuff, and not getting pulled down in the muck. Feedback in general, feedback that came from me shouting out and giving a shout out on what we're looking to do, possibly update and improve in the live side and in the program side. I have your notes here. I wrote them down. Thank you guys for all that feedback. So feedback to help you improve and grow.
Awesome. Yes. Real quick, I'm thankful for on days like today where the market's just grinding and chopping and a little slow. Have trading buddies. Hell, have 6,000 people to hang out with. You keep yourselves out of trouble in the overtrading these markets. Got someone to talk to, someone to bounce ideas off of. That's what TopstepTV is all about, having a trading buddy with what can be a lonely journey in this whole trading game. Hear what the success rates and failure rates may or may not be in this industry. Things like TopstepTV to be able to hang out with and bounce ideas off, pick you up when you need to get a pick me up, and kick you in the ass when you need one as well. Anyways, that's awesome stuff. That's what we do here. Anyways, coming up the other side of this, I said Arshad's joining us. His nickname is The Wiz. I gotta get a load of this. Anyways, we got TopstepTV Power Players coming up next. Let's go.
Many times, the fear is not just a fear of losing, but a fear of feeling like a loser, that we're fearing failure. And so we need to rehearse the mindset that losses are part of the game, there's inherent uncertainty in financial markets, and that our evaluation of ourselves is based on our learning and our growth and our development, not by our absolute P&L at any moment. So again, it's back to the cognitive approach, changing our thinking about success and failure, because if we can learn from quote unquote failure, then it's not so much of a threat.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Got to know this guy a little bit in the green room. I'm very, very excited for this Power Players. Welcome, everybody. This is Arshad the Wiz joining us on TopStep TV. Arshad, you are now officially a Power Player, but before we get to that, I do have an announcement for everyone. All our TopStep X live traders currently experiencing an issue impacting TopStep X live trading access for some traders there. Our team is working closely with our partners to get things resolved as soon as possible. In the meantime, we have flattened all trades, canceled any open orders, and trading access will remain restricted until the issue is fully resolved. While we don't have a timeline for when it'll be resolved, we will keep you updated in real time. Thanks for your patience, guys. Thanks for your patience. We will make sure we keep you guys updated on that. Anyways, let's get right into it. Arshad, welcome to Topstep TV. You are the Wiz. I got a couple questions for you. As always, I like to start. How did we find you, and how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
Yeah, found Topstep when you guys went essentially live on YouTube, and when you guys started to really make some waves in the prop firm industry. And after getting wrecked for 3 years, there's only a place that you can really get to learn on how to really trade right, and that's the prop firms. You know, that's where you can really fail really quickly and learn how to fail fast and then move forward. You know, when you go into the markets, it's really hard to really be able to put a lot of capital behind and then be able to fail and then learn from it. So prop firms was that great place after you get wrecked in small caps and get wrecked in options and all that good stuff. Like, you really understand that you need to kind of come back and kind of learn on how to really trade right. So that's where I found Topstep, and ever since then, my trading has really became more sophisticated and refined along the way.
Nice.
So I did want to
go ahead, Arshad.
And I was telling Adobe that I felt like I know that a lot of traders here usually get tuned out in the bio aspect and take some trades. So I felt like we can screen share and set some levels right now.
Yeah.
And then
let's get into it. Let's get into it, the Wiz. I love this. Let's get right into this.
Let's do it.
50K Express Market account. Hell yeah.
Okay, so traders, the way I trade, honestly, it's literally just using the 1 minute chart and the 60-minute chart. So the 1 hour. You don't need to look anywhere else, especially in futures, because in futures, you're literally trading and you're wanting 20, 30 points out of a trade, and those base hits are going to add up, right? So understanding the direction of the market and all that extra stuff will help in options. But when you're trading futures, let's go just level to level, and that's what I call it. So everyone, I hope that we can like have the chat community follow along. If you guys have a lot of indicators, moving averages, RSI, VWAPs, all that good stuff, erase it if you're a new trader. Let's start from the beginning. Let's just start from the basis and understanding why things move the way they do, right? So zoom in. Is my charts good?
Yeah.
All right. It's very simple. All right. My strategy is no strategy. I just read price action from the get-go. So Dobie, Andre, if you guys have your charts and you guys are following a lot of lines and using a lot of indicators, erase it now.
Gone.
So
they're gone.
Get
out of here. Get out of here. Indicators
right.
Gone.
So essentially what I use primarily is two things, the horizontal ray and the trend line. So let's put a horizontal ray on the previous 1 hour. And we got one line set up right there, right?
Yep.
On the bottom first candle, that's the previous hour at the 10 a.m. Central Time candle, right? Then we put another line, another horizontal line, ray on top of that candle. Okay, so we got two lines, guys.
Yes.
Now, if we add it to the bottom wick and the top wick, now we got 4 lines. What is going on right now? It is this current hour really this last wick. And you can see in real time, as we're speaking, that it is really trying to see if it can hold. And I don't trust anything that can break through that line. If it's breaking through, I am not going to try to take that trade because that level is not holding as strong as it should. As you can see previously, it did hold that level before. So right now, as you can see in real time, this level is holding, and we didn't do anything. We didn't have no indicators, nothing.
Are you long?
Looking at the actual trade.
Are you long though?
Right now, I would be long. But if it falls below this line, I would be out. That's how strong or how.
What would be your stop? So if I put in a trade right now, which I just did, so I'm in the trading combine.
Okay, but
what's
it's
the
not.
stop?
It's really wonky on this level, right? Because it already busted through. It didn't hold as much as this side did, but you can see right now the bulls are really not trying to let it go down. Now, if it goes down, you have to be careful because you have to look to the left, and this is the next stop. This wick is the only thing to your left on the bottom, right? So if we look right now, it's a constant battle that's happening right now, right in front of us. The problem is that it's also, we know that the volume is also very low today. You can tell by just the price actions that's been going on. You can tell a lot of people are trying to understand what levels should be played after that whole election. So as of now, this level is currently holding, but it's still not giving me enough validation because it's underneath, right? So if it closes underneath this, what's that?
What are you waiting for a confirmation then?
Gold selling off.
I like to see a retest. So like, here, let me show you.
Like a move up to like 150s and then back down to 143s.
This bull. So if someone
I think you might have that. Andre, it might be that glitch that happens, the mouse glitch.
The mouse moves?
Arshad, don't move your mouse if you're going to talk about your charts.
For right now, until we fix it. That
Yeah,
works.
for right now.
I got stuck right. Hello?
So far, this trade's pretty good. Not gonna lie.
So right now, you can see what's happening is someone that wanted to short, they could have gone in short right there if someone missed that long trade, right? Because there's always trades happening. It's just risk management that Dakota always explains. So if we zoom in, what just happened? It got rejected right here. What's going on the 1 hour? It literally got rejected on the left-hand side. And boom, someone that shorted at 154 would have had a nice 10-point move off that short, right? But that's only if you miss this one move from the bottom side. So right now, it's literally just going back and forth. Someone could have gotten short at the 154, or someone could have got long at the 143. Now, anyone that's trying to get into a position right now is not going to be in a good position because you're kind of, like Hogue says, diddling in the middle of these two things. And what's happening here between this bottom of the candle on the 1 hour and the wick? That's all that's happening.
But is it the bottom of the 1 hour a good trade location though? I mean, that's like 1 hour is pretty strong candlestick. So like I was saying before, what are you looking for to get into a long here? Like, are you a range trader, like momentum trader?
So right now I'm a level to level. So my long would have been at that 143 right here in the bottom.
Ah, okay. So I got long at the right spot then, right? That's what you were saying.
You got long at the right spot because it held.
Yeah, 144.
But if anyone wanted to try a short, they would have shorted at the 154 at that bottom of that 1 hour candle.
Okay.
So
let's
if you
say
see this one, go for it.
Let's say you were long. Are you looking to take profit at 154 or looking to take profit?
You could if it's not breaking this level. If it wasn't breaking this level, then I would maybe, like, if I had a few contracts, maybe I would have took off one just to kind of like get some gains in. But you can see it keeps getting rejected at that 154 because of the 1 hour on the left-hand side of my screen. It got rejected because it can't push through this bottom of the candle. So the bears are really trying to hold that level down while the bulls are trying to really not let it slip underneath this 143 level. Because if it does, if it falls underneath this 143 on the wick on the previous hour, then we have to look to the left, and that can go all the way down to now 128 because of that previous one wick.
Okay. So we touched 154s, and now we're back down to around like 145s. Is that your entry to get long then? Because that's a retrace.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, that could be a good way to retrace. Exactly. You know,
got it.
If you wanted to get in, and now you can see it's still fighting. It's still fighting that 154, and the Bears are really holding it down right now.
Speaking of gains, go ahead, Greg. You have a question?
Yeah, I think I knew where you were going with that. Arshad, I got to ask you. I'm dying to ask you. The Wiz. Where'd you get the nickname?
Oh, man, I just made that stuff up.
Love it.
Did you really? Did you really? I love you already, man.
I made up my own name, too. Guess we got it.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to that screen right now, that could have been an amazing short back to back to back. You see what I'm saying? And now it's just literally...
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, 154s. It got rejected. So people like that missed that long side could have easily shorted it. And so from that 154, if you wanted to get a better entry.
All right. So, anyways, going back to what I was going to say. Speaking of gains, I was asking you in the green room. You know, do you work out either before you trade or after you trade? And you said before, and what I was curious is that you said you don't really actually start trading until about 10 a.m. Central Time. Can you talk about how that impacts your trading and not being there for the open? How does that help or hurt your trading system?
Yeah, as a level-to-level trader, I try not to have... With level-to-level trading, it kind of it actually does not work as well in momentum moves. And momentum moves are right at market open. So it can really rip through some levels. So I wait until markets come down to a slower period right now, where I can actually go from level to level and not even have a bias in those initial moments. So what I even do is this strategy, which is not a strategy, is literally just going level to level. It can happen at any time of the day because you're only trading the previous 1 hour candle. So I just let volatility take it away, or let volatility kind of settle. And then I can come in with a more structured mindset and not let volatility and momentum get the best of me, because that's my weakest point. Is when I see like 50-point moves, 60-point moves at market open, I want to jump in so badly, but I know I'm going to get wrecked just as hard. So I try to just make sure that once I can like figure out what the levels are for the day or how levels are being kind of set in terms of the tone of the day, then I'll come in. And as you can see, Dobie, right now that level was not holding. They tried to retest it. It broke through. You know, so now I it's completely invalidated after that 143 break, because that broke the level. Then it's no longer validated. Just like how they the author of Bar by Bar, reading price charts bar by bar.
Bar by bar?
He says,
who wrote that one?
Look
that up.
I don't want my screen to freeze.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody,
hey, really quick,
chat knows
just a
the
quick
answer.
update. Quick update. The email has been sent out for those. Check their email yet. Referring to the ongoing issue with Topstep X live trading X right now. Our team is working closely with our partners to resolve this quickly. In the meantime, we have flattened all trades, canceled open orders, and restricted trading access until the issue is resolved. We don't have a specific time frame for the fix, but we'll keep you posted on updates as they become available. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Of course, we're committed to getting you back to trading as soon as you possible. If any questions, feel free to reach out. Again, we just, in case you did not get the email or have checked your email, just a quick reminder that we are working on it here in real time on TopstepTV. Let's get back to our shot. We're talking about bar to bar, level to level. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 21,137. Pretty much putting in new lows. Low of the day, 21,133. So about 2 points, 1 point off the lows now. ES getting a little heavy too. Tracking for 6,000 evens. ES, 6,000 evens. Interesting to see what we do around that big fat round number. Last trade, 6,004. 6,004. Looking at, I still got the Bitcoin up. Hold on, let me get Bitcoin out of here real quick. Took a Bitcoin trade this morning. That was actually a winner. Dow, look at that trend line lower. Dow just selling off, making new lows of the day, 44,178. Looking at crude oil, last trade, $68.27, about 50 cents off the lows. Saw a nice 50-cent pop about an hour ago. And looking at gold to the downside as well, 2,600 even. Last trade, about $5 off the lows right there. Okay, Arshad, we're starting to see some more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. Now, I know you play level to level. It's kind of like a support and resistance type of trader. So, momentum. Exactly. If you ever get with the momentum, you know what? We are in a downward trend today, and you're just looking to sell into pressure, so to speak, Arshad. How do you play this type of market action?
So that's a great question. If I wanted to become a long trader and really focus on that bigger game plan, the best you can get from a long trade, in my perspective, as of right now, is this blue downtrend line. So if you're really trying to say, I want to get long, the best that you really have right now that you can go long on and actually get the type of points you want is up until this trend line. Like right now, that trend line is holding. So if you want to short at that trend line, or if you want to continuously play on the short side, you have a little bit more of a favor, because the bears are not letting you kind of break this downward trend. So that's what I look at in terms of whether I want to buy or sell at levels. So buying at this level right here would have been nice, but it's better to short knowing that the shorts are more favored at the time of the day today. So unless the bulls can really come around and change that narrative, right now the bears have a little bit more control. So another thing I wanted to also show the chat was, why did it bounce? Now, if I delete my lines, why did it bounce right here at the 143 level earlier? And if you kind of see, if you see this big bounce, why was there so much volume there? So you have to kind of go back, and as the markets were coming down, if you drew that level right here, you can see it literally came to that level where it was a few days ago, and it literally bounced off this level right here. So there's no hocus pocus magic like VWAP or moving averages or RSIs that did that. It's literally just coming down to the candles.
Because fighting words.
You're gonna get the chat fired up. You're gonna get the chat really fired up with that last comment.
You just speak ill about VWAP.
Yeah, you're gonna get the chat really fired up.
Okay, did you take a long?
Here we go.
Wait. Let me give a disclaimer. Let me give a disclaimer first. I used to have 6 subcharts and like 4 indicators on my charts. I was trying to find the holy grail back then. What I learned was when it hits a certain line on my chart, when it was the moving average of 20, I took it as like there was actual meaning behind it, but really it always hits it every so often because the line is the moving average, you know? So in my perspective, and in my opinion, I feel like what the most universal thing right now for charts is price and time. And that's what we all have, which is the candlesticks. So that's how I see it. I look at it like Dakota looks at it, very bare, very. And so right now, what's going on? You can see that they're really trying to come back into the zone. And that's literally what's going on right now at this very exact moment. It's trying to really reclaim this area, but they really can't. The 154 to the 144. And right here, you can see it's trying to go green. It's trying to go green on this candle. And right here, it pushed through, right? It pushed through. So for me, that level is now invalidated because the bulls were able to really push through. What's that?
You going to short it?
I mean, I wouldn't short it because it pushed right through. So my next short, my best short opportunity is going to be at the 178. And the best reason why 178 would be a better short.
Okay.
178, okay.
Yeah, 178 would be a better short because also algos love to come break and retest. So right here at 10:56 a.m., it broke through, but it never came back and retested that level or that wick. So as you can see, it's making its way there. 178.25 would be my next level of short, especially because it broke through. Now, I know, does it get there now? I don't know. But when it does get there, that's when I would want to short.
And then how come so we didn't take a long off of 21,130, right? Even though we had, 1 hour candlesticks. Do you only use the previous 1 hour candlestick or do you use like historical 1 hour candlesticks too?
So if there's nothing in space, like right here, it's coming down, I would have looked at this one wick because so I would have added a line right here.
Yeah.
Oh, you're moving your mouse.
That's why there was so much
the mouse.
The mouse. Yeah, sorry.
Hold on, Wiz. Hold on. Yeah, 178's Dolby. I think we like the 178s.
Yeah,
the Wiz is loving. Oh, do you? Okay, sweet. Maybe even stick a little 1E in there. We're just doing sim trade, but still, just to.
Oh, I got you.
So right now,
keep the vibes. We're trying to keep a positive vibe here today. What's up, Arshad?
So right now, like my next level would be either at 144 to buy or 128. My better bet would be at 128 because it has already broken through and it hasn't come and retested this. But it's also a good level if people want to take that trade at 144. But again, markets are it has a lot of low volume at the moment right now. So
sounds like a good range trade.
Yeah, so right now it's kind of ranging right now, and it's really trying to, if you look at those 60 minutes right here, it's just really trying to break this 1 hour bottom candle. That's literally what it's trying to do. And it can't do that yet, so it's just kind of going back and forth to see what move it wants to make next. I wouldn't short until 178 at the wick test or come down to the 128 because right now it's almost a whipsaw that's going on. But it has to get to one of those as the next level.
Love it. All right, so we got to look for those 170. All right, looking for 140.
And for all my VWAP traders, I love VWAP. I just used to rely too much on it.
You said VWAP was hocus pocus.
It's not okay. I meant in terms of like the EMAs and the MAs when it hits those lines. I feel like they're significant, but in terms of for futures traders, I feel like the moves are so quick and so fast that we shouldn't be only relying on those. Now, if you're looking at the moving average of the 200 for a like an Apple trade where there's a lot more big money and longer swing trade opportunities. Yeah, looking at moving averages, looking at where the EMAs are, that makes sense. But in this type of it's the moves are so quick that the VWAP and the algos are really not.
I know what you're saying. Arshad, you read price action. You read supply and demand. Supply and demand is undefeated in the markets. Who's winning the tug of war in real time at that moment? You can take your support, you can take your resistance, you can throw it out the window because in real time, levels don't matter. If big size wants to come in and buy the market and push it up through what people could consider resistance. You can, throw resistance out the window. If Goldman Sachs wants to come in and buy 10,000 S&Ps, it doesn't matter what your resistance levels are. Supply and demand conquers all. I think that's essentially what you're trying to say. I know I'm giving you a bit of a hard time saying, VWAP this, EMAs that. Those don't matter in real time because price action, supply and demand rules everything. So I understand what you're saying. I'm just giving you a hard time because the chat went nuts when you said VWAP is hocus pocus because I love when people come into the pot.
Okay,
this is why I know.
It's a great movie.
This is why I love trading. We have creatures from all over the planet, all different races, religions, genders, backgrounds, education. That's why I love this trading stuff because it brings all this. We're just all a bunch of misfit outcasts. Bring us all together for this one thing that we love so much that this is what we're all about. So everyone, there's different ways to do this. Like everyone's got a different way to do these markets. You can be robotic about it. You can be feel about it. You can be price action about it. So Arshad, I'm just giving you a hard time. I love hearing different perspectives, and people need to be open-minded. People need to be open-minded to how other people's trade. You can take a little bit from here, a little bit from there, and kind of mix it in your cauldron, stir it up, and maybe you have a new trading strategy for that day. So anyways, Arshad, we're coming up to these 178s, right?
Yeah. So right now, what happened was at the 154, what the longs did was they were able to break through the level and come back and retest. They were able to come back and retest here. Now, can they hold it? Again, I'm not trying to trade anything until it gets to an actual level for me. My level is, again, at the 178, and it can be between 178 and the 184. That zone is a really great zone to short because that is where the longs will really have to kind of define themselves if they are in control. So again,
would you consider yourself more of a range trader or more of like a momentum trader?
Range. Yeah.
Okay, well, range is looking upper in this range. 178. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Where are you at, Rashad? Wait, Wiz. All right, cool. Wiz is still there. Uh-oh.
But that's how I trade right now. Again, the markets are a little slow right now, considering that it's just ranging in the zone. But
range bound.
There were some great opportunities here on the retest because the longs pushed through. You could have got in at the 154 to long it because it broke through that level, and they're really holding on to it. As you can see, they're still holding on to that level, and here comes that opportunity to really see if you can take a short idea in the 178 to 184. It's invalidated to me at 184.5. I mean, 185.
That's your stop? So you go short 178s and then you have a stop at 84.5?
Well, if it passes this level, then, hey, to me, the bulls are still in control. The longs are still in control. So I would have ideally wanted to get in at this retest, but I'm not really good at talking and trading at the moment. My first time.
So. You just got to slip a limit order.
It's tricky, huh?
Let it work. You just got to let it work.
I applaud you guys for being able to take trades live and be able to talk at the same time.
I think also we got Coach Jay
in your belly.
Yeah, it's exactly Coach Jay in the house. We got Coach Jay long 3 NQ from 151, looking for 200s to the upside. Long from 151, 200s to the upside. Arshad, you were looking to the long side as well, right?
Once it broke through at this 154 level and it came back and retested, that's where I would have taken the chance to take a long because it broke through the level. Now it's coming back down again to this level. So longs can take a potential long again here, but if it breaks through this level, it's invalidated because that level doesn't hold.
But then how do you know?
Rashad, when you say level, what price are we talking about?
154 154.75 is the bottom of the previous 1 hour candle, and that's how I got the that's how I got the level.
Let's pull up the 1 hour.
And you can see it's on the other side of this level, so the longs are holding on to this movement, and it's now working its way back up after you could have gone along at that spot that I just talked about at 154.75 area. Like, obviously it's not going to be always all to the tick, especially on low volume, so you have to kind of give or kind of get what you can get at that entry.
So how do you determine when a level is invalidated, though? Because you keep on saying, oh, if we get to this level and then we trade through, then it's not valid. But you can't know it's invalid unless you have a trade on. So when do you put the trade on?
So if I wanted to take a trade, I would take a trade right here at 175, right? So let's just short.
You don't have to put it on. I'll put it on if you don't want to put it on.
Let's just do it. Let's just have a little fun. Putting on some
okay, I like it, man. The Wiz wants to get short. Let's go.
So if it comes down to this wick, what I learned also, which I applaud Matt Trades for, was the wick test. Ever since he showed me the power of the wick test, I've really seen some great opportunities to get in at those wicks. So right now it's gonna try. What I mean by wick test, if you guys look to the left of my screen.
Who said the wick test? Was that Trades by Matt? Was he the guy who
Trades
mentioned?
by Matt.
Wick test. Yeah, wow, my memory is on point.
Yeah, what's wick test again? Please refresh my memory. What's wick test?
So if we look to the left-hand side of the screen, of the three candles, you can see that this current candle right now, the first stop it's gonna have is this wick right here on the bottom from the 9 o'clock candle. That's going to be the first wick test. So once if it can break through that, then it can go to 184. After that, if it breaks through even that level, then you have till 206 again. But right now, again, it's coming back, guys, to that level, coming to retest. It broke through, coming back for a retest again.
Do you have long bids?
We can even get in a long right here if we want to. Let's see.
You said 154s, right?
Yeah, 154 area. I mean, again, it's low volume, so we have to be very careful. And the shorts have a lot more leverage because it's a downtrend. But okay, I don't think I'll get if I can get.
Where'd your stop be? Let's say, like theoretically, you got long 21,000.
Did you say underneath? Did you say
underneath the 154?
I love you, man. You're such a vibe. Right? You just feel this. Yeah,
but that's why I learned in bar by bar is you need to be that precise to have it one tick underneath because it's invalidated. The level has officially broken because it pushed through. So you can see I didn't get tagged in. I wish I did, but now it's bouncing right back up. I was a little too there were a little too many happy bulls to kind of get at that level, and I didn't get tagged in. So. As you can see, it's coming back. Let's see. It's still holding this level. So there's nothing going on right now, but this level is holding on this side of the candle, right? And what is going on? If we look to the 1 hour, what is really going on is just fighting this one bottom candle of the previous 1 hour. That's all it's doing.
What level is that? That is.
All right, let's see. If it pushes through, I am out. How much did I get tagged in for? One? So I got tagged in precisely. Look at that. I got tagged in right on the dot.
There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Please work. Please work.
Wiz is in a trade.
Please make this trade work.
So shit. I had 54 evens and it didn't even fill.
But I got tagged in perfectly. And now I will sell at that 178 if I wanted to at that wick test. And I got tagged in with no key. I literally got tagged in on the tick, which was nice.
That's right.
Let's hope that it holds, right? If it doesn't, I can't predict the market. If it wants to break through, that's not me. And I got stopped out because it broke that level.
Hey, Wiz, what price did you get?
I was at 154.
Long from 154?
That's an incredibly
But now I'm out because I got tagged out.
That is an incredibly. What's your average stop in NQ?
So I'm trying to be that refined and that sophisticated. Obviously, if you guys see my history, I've been getting wrecked a lot in the past. So now I'm trying to.
It was like a
If
point
I
and a
even
half.
kept this small.
You're flat. Hold on. Wait, you got stopped out already?
Yeah, what?
Man, you're like,
talk about your stop.
Stopped out.
Talk about your stop.
That
I'm filled
was
now.
super
At
tight,
54.
Wiz.
You already stopped out. Yeah, it's like a point and a half stop.
That was
So that's my problem too, guys. I am not.
Okay.
I am not that great, and I'm still refining my strategy.
All
but
good,
I
all
should
good.
not. If I didn't get stopped out, I would have been great right now. You know.
We're in. You got out too fast, homie. Man, you were in and out
No,
of the
but
thing
see,
super
that's.
fast.
But I don't like that it broke the level.
I know we do.
I don't like that it
now it's
broke
going
this
back
level.
down.
You see?
Dude, that was
Maybe-
gnarly.
oh, no.
Because it
Like,
broke
stop.
that level.
That was incredible.
How many trades are you taking in a day?
We can talk about that in a couple of weeks when I come back on air. When everyone doesn't
No.
Dude, stay tuned. I love you, Wiz.
How many trades are you taking a day?
That's a teaser.
You
of the
see,
business.
that's why I got stopped out because it broke the level.
Yeah, but that's how every trade works. It works until it doesn't.
Well, hey, real quick
now it's
update on the
coming back
poll.
up.
We were talking about how the Wiz found Topstep. He found us on the live streams. We had the poll up in the chat. How did you hear of TopstepTV? Friend trader, 30%. Webinar live stream, educator, 29%. Internet commercial. We got internet commercials out there? Nah. 22%. Word of mouth forum, 18%. I love it.
Stop run. Oh my goodness, Trey.
Stop. No, do not do this.
Yeah, look at that. Like 20 pointer maybe. Actually, volatility's come into the NASI a little bit. The dome is starting to pick up, getting a little bit of wiggle action. So we might end up getting the test down to 130s. So we'll see. The Wiz. Sorry, the Wiz. Who is your favorite TopstepTV personality? You only get to pick one person.
Only one.
Oh God, you're gonna put me on the. You're gonna put me.
Yeah.
On the spot like that.
Yeah.
I say Topstep. I say Topstep.
There's no one named Topstep here. There's no one named
Topstep. Oh man, no, everyone's so great in their own respects. You know,
We're still bringing you back, Wiz. We're still bringing you back.
No matter what, we're just gonna bring you back regardless. You get to pick one. Why is it Andre? Why is Andre your favorite person?
It wouldn't be. It wouldn't be if I were you. It wouldn't be.
Wait, why would that not be though?
What about Rips? I don't know. In Rips, you and Rips were broing out in the green room. I thought it was Rips. You guys were like broing out hardcore in the green room.
Yeah, Rips counts.
Yeah, I mean, this was been an individual, like always being able to respond no matter how far he makes it in life. He's always been personable. So that's something that's a great quality about him. But everyone's great on here. I can't be put on the spot like that. Like everyone brings.
all right.
Very good.
Fair enough. I like
you had 143s listed Wiz earlier. Do you still like your 143s for a long?
No, it broke the level. So I'm gonna say
we're done. Okay.
Patient until that
nice risk
level,
management.
There's no reason.
Nice. Look at the sell off.
Yeah.
Nice risk management.
Yep.
Look at that.
I still want to know how many trades you take a day with a 1.5 point stop in NQ.
He ain't telling us. He ain't telling us. He's
Talk
acting like we
about-
don't have
see,
access
no.
to those trade reports.
I am
I don't know why I'm
actually.
asking. I don't even know why I'm asking. I'll look it up. You have your trade report.
No, that type of trading is not the way I'm showing on air. Like this is how I should be trading. Off air is when I become a DJ. All right.
That's the trader that's the trader the chat wants to see.
We got some stars coming here. That was nice though. We're stopped out. About the 154 super tight stop. Stopped out. How about that? Nice risk management. If he wants to get back in long, we can get back in long, even at a better price with minimal damage from that previous trade. The risk was handled. Hey, some people say it was a tight stop. I was not gonna say I was taking a back bit as well. You rarely see a 1 point stop. You know what?
It was tight.
It worked.
Hey, if it works,
it worked.
it works. If it
Dude,
works,
yes,
it works.
it's different strokes for different folks in this stuff. Like I know I giggle about it. I'm kind of having fun with this, but like there's something to this. There's different ways to do this. He is fun to guys. Like I know people are, just because it's foreign to you, haven't seen anything like this before, doesn't mean we should be like openly laughing at or having fun. He's got a cool vibe, cool energy about him, but he is a fun trader. So there's something to the method to his madness, right? So maybe we should just take notes. Like someone said in the chat, a buffet. What's up?
It is. It's a Topstep buffet.
A Topstep buffet. Take a little bit from here, take a little bit from there, put it on your plate, eat it all together. I mean, but all right, let's get back into this. 21,131 last trade, or 21,131 low. Yeah, what's up?
If we look at what's going on, this would have been a nice short because it broke through the level, came back and retested this. Short still showed control. That would have been a great short at the 143 because it broke through the level and they're still holding it down, right? So you could have got in at that short if anyone wanted to get into a short and work its way down. The first stop is going to be this 133 area because that's where and perfect. That would have been a beautiful short off that retest from the bottom side.
New lows. New lows.
So now here it comes down to this one wick that we saw right here. And okay, well that was
like longs.
Very low quality.
Getting there, 128s. It's coming.
Yeah, and let's see if it can rip through. If it does, then you have to move to the left again a little and say, okay, where do we need to go next? And, oh, boom. It bounced right off or right around that area. And you can see when it does that, people are throwing volume into that. And right now they're really trying to bounce off this. And there he goes. There goes a nice bounce. Can it hold? I don't know. I don't predict the markets. I don't do any of that. If it can hold, it can hold. If it can't, then you have to work your way towards the left and kind of see what is the next level that we can move towards. And you can see it's all these little wicks that they're trying to clean up down here. And what we can see is that it's still fighting this one wick area, right? It's literally just fighting this one wick area to the left. That's all it's doing. And now it's bouncing off that area.
So, wait, so I have a question. Are you redrawing your 1 hour candles on the hour every hour? And you're just kind of sliding everything down?
All the time. Every time there's a new hour, I erase the whole entire chart. And then I redo it. Yep.
Yeah. What I appreciate about your system is how simple you've gotten it, and you're just sticking to like 4 key levels, add in some risk management, trade level to level, and you kind of got a little stew going. So I guess my question to you now would be, what do you mentioned DGen Wiz. So what are you working on now? And what do you, when you come back in a couple of weeks and we're like, hey, Wiz, we asked you this question, what have you worked on? Yeah. What is the thing that you need to work on going forward?
Good question.
So right now, my biggest struggle is I've been able to now start passing combines, but I'm not comfortable mentally letting my XFAs go red. So when they do go red, like my struggle is it's hard for me to kind of let that simmer and wait for a better trade. I try to erase that red P&L with another trade quickly, and it just continuously adds up. So that's my struggle right now. And as you can see, it bounced right off that wick, right?
Yeah, it did. It did.
How about that? Now it came straight to that other level at 144, and the Bears are like, oh, hell no. And you could have been right there at the tick, and you could have took that short, and you could have got a nice 10-point move and just been chilling off that short.
I love it.
I dig that. I kind of like this. I like this.
Yeah.
Right? Like and look at that. It bounced right back down into that zone. And so now you're fighting this area, right? But look at that. It would have been a nice tick that you could have just waited to get tagged in and now comfortably sitting at 10 points right there. So
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
How about that?
Something.
So right now it's holding on to this last wick. If it falls through, say bye-bye to the next until the next level. And again, I don't like it because it's not holding this level. So I don't trust it at all. I would have been out by now.
Okay, so
if I was a long.
Let's say I'm just trying to dig deeper into your strategy here. So let's say we did get short 21,144 and we don't have any 1 hour candlesticks to the left to reference. What is your next point of reference since we're only drawing levels based off of the previous 1 hour?
I keep going all the way to the left. So right now, I do these levels with, but you can also see wicks are nice. Okay,
yeah, hands off mouse while you're talking. Sorry, it's hard.
Uh-oh.
Very, very finicky. The whole
it is.
mouse.
Hey, I got a little housekeeping to do. I got a little housekeeping to do. Just reminders for viewers to submit their questions for group coach. You see the form pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure to get those in as well. Yeah, group coaching coming up, and we'll pin that link to the top for about 15 minutes or so. Make sure to get those in as well. A little on this day when we get around to it. Again, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next with Mick. We got Real Deal Zach coming up. Top Step VIP Trader Jack P, my guy.
Oh, he's
Found
back.
him in VIP. That guy's a gem. Make sure to tune in for that. He'll be joining us at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Funny, man.
Yeah, man, he's wild. But make sure to tune in for that. We got some more good stuff packed for you here. TopstepTV. This is Power Players. We got Arshad the Wiz in the house. Keep pushing new lows here.
Okay, wait. So, Wiz, so you're still always using the 1 hour chart, right? So if we break down through your most recent 1 hour level, then we're looking left, but only on the 1 hour chart. So that would be levels like, what do we have? November 11th.
121.
Yep. Yeah.
And what it's doing is when there's a wick test, when we talk about wick test, it likes doing the wick test on the opposite side. So right here, we zoom in all the way to the left. The wick that's coming from the top side, it loves to like tap it if it does a wick test. So these are my levels right here now. Just by between 106 and 110, there are 3 areas that you can really find a better place. If you want it to be a long and if you have a bias, really want to find a good position with tight risk, I'd wait until it comes down to the 110 area to kind of clean up all that all those wicks on the bottom. So 110 to the 106. But it still needs to get through this 121, where I got the 121 and it just ripped right
man.
through.
Yeah. Ladders really changed.
That's why I would have been out
for that.
at that one tick move, right? So it's coming down to the 110s, 108s, and 106. That's where I would find a better entry to take if I wanted to take a long. So I should be patient, let it come, and it's going to come at one point if it wants to. Obviously, I can't dictate the markets or anything, but for them to get any longs to really tap into their orders, a lot of people are probably waiting right here in the 106 to the 110 zone.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. How do you determine? Let me see how to phrase this, because I like how you keep the levels really simple. I guess my next question would be like, how do you determine whether or not you're going to enter on a retest or trade it on a range? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a great question. Right now, since it ripped through this 128 level, actually, once it goes downside down on the right, once it goes down on the wicks, I kind of start deleting those levels because it's already cleaned up all that stuff. Now, the only thing on the top side I'm looking at is 143 again. So right here,
still selling off here.
Yeah.
So right now it's coming straight to that zone that we were just talking about, right? The 110 zone. And it literally people are buying that stuff up and not being patient because there's a lot of volume getting bought up right in that zone that we were just talking about. That's why it's pushing up, because it's low volume and people are trying to front run that level and trying to get into a position long. And so that's why it's kind of struggling right around this area. Now, if it can swipe through, if I was a long, I'd probably buy in at 98, knowing that 100 is right around the corner. And if the Bears are in control, I want to see what happens to this level before trying to even buy. But look at that. It's just anything that gets close to these 3 levels, it's just really strong once it gets down
so
there.
that's what I was asking. It's like, do you end up taking a short at 121 since we pierced through that? It's an hourly level, and now that's the retest. So we're going to do a short for the continuation trade down to say,
you can try a short at 121 right here.
21s. Last trade 120, new lows 111. 111. Still pushing lower here.
Right. We're on sim. We'll do it. We'll throw a short in and see how this plays. See how it plays. I think it's interesting, right? Because you have such a clearly defined rule set, but there is some what's the word? Discretion.
Do you see how it's holding it down at that level?
Yeah.
Because that's the 1 hour that we like. Yeah. Man, it's
that
nice.
120 was a good level to shoot. Even though to push through, and I don't like that. If there's wicks past that level, I just don't like it. Because that means that level is really not that strong. So I would short it, but be very, very tight on the stop loss, knowing that I've already pushed through.
Yeah.
And you can see
keep an eye on the 6,000s. Keep an eye on 6,000s in the S&Ps. Big fat round number. I know we got the NQ. We got all. So keep an eye on the S&Ps as well. We're trading 6,001 now. 6,000 in the orders. Low of the day 6,000.50. Let's see what they do with these 6,000s. I'm guessing there's some stops just beneath here.
So far.
Yeah, we are getting some decent price. Let's see what we do with these 6,000s here.
Is there news or something, Dre? Like what the hell's?
No, I'm looking. I'm looking. I don't see anything. I know we do have Kashkari speaking in an hour or so, but we got nothing. We got Harker speaking after the bell. I'm not seeing anything. We are getting a grind lower here. Let's see what we do with these 6,000s here in the ES. We are coming up on time here for power players. Here we go. There we go. There goes the stops. Just like that.
Joby, that would have been perfect, right? That 121
would have. There's no would have. We're short 21,119.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. All right.
So look at that. It came right down to that tick that we have that level on, and it's really trying to hold. Again, the 100s are right there, so watch out. That's what they're really trying to probably push through, because they know that a lot of people are not going to want to go into the 99s. And there goes the sweep.
Got him.
Look at that. There goes the sweep. There goes the stops. We are pushing to the downside here. I do want to say, Arshad, the Wiz, thank you so much for joining us. We got more sellers coming in here in the NASDAQ, just making new lows, 21,091. House account is short. It's a sim. We got issued to the left from 119. Arshad calling it just like he sees it. Everyone's goofing on him. He's got the last laugh. Arshad, the Wiz, thank you so much for joining us. We got sellers in the house. Shoulder tap coming up next. We got Jack and Mick joining us. We got Hogue and Robert. I'm sorry, Jack and Robert for group coaching. Make sure you get those questions in. And right now, let's turn it over to Shoulder Tap. Markets are moving. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
doing it live. We're doing it live.
Yes, we are. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack. That's Mick. We've all had long days, but now's the time for contemplation and general risk management questions. Mick, what's been up on your end today so far?
Well, been a busy day like they all are. We had, I think some of the viewers know, and I don't even know if I should be mentioning it here, but we had the little tech issue with the live accounts, and so getting those things flattened and all working orders canceled and whatnot, and restricting any trading for the remainder of the day. It was a few people that were affected, but we had to do some blanket adjustments to make sure nobody was getting stuck in position since we've got some movement in the markets, Jack.
Well, one of those people was me. So for the rest, I'll be on for the next 2 hours right now into 1 o'clock. That's why I'll be trading the handy dandy trading combine, not for lack of wanting to be in the live market.
It's funny you mentioned that. I was on a Zoom meeting doing a screen share and stuff like that, talking to some stakeholders involved in the situation. And, we had at the time, Dakota had some position on in his live account. And she's like, Mick, can you not flatten Dakota? I was like, I won't do it. He's in the money. As long as you let us know when he wants to get out, because he's in communication with us as one of our partners, and we still had access from our end of things to flatten from our administrative side where we do the monitoring. So that wasn't going to be an issue. So I was like, don't worry, Danielle, we'll keep that on. We'll keep it going for TV. And, lo and behold, he's up $5,400 with a good decision today.
I was going to say exactly. I knew who that was in that conversation. But yeah, great trading by Dakota. Right now, we're selling off even more. Dakota was short 5 NQ. He got out a little bit higher than here. This is maybe, to my knowledge, the biggest pullback we've seen on this ramp to the moon since the election, Mick. And We'll keep an eye on this here. Bounced a little bit off the lows right now. With that, Mick, I thought today we could discuss, there's a few questions that I've seen pop up again and again that I think are best directed towards a risk manager. So unless you have any other funded traders or anything you want to zone in on, we can take a look at those now.
Yeah, I got some shout outs. Shout out to Nicholas F. He's up 17 grand in his live account. We got a couple other people, Pinson, Adam, they're up 7,400 in their live accounts. I mentioned Dakota up 5,400. We got a lot of other people in the mid 4-figure range right now. Nicholas is the top dog today in the live account, being up a little over 17,000. So just throwing those out there to give a little credit for the people that are doing well. And let's dive into the questions, Jack. I'm ready. Anything that the viewers want. Open book here. Ask a risk manager anything.
All right, so put some of those in the chat. Here's a few that I've seen. First, can you go through a little bit without giving away our sauce? What the process is by which you guys decide who's going to go to live from an XFA account?
Yeah, that's a good question. We do look at just about everything. We want to see consistent profitability and good performance, good money management. For those of you that watch this segment regularly, when we do the trading cards and we have the performance metrics, this group of viewers should have a pretty good idea of what we like when it comes to live accounts, based off of the things that I feature. I have talking points there. There's things that I like and then areas for improvement. The things that I like, those are things that we're looking at. The areas for improvement are things that we want to see improvements on. First of all, capital preservation is the biggest thing. We want to see people that are managing their money well. So I'll break that down to the, average daily win, average winning days and average losing days. We want to see people that have average winning days that are consistently larger than their average losing days. Per trade basis is important too. What is your risk reward on a per trade basis? Now, we see someone who's risking, $2,000 to make $200. That's a 1 to 10 risk reward. That's not something we like. But the way our program works is traders also have the ability to reset their trading combine accounts. And you're obviously not resetting XFAs, and those are the accounts that we're looking at to go to live. But, let's say, Jack, you've got an XFA and I go back and I look at your past history, you might be doing really well in the XFA. Great metrics and everything, but I see that, on your path to earning that XFA, leading up to that trading combine pass, you had a habit of resetting multiple times in a day or resetting every day or other day. That kind of lets us know about that trader's trading habits. And if you have someone who's resetting their trading combine regularly to a degree, that tells us a little bit about what might happen in the live account. We call you up to a live account. It tells us about what might happen in the live account. I'll leave it at that. Sure. But I can say, our goal with calling up traders is we want to find good traders to move them to the prop firm, and we want those traders to stay in the live account. Topstep wasn't designed to keep everybody in sim forever. We want the cream to rise to the top, and we want consistently profitable traders to go to the live account, realize that they've, been successful, they've gotten called up by the prop firm, and now they're in a prop trading account, and we want those people to take it seriously. We don't want people swinging for the fences. I can't think of the name off the top of my head, Jack, that gal who we talk about who daily loss limit, many, many times. And I think
I know who she is.
two massive winning days in the live account. But, every other day. So it's like a 90% loss rate, 90% losing days. But those 10% winning days have got them at least keeping their head above the water to a degree. But overall, I mean, that was probably someone who, in hindsight, might not have been best to get called up to the live account. I know we actually reached out to that trader and said, hey, we'd rather have you just take a payout and close this account than have you continue to lose money and make donations to the market. So it's all from our lens. We want these traders to stay in the live accounts. We want them to be profitable. I'll tell you, we talk big numbers here, on the shout outs. TopstepTV, we talk leaderboard and, who's first, who's, this, that, and the other, as far as payouts and account balances go. The leaderboard and what you have in your account balance is definitely a way to look at the scoreboard. Payouts, definitely a way to look at the scoreboard. And those are all nice byproducts of good trading. But there are traders out there who may be better traders doing things at a smaller scale. I'm way more impressed with for any Chicago natives or baseball fans that, are in their upper 30s or 40s. I like the Mark Graces, who he was a first baseman for the Chicago Cubs. Nice batting average, hit a lot of singles, not a power hitter, not a home run hitter, but you could rely on him to get on base, and he was hitting singles. I find that to be way more impressive than someone who, hits a grand slam and then goes daily loss limit the next 5 days in a row. Really, I really do. I'd rather see someone make $200 a day, 4 days a week, and then 1 day a week lose $200 and do that week in, week out. That is, and we've talked about it. I feel like it's been a while since I've brought this up on a trading card, but like that kind of trading, if those traders are comfortable scaling their business and what they're doing, going from 1s and 2s to 2s and 3s or 1s and 2s to 3s and 4s, 5 contracts, whatever, that's something you can scale to grow your business. But that kind of trading, the consistent profitability, even if it's small, think of that as a foundation. Now, it's hard to build anything without a solid foundation. Any guy or gal could come into the markets and start slinging big size around and find short-term success on, I made 10 grand today. I made 10 grand yesterday as well. I'm a great trader now. No, that's not how it works. So there's a different way of looking at the scoreboard. So I feel like I might be giving a long answer, but I'm a little passionate about the topic. I'm a little passionate about the topic. So, we look at really everything, but we want the traders that we call up to stay in live accounts. And then there's the other end of it too. going back to what I mentioned, we don't want to keep good traders in sim. Our program wasn't designed to keep sim traders. Now, we have people that might be, doing the habitual resets and going through a lot of XFAs and whatnot. It gets to a certain point where we don't want traders who are profitable or consistently profitable to a degree, someone who's regularly taking payouts to stay in sim at the same point in time, So if we find them, someone who's, hey, I recognize this trader, they've been doing well. They've taken X amount in payouts, but and they may even have a live account simultaneously too. We might call them up early. It's like, okay, this trader's got a live account. Why are they focusing on 5X FAs? Boom, we're moving them over sooner, maybe with a low account balance. So that might be something when the viewers, now that we're showing the XFA to live call-ups and what their balances, are that ending balance of XFA that's going to be going to the live account. If you see some low numbers, that might be someone who's already got a live account. I think Michael had mentioned something about this last week too. We've got some ideas that are circulating around maybe going straight to live for certain traders based off of their trading history, their payout history. I'll just leave it at that because we're still in the works and talks about that stuff. But I know it was mentioned by Michael last week.
All right. Well, thanks for that thorough answer, Mick. Gabe, we want to go back to my screen real quick. Kind of an interesting area here. We got a little out over our skis selling off in that big 5-minute candle there. Kind of back and above where the short-term trend has been. Be interested to see what the people in chat are. I imagine long and staying that way. Was going to hit a quick question I saw and then ask you a juicier one for risk, Mick. As long as we're here, somebody asked if you can trade different products against each other, constructing your own spreads. And yeah, you can. In fact, since we're in the combine right here, Mick, I name my combines like everyone else, of course. And this is my not live account that I made because we're going to be trading it this afternoon. But the two other I have open right now are Biddy City, which is where I'm just going to trade micro Bitcoin, and Spread Town, where I have a position on right now. So right now, I am long 10 ZT, and I am short 5 ZNs to make the old 2's10 spread that I talked about. So, yeah, you can spread. I've noticed, depending on what you're spreading, the trading combine might not be the best place to do it because, you and I talked about spreads a lot last week. But if I'm trying to trade treasury spreads, you'll notice the reason I'm 10 by 5 right now is because you can only trade 15 contracts. So that's the biggest I can do. And as you can see, this position I've had on since I woke up this morning, and it's not really moving enough that it probably makes sense with getting in and getting out. But you could spread other things. I just want to give a quick, because we gave a long answer about this the other week. Is that people talk about hedging. You need to know the ratios of things too. I believe I calculated it, and to do a pure play between the ES and NQ, for instance, I think you would need to trade. I think it was 3 ES to 2 NQ if you're trying to play the difference. And be careful hedging yourself because those you can lose on both sides of those, or give yourself, especially if you're doing something, a simple example like the ES versus NQ, you may be giving yourself a false sense of security to size up because those things can really diverge depending on if tech's flying that day, if stocks are noting the interest rates, things like that.
Right.
Yeah, so feel free to experiment with it. That's what I'm kind of doing now in these combines.
I would suggest people, considering or keeping an eye on that. Hedging's one thing, spreading's another thing. I like how Jack mentioned the ratios, on 3ES to 2NQ. I mean, especially around the election time, that we had, a week ago today, if you looked at the and even today, I was going to mention the Russell when you started talking about spreading, and if we allow spreading, we don't do calendar spreads where you're taking Dece corn and trading that against March corn and trying to bull spread or bear spread and make profits based off the difference in change between those contracts in the same commodity. But last Tuesday, the Russell the love muscle, as Linda Rashke has called it. I referred to that. She was on here for a TopstepTV segment. Russell the love muscle. I mean, that was up 6% at one time. It was the residual strength leader as far as the indices go. We had S&P's, Dow, NASDAQ, they were all up around 2%, but the Russell was up 6%. Now today, you've got the Russell that's the laggard. It's down 2% on the day, and the other ones are a little bit less weak than that. As traders, you can play off the weakness or the strength in these indices, especially for our traders who are mainly focused on the equity indices, NASDAQ in particular. If you are considering spreading, I may want to sell the Russell and buy the NASDAQ, something like that. I'm selling the weakest market out there, or not. I'm selling the weakest of the indices, and I'm buying an index that is not as weak as that. That's a play. Some people might think, oh, I buy the Russell and then I sell the NASDAQ. I should probably not get into, reasoning behind that, but it's always, I'll just say it. I'll leave it at this. It's always good to sell strength and, sell weakness and buy strength, and not vice versa, where some people might, think, oh, well, the Russell's down more than the NASDAQ. I'm gonna buy the Russell and sell the NASDAQ because I think the Russell can bounce back up. That's really not the mindset that you want to have. But going back to the spreads, and I'll kind of wrap it up here. Look at correlations and stuff like that. I've talked about Moore's research. Moore does a great table for the breakdown of intermarket correlations. The correlations, there's not just one true correlation. You can look at 30-day correlations on all various products going out to, at least on Moore, 180-day correlations. And, typically your treasury bonds or your financial products should have an inverse relationship to equities. Equities in gold and stuff like that. All these correlations do change based off market conditions and economic conditions, but gold is a flight to safety. So you could, be bullish on gold and bearish on equities. Now, I feel like in the last decade we've seen, gold and equities, grinding higher. But there, you could trade corn against soybeans too. I could go buy 2 corn contracts and sell 1 soybean contract, and now I'm spreading corn versus beans. That was something I have a lot of experience in, doing market making and whatnot, and even prior to market making in the grains, that was something that a lot of traders did. So spreading something you can do. Last thing I'll say, and this kind of goes back to what Jack said, is there's still high risk to being spread and spreading your risk out. You could lose on both legs of the spread. And when I say both legs of the spread, the buying of one contract and the selling of another contract, those are the legs. The buy is one leg, the sell is the other leg. Jack, we just got our Series 3 recently, and I know a couple questions on there were along the lines of, not specifically saying that spreading limits your risk. It can, but it can also be more risky too.
No, that's where the big blowouts happen. And I'll say one more thing on this. Truth time. All right. If you're going to trade spreads, because I see sometimes in the chat people talking about hedging or stuff like that, but it seems kind of willy-nilly. If you're going to trade a spread, you better have a damn opinion on where the spread is going, and not just say, oh, I'm long a few NQ right now, I'm just going to sell an ES. That is not the way to do it. And the reason I never trade any of those spreads professionally, but the reason I would assume you'd want to hedge notionally on the values is because if you want to enter an ES versus NQ trade, I would assume that you think the gap between them is too wide or not enough, and you are playing the difference between them. So you got to make sure they add up. Now that doesn't work in bonds. You edge that by changes in yield, but we won't get into that. Anytime you feel the urge to hedge, so to speak, willy-nilly, 100% of the time, unless you have an opinion on the actual spread, you are better served by just reducing the risk of your position. You know what's a perfect hedge for the NQ? The NQ.
Yeah. Lighten up.
Right? Lighten up. Mick, we're almost up on time. If you can answer this in a minute or left, and I hesitate to ask it just because one individual must have spammed this question 400 times.
I promise I'll try. Let's do it. Spit it out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, 5 XFAs. You get transferred to live. Your limit is 15 contracts in the live. What's up?
Well, we have the scaling plan. And for traders that want expanded risk parameters in the live account, you can request those, and we will grant expanded risk parameters if it makes sense. We are not going to let someone with 5 XFAs, trade 75 S&P contracts if they have a $15,000 account balance. So, 5 XFAs in the 150K, 15 contracts apiece. That doesn't make any sense. If you got a 10 grand account, even if you have a $100,000 account, I mean, look at Dakota, for example. I mentioned he was up $5,400 today. He's got $375,000 in his live account. Do you think that I feel like I need to limit him to 15 contracts or a $3,000 daily loss limit? No, I don't. Call that risk line. If you're a live trader and you want expanded risk parameters, we will look into that for you, and we can accommodate if it makes sense. But like I said, to I think the second question or the first question that you had asked, Jack, about what do we look at when we're calling up to live? Our goal is to keep the traders that get called up to live, get them to stay in their live accounts. So we're not going to let anybody hang themselves with over leveraging. 15 contracts is a lot of contracts to trade, even on a $100,000 trading account. It's a lot, but we will, we'll work with the trader. So we're going to take it case by case too. If we've got someone who's, relatively low risk and they say, I want to have the ability to add to my position if it ever, is really in my favor and I have a strong bias, that's one thing versus someone who says, let me trade 50 contracts. I'm going to go 50 all in, all out every time. And there's someone who's habitually hit their daily loss limit, on the majority of their days. We're going to look at that. It's going to be subjective. It's not objective. Every trader is different. Everybody has a different strategy, and we'll work with you, but we want to set you up for success and keeping you in the live account. So that's my answer there. It's going to be different, but we're willing to work with you if it makes sense for you.
All right. Well, we're also not idiots, right? I mean, we're not going to let you get anywhere near your zero account balance if you have 75 NQs on. All right.
Yeah, we would trim that on the way down.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of contracts. None of us need to be trading 75 NQs, but good question. All right. I'm going to change something over right here, Mick, because I'm behind here. It says next, group coaching with Jack and Robert. Yep, that's in there. It'll appear in the Chiron right now. Group coaching is up next. We ran a little bit past time, but Mick, always a pleasure talking to you. We got to hang out sometime soon.
I'd like to come into the office on Monday with Gabe. We were just talking about grabbing lunch.
I'll see if I can swing it. Maybe I can do that. So, guys, thanks for watching the Shoulder Tap today. As I mentioned, group coaching is next with me and Robert on it. Get your questions in. It's going to be great. Remember to like, subscribe. That's how we get fed over here. So do that. We'll be back right after this break with group coaching. Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Group Coaching. I'm Jack behind the scenes, joined by Coach Robert, the Riz Man himself. What's the background today, Robert?
Oh, just a group coaching. It's a guy standing up there on the top of it. I'll just pop that off real quick. There's my cam. Boom. It's an old one. It's not a brand new one for today, but I was only on air right here, so just pop it in. That's not me. And everybody else in the audience looks the same. Welcome to AI.
Beautiful stuff. That is what is sending NVIDIA to the moon right now. I love it. With that, we still have the form pin where you can suggest more group coaching questions. And if we don't get to them today, we might tomorrow. So send them in. With that, Robert, are you ready to kick things off here?
I am. Let's get to it.
All right. Well, we just finished Shoulder Tap talking about excessive size. Our first question from Mr. B, I will call this person. How do you size up effectively?
Well, Jack, the really simple answer is change the contract from a 1 to a 2, and then 2 to a 3, and 3 to a 4. But I don't believe that's what Mr. B here is asking. You really just need to be comfortable with your process, comfortable with your strategy, and be consistent over time. Then you can start scaling up. If you're going from 1 to 2, that's the hardest jump because you're doubling your position, you're doubling your profits. Yeah, sure, but you could also double the potential losses. So once you get to it, you can add slowly. Now, if you're trading one mini, for example, and you want to size up, you can trade a mini and then 2 micros on the Topstep X. So that's totally fine as well. That's a nice, easier way to size up. But it's always best to take it slow, take it steady, and only do that when you're consistent. And Jack, I saw this question in here earlier, and I'm going to drag this over to the screen. This is me sizing up. This one actually happened to pop up. This is when I first started trading. I have a little laptop in the middle here. It's a notepad, the cup of coffee, of course. And on the right side is we're doing penny stocks trading. So Sure Trader on the right and TOS, Thinkorswim on the left-hand side for charting. So charting on one, trading on another, watching a chat. And of course, I have the big whiteboard of something I needed to look at. And that's what we have. There it is. That's what we used to do. So talk about sizing up. And once you see all these things here and you go, wow, okay, I guess what do I need to do to get better? And the answer was add another monitor, right? Isn't that what you're talking about? We just put another monitor, got rid of the whiteboard, added another monitor on there. But that's what we used to do. That was a penny stocks. And this is all about scaling up, sizing up, starting new, starting fresh. We've just had a great influx of traders coming in here, from other places. And I always want to say that everyone starts somewhere. We go through that in shoulder trap also, and in all the other segments. Be easy on yourself. Don't be in a hurry to size up. And you don't have to go for the gold every single day on every single trade. So I saw that one in there, and I figured that would be a little helpful. That everybody's going to start somewhere. Start small, get comfortable. After you get steady and consistent, you can start adding a little bit more on, but still stick to your plan. That's the only way you know it's going to work.
I've also said along the way that the more screens, the better the trader, and I've never once been proved wrong on that. One last thing I'll add before the next question that I see a lot from doing shoulder tap. Hey, if you're working for a firm or something, it'll never happen. You can't go at like lunchtime and be like, I'm up money today. I'd like to change my position limits. That's not how it works. Just because you're up money, don't be like, oh, I had 3,000. Now I have $10,000 to work with. I'm going to up my size by 3 times. That is galaxy brain thinking. Don't do it. With that, we'll go to the next question here. Nice long one. From, you guys got some usernames on here that are not pronounceable in my native tongue, but thank you.
Yeah.
Robert, I've started using tick charts lately, and I'm loving some of the benefits, which we've been over. But I'm really used to timed charts with a countdown timer. I don't understand why TradingView removes them when you switch to tick charts. I realize that elapsed time between candles will vary with tick charts. But would it be so hard just to see how many ticks are remaining in a candle? Is there any way that you know to enable this feature? Thanks a lot. Sage.
Yep. Well, it's not in there just yet. A lot of platforms have it. TradingView, it has that also. It's not on, you're looking at TopstepX X right here, but on the left-hand side, you can go into this support area. And the very top one is feature voting. You can go ahead and create a post or search through the post and see if that countdown timer, in fact, I know that the countdown timer is there. And then if you want to check the roadmap as well, you can see if it's listed on here, where it's listed on here, and then upvote it. Just a little up arrow right here. Click, it will change it. This is 603. Let me click it up. It went to 602, which means I had already upvoted it. So I'm going to put that back again. You go ahead and submit it in there. And I don't believe it's not a feeling of like how hard this is. It's a matter of where you're getting the data from. We have it. You can see the tick data on the right-hand side, but I understand what you're saying. You have a timer. You want a timer countdown. I'm going to tick chart right now, and you don't see it. So if I just click this over to 5 minutes, you can see the countdown timer. There it's 5 minutes, 4:59, 4:58, right? It's a countdown timer. But if I switch over to a tick chart, yes, we would like to be able to see the number of ticks left in that candle remaining before it actually closes and reaches our tick value, in this case, 500 ticks. So it's a great idea. It's in a lot of platforms. It'll be in TopstepX, and I believe it's on the roadmap already. So hang tight, upvote it. Should be okay.
Good stuff there, Robert. All right, coming to the next question here. This is from John. Hey, Coach. Would you recommend a personal daily profit target to start building consistency? If so, how and when would you scale it or eliminate it? Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the question. The personal daily profit target, I always make a suggestion to trade well first before shooting for profit targets. But I want to specifically answer what you're saying. I would definitely put it over $200. Why? Because you need 5 days, non-consecutive, of $200 or more in profits to be able to take a payout. So at the very baseline bottom goal, it should be, let's say, $225, just to make sure you have some coverage and some room in there. But John, if you're just starting out, just focus on trading well over time. And we always talk about win rates and risk reward. Those need to be looked at together. You can either have a really high win rate and your risk reward is terrible and not doing well, negative P&L, or you can have a low win rate and a really good risk reward and have a nice P&L. That's a code thing. My win rate needs to be a little higher, 75, 80%. If I'm 70% win rate, I'm generally losing just because I have an inverted risk reward ratio. And you have someone like Dakota who has the opposite. He's got a low win rate, but his risk rewards are really, really, really good. And he's the man right there. So he's the GOAT. So it's not what works for, it needs to be what works for you. Maintaining consistency And if you're looking specifically, I want to make sure I answer your personal daily profit target. I would definitely make that over the $200 mark so you get used to it, you get accustomed to it of hitting that target, because you are required to have 5 days of $200 or more to be eligible for payout. So that's a nice place to start. Good question.
Yeah, you got to let those strategies pay out. I was watching live this morning with Dakota, and it would have been, there were 30 or 40 opportunities for him to scratch that trade, take a small loss, take it off for 1-to-1, everything else. But if you're doing that, there's a strong possibility, especially if you have Dakota's method where he has fewer winners for larger numbers. Those trades that work out don't come along often. If you don't let them work out, you're kind of screwed. So something to watch there. With that, let's go to the next question here. Robert, do you like the ones in yellow, or are they don't ask?
No, that was just if we needed one, we can go back to the yellow. Green is go. All of them go. If it's a yellow one, if we run out of green, we jump into the yellows.
All right. Let's hear it from Anwar. I keep my risk the same on every trade. And sorry, let me look at this. I keep my risk the same in every trade and TP on every trade to maintain a 6R return. Look at Anwar. I see you guys always risk different amounts every trade. How do you manage risk in that way?
Anwar, great question. 6R return. That's super. Congratulations. You're doing really well. It really depends on the type of trader that you are. If you have your risk set up so it's the same each trade, kudos. If that works for you and that fits your style as a person, as an individual, as a trader, as an account size, as style of trading, your strategy, go for it. There's nothing wrong with that one way or the other. It's just a preference. Now, personal preference for myself and some others that are on here, I can only speak to myself about myself, is that I like to have a dynamic. I don't want to have a static risk reward because the market is dynamically changing. And the style that I trade that works with me is I'm going to say, oh, I like this setup. And if it breaks through a particular area, I believe it's going to go to X price, a certain price. Well, my risk might be 1-to-1 on that because of what that last pivot was. It might be 2-to-1, it might be 3-to-1. But I never risk more than 20 points NQ per trade. So if I say, yep, my pattern showed up, this is what I'm looking for, this is my setup, I believe it breaks one level, it's going to reach, speculating, right? I believe it's going to reach a certain level, and then I look at my risk, and it's more than 20 points, I just skip the trade. It's just something that I found out for the style that I like, for the trading that I do. If my stops are too far and I'm going after too much of a trade, it just doesn't work well for the system that I use and what I put together. So I am one of those traders that definitely uses a dynamic risk reward. Probably why my win rate needs to be higher, because sometimes I will, lose out, and a wick out, especially on NQ. If you're targeting a certain amount of points, let's say 10 points, and my risk is 20, and it starts moving around 1.2 points, 2 negative, 2 positive, and then all of a sudden it just wicks out and stops me out. Yeah, I just had a bad risk reward ratio. I might want to take the next trade and say, oh, wait a second, it's 10 points, but I only need a closer stop on this, and I get hit out again. So it's really going to matter on you, your system, your style. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the dynamic risk reward, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the static risk reward. If you're doing a 6R return, you're doing pretty well. And maintain that consistency, track it, and see if it works for you. I just don't like to have it in the same exact area all the time, because I may look and say, oh, if I did target a certain amount, a level, and I want to do a 2-to-1 risk reward, for example, that one might not be in the right spot for what I'm trying to do. I may have to extend it, and sometimes it's a little bit closer than a 1-to-1 as well. Just really matter. If I had 3 trades in a row, they were all 10 points, my risk on one might be 8, the risk on another 12, the risk on the third one 19. It really depends. That's what I liked about the static, and you don't have to let it go all the way to your stop. Once the trade shows that it is not doing what you wanted it or what you expected it to do, just close it. You don't always have to sit there and go, well, Robert, you're looking at your chart, you're always doing this opposite, an inverted risk reward of risking 3 to reward 1. That's what's sitting on the chart. Doesn't mean it's going to let it go there. And sometimes I'll move it a little further. It's like, wow, all right, we have its potential target. My targets are areas. There's zones. So my target area might be 5, 6, 7 points. Might be 2 or 3. Might be 12. But if it's a larger one, I'm just going to put my target somewhere in the middle. And if we start getting up towards it, I'll just close the trade. I have no problem. I am certainly not one to sit there and watch my trade go a 15-point target, watch it go 13 points in profit, only to lose 13 points, only to lose 15 to my stop loss. That is just not me. I have a hard time doing that. If it goes up to that area, that's good enough. I close it. So it's really hard to see sometimes the statistics of what I do don't work out as well as planned, because when you try and do statistics, this was a 20-point trade, but in reality, I took it off at 17 points. So it's kind of tough. The same thing with the stops also. I don't like this anymore. I'm just going to close it. I'll lose 2, 3, 5 points out of something instead of 15. And every once in a while, you lose 15, even more with slippage. So that's a great question. I like that when we always talk this risk reward stuff and managing the trades, managing the positions of what's going to work. If it works for you, looks like it is, stick with it.
Yeah, my best trades nowadays, it feels like, are when I'm sleeping, just because I can't be there to F with things. Something I need to think about a little bit more. All right, let's go on to the next question here. We got a question from Raja, who wants to know where to start learning about pre-market analysis.
Do you want to take this one? It's called 8 a.m. Central Time.
8. Early. I mean, where to learn about? I mean, figure out what your frameworks are. 8 a.m. is a good place to come to TopstepTV, which, by the way, if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, what are you doing here?
Threw you a softball there, Jack.
We're going to keep Muhammad off the show till we get a few more likes here. 8 a.m. each morning, Hogue, who gets up much earlier than 8, he's probably sitting down at 6:30. We'll go through all the charts in the most popular products, including ES and Q, gold, oil, all that good stuff. And he'll go through the market profile, gaps, trends, everything you need. We also have our daily levels in there. That's a great place to learn about pre-market analysis. There's a lot of other sources too. So find some reputable folks on YouTube, ask your mentors, ask your friends, your trading buddies, and find something that works for you, because Hogue does it a specific way, but there's lots of different ways to dissect what's going on in the markets before they open. All right. Yeah, scroll that real slow, Robert.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. Let's start at the top. It's daily levels. We post them, pin them to the chat every morning. Hogue goes through them. A lot of them. They're submitted from not only Hogue, but our coaches as well. Every day, every night, they go through, give us their information. You can just mouse over. You see this one here. It says Coach Vince. He has 22170 as resistance on the NQ for today, NQ and MNQ. Right under that, we have Coach Paul, and there's Coach Jay plotting off a daily ATR high. Jack is in here as well. We have Coach Ray as well, Coach Vince, Coach Paul, and where's Coach Jack? Coach Jack is always in on the. Here's the Dow is all Coach Vince. Corn is Coach Jack.
Other Jack.
And soybeans is Coach Jack. Yeah, this is JD's dad.
Yeah, it's Jack Doherty.
Excellent,
that is, in fact, JD's dad throwing out those corn levels for us.
Absolutely.
Before we go to the next question, just wanted to comment on the markets right now. Michael's V is alive and well here. We've retraced pretty much all the aggressive selling that happened. Kind of an interesting level here. And there's your thoughts on the market. Next question. These are two very interconnected questions. I feel like one kind of explains the other. From Boca. Coach, 2 questions. I passed a trading combine in about 15 days of trading, then blew it up. Then blew up on 1 day of over trading. How do I deal with that? And 2, I have a tendency of adding on a losing trade or moving my stop loss. How do I know with certainty the trade is not going my way and take a loss? There is no certainty. I'll just say that right away. What do you think? How can we help Boca here?
Well, let's see, talk about the second half of that. I agree with you that there's no certainty, but there is certainty if it's going not going the way he said. The trade is not going my way. Cool. It doesn't mean it's not certain, but it's certainty of following your plan. So you have an exit, and your exit could be your target or close to it. Your exit could be your stop or close to it, or change of market sentiment. Maybe you're watching VWAP, maybe watching an MA, maybe you're just watching another level, you're watching volume. Or maybe you're watching another trader and saying, well, oh, wow, I like what they're doing. I was going to hold this long, but they just decided to get out of the trade. Maybe you're using part of that. So yeah, you're not going to have certainty. How do you know for certain it's going to go against you? Don't. Well, you do know for certain if it's against your plan and your style and what you're trying to do with that trade. That would be the only certain part that I would say on that one, Jack. As far as passing the combine twice after 15 days of trading, but then you blew up in one day while over trading, we hear that a lot also. So I would beg the question of taking a look at your trading plan and seeing where your structure can change. So if it's taking you 15 days to pass, that means, and it's not slow, it shouldn't be in a rush, but if you're consistently passing them 15 days, well, you're making these nice, small, consistent, easy gains. That's amazing. And then if you're losing it in one day, is that following your plan? I don't think so. I don't know you at all, Boca, or I don't know what your trading plan looks like, but I'm willing to bet that it doesn't say on there to lose that much money in any given day. It's tough. It's the self-discipline is tough. You get this talking on your shoulder, that voice in your head, you get those emotions going. It's tough. So you need to figure out a way that works for you as to how to create that discipline. Write it in your plan. If you have a day where, let's just say, I'll just throw a number out, $500 max loss limit for the day, personal daily loss limit, $500. If you hit that $500, do you have the discipline to stand up and walk away? Or if you just get the itch to keep trading, you have a practice account you can use. Or maybe trade something different on a different stuff. You have different, say you have 3 different combines, and one you want to use for a certain product or a certain style, and then another you said, I'm going to hold this one for trends longer. And that's all up to you. But do you have that discipline that says, I hit my loss limit for the day, stop trading and walk away? There's a really cool feature on Topstep X called the lockout button. There's a personal daily loss limits you can set as well. Those are all in there. We get these little 5-minute or less videos. We'll put a link in the chat also. But take advantage of that. Go up to the top. It's a manual lockout. It's a little stop sign looking thing with an exclamation point in it. Right at the top of the screen up there. It's really, really helpful to a lot of traders. And some don't necessarily need it. It's over the years, I just developed that discipline. Say, yeah, all right, I'm done trading, and walk. And it's just something that I have. Not always. I always wanted to get back in there and try it. Let's try that one more time. And it burnt me for a long time. Once you feel the pain enough, Boca, you'll hopefully you'll start to learn that lesson and grow on that discipline and be able to walk away rather than losing an account in one day that you took, or 2 of them for that matter, that it took 15 days to build up. Take it easy, take it slow, try to trade without emotion, and follow your plan as to what's going on, what happens when you're hitting your loss limits.
All right, we got time to squeeze one more quick one. We could go as long as we want on this, but Z wants to know about our pre-trading routines. I wanted to just give one very specific thing that I did, not to go through all of it. But when I sat down every morning, we would start in the bond stuff. You had to be there by 6:30 or 7 in the morning, and the numbers all were at 7:30 Central, much like they are now, a lot of them. And one thing, maybe a tip for folks, is I had a legal pad, and I would turn it hot dog style. And for every number that was coming out, especially the major ones, I'd write in the middle what the forecast was, and then the high and low range of the analyst on either side of it, and then any whisper numbers even further than those, and then just put them right across there where I could see them. And then the second the number came out, I would know if it was basically risk on or risk off. That's one thing I did because we don't have long to answer. I'll get into the other stuff later. What about you, Robert?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. I'm going to take it away from trading because the first thing that happens for your pre-trading routine is not trading. Is getting a good night's sleep. It starts the night before. Coming into it with a clear head, clear mind. If you're a coffee drinker, grab yourself a cup of coffee. Make sure that you're well fed, well nourished. If you get an exercise routine, do that. If you meditate, do that. So the pre-trading routine it's pre-trading. It's before you sit down, even before you start mapping things out. Hopefully that helps. And I mean, there's more to trading than just trading. I wish we could do some more of that, Jack, and focus a little bit more on the psychology side. I am not a psychologist, and it's really hard for me to grasp a lot of that as well. But we've had some great ones on here, great trading therapists for sure. And I was going with that. Oh, trading we focus a lot on the charts and technicals and strategies, when the majority and the largest reason traders are not successful is due to the psychological aspect and the emotional aspect. I think we should really, I'm going to myself spend some more time on that, and I'll integrate that as much as I know into some more of the questions as well going forward, because I think it is super important and we don't touch on it enough. We focus on the charts all the time, which you need to do anyway, but I think we need to take some more emotion and self-looking to see what's going on, because that's trading. It will take out the best and the worst of every single person. So thanks for the questions, everyone.
Yeah, awesome questions. We'll get the ones we didn't some other time, but we got to end right here, because coming up next, we got Real Deal Zach in the house, as well as my alter ego, Topstep VIP trader, Jack P. That's not me. We got two Jack P's again. We'll sort through that. We'll be scouting trades. Zach made $209 as XFA yesterday morning during fast markets, and Jack P, last time he was here on the reversal challenge, made $447. As I recall, that was good, but it did not beat this Jack P, who won that day. And at 2 p.m., don't miss John London and Cami Capital are taking over Power Hour. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a nice little afternoon we have here. So stick around. We'll be back right after this break. See you then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the futures. We got Real Deal Zach and Jack P. Oh, we got two Jack P's today. Maybe they'll duke it out live on air to see who will be victorious amongst the Jack P's. Zach, you made a nice $209 in your XFA yesterday, and Jack P. Oh, Zona. We were calling you Zona for a while. Maybe we'll call you Zona for a bit if that works for you. Made $447 in your last appearance during the reversal challenge. Zona, how was the reversal challenge? Actually, we have two vets here. We have two reversal challenge vets. Let's talk about the reversal challenge a little bit. What are our opinions on the reversal challenge? Real Deal Zach, you just won, actually. But Jack P, that was the last segment you were on. What have you learned about yourself after doing the reversal challenge?
I think I learned that maybe I should switch my mind a little quicker. I got caught up long like 4 different times. So that was not fun, especially when it dumped right at the end. And then, you know, the emotional piece of it, I was like, it was in a little bit of a woozy because during the last like 2 seconds, I think it jumped like 50 points, and I almost won.
So it sounds about right. It sounds like the reversal challenge. Real Deal Zach, you actually won the reversal challenge last time. Are you still high off that victory? What have you learned?
I'm high off the victory, man. Don't sell me short, man. I'm back-to-back wins, 2 for 2 on the reversal challenge. But no, it's a really fun exercise to run. For me, it was setting some limit orders within that range, trying to just capitalize on what's going on right here, right now. So I think it can test you and make you really form a quick trade thesis. Are we in a range? Am I going to try to capitalize on that? Do I think we're going to break out to the upside or downside? You know, let me get in full port and hang on. So, yeah, it was fun.
We have the original Jackie P here. The segment is called Back to the Futures. However, we might call it Back to VWAP for the NASDAQ. Jack, what are you seeing in the markets here? Maybe even in the bonds? You want to take us a walk through the poppies before we start making some trades?
Yeah, first, let me say that was a professional level transition there, Dolby. For ease of clarity, everyone can call me Pelzer for the rest of this segment, and I will try and respond to it. Obviously, a V, as you mentioned, back to VWAP here, as it should be at 1 p.m. on a weekday when we're trading right now. Looking at the bonds, we are back through. Okay, so yields are increasing once again. We're getting back to the other end of my half-year range for the bond yields right now, clocking in 4.426. Around 4.5 is where things get interesting. We weren't able to break that right in the yields run following the election. Looks like we may be going back to test it again. That is where we're at now there. As far as right now, I'm kind of hands off for a little bit to see if we get some consolidation here. We're at VWAP now. The volume point of control above. I don't know. Anyone looking to get into anything off the bat here?
Yeah, this is a tricky spot, guys. Right back to VWAP, just like you said, kind of in the middle of this ranging, choppy area. If I'm zoomed out on the 5-minute, looking at prior day's high and session high, we're really headed right back to that area. Nice treasure map, V-shaped recovery. MP's treasure map is playing out here from yesterday. So this could be tricky. I've got the Dakota 5-minute 100-tick set up on NQ here. That's been fun to play around with. So I'm going to be watching the markets. I'm break even across XFAs. Took some losses, getting caught up in the chop. Caught some shorts back down. Brought me to break even. $1,000 in a combine on some more of those shorts, and now back all the way up to chopping at VWAP. So I want to see: are we going to start to reject here? Maybe drift a little bit lower, or are we just going to continue the treasure hunt all the way back up to IB high, maybe to session highs?
That'd be. I mean, I don't know.
We're Excuse me, IB high, maybe prior day high. IB high is session high.
Nice. And Zona, how are we trading today? Any levels you're looking at? Did you have some good P&Ls?
I made some levels before I got up. I'm locked out on my combines up 174. So only using the practice account today. But I have a level on NQ at about 21,200. So anything below that, I'm looking for a reversal candle. I don't feel like getting long here. I feel like that's too high on the day. If it was about 30 minutes ago, I'd consider it because I have another level down at 21,130, and I would have gone long there. I was not looking at the time, so. But
No problem.
I'm not looking for a long on the drift higher.
No longs on the drift higher. So you said long over 21,200. Is that what you said? If we can get over there.
Try and short below. Above it, I'm just flat. I'm just looking for shorts right now.
Got it. Got it. Real deal, Zach. How do you feel about shorts right now? And the NQ. Also, we don't even have to trade the NQ. We can trade different markets if NQ's being a fuddy-duddy.
Yeah, it's a cheap trade to the short side, but again, like gun to my head, I'm long right now. I don't have a gun to my head, so I'm not long just yet. It is hard. I would agree with Jack that it is difficult to take longs right now. We drifted all the way up. Really, this tight V-shaped recovery. We're sitting at VWAP, so it's a tough spot to get long. But I'm just looking at buyers back in control, bringing us up to this area. I do think there's a high potential that we just chop around here for a bit. But I just seen NQ and the U.S. indices in general pull so much of this, erase the move to the downside, recover all the way back up, and then this slow grind just continues into the afternoon. So I'm hesitant to short, man. I don't want to contradict anybody on here, but I'm patient. I think if we start to break out above this, I potentially look for a quick long. I like that area that he's got on his chart, the 21,200s. Again, I could see the cheap short here, but I'm just not convinced this is a pullback and, this trend for the morning is going to continue. If anything, maybe a quick short back down to the 150 area seemed to hold up pretty solid. That seems like a fairly important level on the charts. Maybe 160s.
160s, you're saying, for possible? Yeah.
Philby, since we are trading in the combine accounts right now, I think it's okay to have disagreements, maybe take some conflicting trades. Look at this pathetic. I'm on the 1 hour chart right now in the NQ. The other day we were talking about like this consolidation of, you can see where the election is back here, rocket to the moon consolidation. We have this very flabby, rounded head and shoulders pattern right here, which is very interesting. Like it's pretty perfect. And then you'll see where it broke down here. That's where we had that huge big sell-off, and then not so fast back up to VWAP. I guess I'm a little bit on the side of maybe looking for a cheap short, but I would be glad for Zach to be right.
Well, disagreement makes the market, boys. So feel free to put them in. We could have dueling house accounts if we want. We're on sim anyways right now. So Jack, if you want to go long, I can go short. You can go short. I can go long. However, we all want to feel it out. But the 1 p.m. session tends to be a little bit slow, so the range trade might reveal itself here.
I got to do it myself.
Just put it in. Just put it in, Jack. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
We are short 1 NQ.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Get in there. Also, make sure to like and subscribe, please. We're trying to get to 130,000 subscribers. I see us at 128 right now. It's not that far away. I only have 1.7 thousand likes. Is that true? Let me refresh. It's still 1.7. If we can get it up to 2,000 likes today, if not for TopstepTV, do it for Mo. Do it for Real Deal Zach. Do it for Zona.
Listen, guys, we're not talking anymore unless we get at least 500 more likes. This is ridiculous. Perfect. I love Muhammad on the show. I'm not. Muhammad, how are you doing today? I'm not talking at all. We need at least 1,000 more likes before I speak. I will not speak. And immediately, like count jumps, man.
Yeah, he has a way with words. And
he does.
Inspiring action from chat, which is just fantastic. Jack, what is your short entry location? Do we have that updated? Yes, we do. Short 21,180.
Closer to 81, but
close to the round.
It's not in my favor.
Zona, how's VIP been treating you recently?
I think the actual VIP experience has been great. I've been going on tilt recently. A lot of stuff going on in my life that's been reflected in trading. The moving into the condo, as you see behind me. Trying to deal with other family matters. It's been difficult and it's carried into trading. But the actual experience has been fantastic.
So you did get the condo, or is this a different condo?
No, the same condo. It is. Yes, this is the condo.
Okay.
It's great.
Okay. Awesome. You just moved in?
Yeah, literally Sunday. Literally Sunday.
Oh, no kidding. Because last time we talked, I think it was like early November, you were talking about getting a condo, and this is the condo.
Just now. We
Wow, look at that.
furnished it yesterday. We furnished it yesterday. I got a picture of my dog up here. Don't know if you can see that. It's pretty big. It's bigger than I need it. It's 1,000 square feet. It's bigger than I need it.
Solid. You can do some damage in 1,000 square feet.
Sorry, real quick. I'm long. I'm long 4 MNQ from 21,189.5. Just measuring out stop loss on this one. Try to figure out exactly where I want to place this.
So 21,189.5. Nice. Getting in there.
Yeah, 189.
Hey, don't know till you bet.
Yeah, man. I'm okay taking this kind of choppy, trying to peak above these highs, staying above VWAP. Back up towards just kind of the middle of this area of consolidation. Looking at a target, maybe 210-ish. Want to give it a little bit of room to breathe in case we want to pull back down and kind of retest some of these highs. But that's my entry. Yeah, I'm going to just manage this one on the way up. I'm going to go no take profit and just try to manage on the way up. Stop loss, I'm going to go with 52 for right now. I might tighten up if we do start to move. But for now, give it a little bit of room to breathe. Well, we're long America.
Nice. Yeah, there you go. Love to see it. I'm on Zach's side, even though I'm in the opposite position. I will say that you mentioned not having a take profit. Obviously, it's a long way to go for that. If I'm short the NQ or something like that, and I'm watching it, unless I'm asleep or have to put in a take profit, I don't like having it in there because you never know what's going to happen. And if something happens, it's going to the downside. Also, Q position generally isn't going to cost you or stuff like that. So I'm fine just hanging out for now.
Nice. We were trading some micro Bitcoin earlier. Have either of y'all tried trading the micro Bitcoin, or just in general, what is your stance towards, crypto? I feel like a boomer right now because I'm so out of the loop with crypto.
I think it's a fake asset with zero intrinsic value. And before someone says, oh, well, it doubled, it does not change its intrinsic value. And the miners, by the way, the miners that actually mine the Bitcoin, they pretty much riot, especially. It takes 100K. Bitcoin would have to be worth 100K for them to be profitable. And then there's a halving every 8 years, from my understanding, which would make it have to be 200K for them to be profitable. So it's a perma short, and whoever says Bitcoin is a tangible asset, it is not. It has no use case beyond anonymity. I think I said that right. And criminals. So
I love it.
Hot take. Hot take. I love
Jack
it.
B coming in to set the chat on fire.
That is right. Jack, I saw you doing a little clapping there. Is that something that you agree with about it not being a tangible asset?
I was just clapping for a hot take.
Okay.
I don't clap for lukewarm takes.
You just wanted the action. All right.
I'm not short. I don't have an opinion on Bitcoin. I'm not involved with it one way or another. I think that, it obviously could go as high. It reminds me, when you have all these people that are like, what was that? What was the company with Sailor, right? Where their new business plan is they're going to borrow billions and billions of dollars just to buy more Bitcoin. I guess I don't understand why anyone. Yeah, go ahead.
It's Bitcoin is kind of the same thing as Tesla. You can't short it because it has a ton of backers, but like Tesla, it really has no use case. And on Tesla's side, it's a little different because Elon has a history of never delivering on any promises ever. And, it's just both companies are worth so much less. I mean, it's not a company, Bitcoin, obviously, but they're both worth so much less than they are currently market pricing it in as. I said that wrong.
Man, you are coming with the spiciest of takes. This is like the level 9, level 10 hot ones right here. Level takes we got coming from Zona. You don't like Tesla? Really? You don't think the Tesla, you're just buying Elon Musk like when you were buying Apple, you were buying Steve Jobs?
I think Elon has taken so much of his focus and putting it on other things such as politics and his other ventures that he doesn't have time for Tesla. And I know many people who own Teslas and they all hate it. They have broken parts flying everywhere. It's a terribly made car. Other EV makers, my family, we have the Kia, and it's really a tremendous car. It's fantastic. So I just think the regular car companies like Toyota, the BMWs, the Audis of the world are going to take over the EV space and leave the Rivians, the Teslas, and the Lucids in the dust. And I'd compare Tesla to Rivian in terms of how big of a business I think they can have, which is none.
Is NP in chat? He has a lot of opinions on his Rivian. Oh, he's not in chat. Maybe MP felt the hairs on his neck raised because you said Rivian on air. How are trades going?
I love Rivian.
Okay.
I love Rivian. I just don't like their company. I think their car's great. Fairfield County, there's a ton of them. That's where I am, like ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
I called it Fairfield County bias because there's so many of them, but you actually go anywhere else and there's like none.
Oh, interesting. That's it. I kind of like that standpoint here. So speaking of Bitcoin, we're back up to $90,000. 90,000 coins up and to the right it goes, as well as the NASDAQ here. So any of the longs, Zach, you should be feeling pretty good right now about your long trade.
Yeah, longs looking okay. I added another micro. I'm in for 5 at 189. Risk is at 158 3/4. That's kind of if we're gonna just absolutely dump, that's my final stop out. I don't know that I want to see this thing come below these lows. I really would like to see it take off now. Just kind of grab a quick trade, maybe another $200 day in this XFA. You're struggling to break above this 1:55 p.m. high. I'd really like to see that crack here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Gain some confidence. Can be just a peak above before we start to sell off. So I'm going to actively manage this one. That's my game plan. There is a case where I let this come all the way back down to $300. Not a whole lot of risk. Again, pretty conservative in these 50K XFAs for the time being. But
all right, I'm throwing some orders in here. 78, 75, and 71 long in NQ. Come and get filled. Oh, I just had a question for. Damn, it left my head. Hold on. Zona, you said you weren't trading too hot. Are you using the lockout button just like in the morning?
Yeah,
It's like, for example, like if you know you're just like not feeling it, you just wake up immediately, lock out, and like go back to sleep. Is that sort of like the vibes you're in right now, just to make sure you don't place a trade?
Yeah, that's kind of the space I'm in. Yeah. Actually, it's funny because I went into the election season and I was very bullish the market. I knew who was going to win. He did win. I voted for him, and I did not place the trade in my combine on my personal account, not futures related. I was set up net long, but I'm still salty that I missed the move up, and now I finally it's been chopping the last like week, and that kind of
Okay. Did you get cut off there, or did you just like abruptly end that sentence?
No, I just didn't have much else to say. I mean, it's been chopped up.
Okay,
I missed the up move on the combine. I don't like trading chop. I like trading trend.
Trend trader. Zach, trend or range? Personal preference.
Yeah, I do like direction. I'm with Mr. Hot Take on this one that I missed most of that, which I respect. I really do. I'm not saying I'm going to be in full agreement with everything, but I respect the hot takes. Hang on one second, guys. I just want to manage this because we are taking off, trading 200.
Yeah.
To the moon.
I'm down $507. Got stopped out on that. It looked like it was consolidating and then just started taking off to it. We're through 200. Mohammed was pointing out to that as at least the level. So Zach, you got to win it.
Yeah, can we get a little bit more of a push above? I mean, I just I could see this being a peak above right over this 200 level, and then a rejection, which I don't love. Bookmap's not helping me out too much. Treasure map for the win is on the board, but I'm just I'm trying to determine if I really want to hang on to this thing.
I feel like Hindsight Capital should release something called Treasure Map and have it compete with Bookmap. That might be golden.
It's the way.
MP goes forget book map. We got treasure map. I know
That's
the guys
right.
over there. Yeah.
Ooh, poll in chat. Bitcoin question mark trading 90,000 now. Option A, 100,000 next stop and beyond, or option B, 80,000 will be the next stop. Where is Bitcoin getting off? 100K or 80K?
You want an even hotter take about Bitcoin?
Yeah, as hot as you can get, honestly, Zona.
I think. So listen, I think despite it being worth zero, it will go to 150,000 plus. Despite it being worth zero, it will do that.
Wow.
It will make you on paper very, very rich. I have no doubt about that. But it will still be worth zero. So if you like having millions that are actually worth zero, you're welcome. Do that.
So I have to assume your takes about all of the other altcoins are even spicier. Is that like like Beanie Baby level sort of hot take? That's what they're worth.
I don't know that reference.
Oh God, I'm so old.
Oh, God,
Jack,
you are.
Jack,
Colby.
it's over.
Colby,
It's over for us. It's over for us. Oh my God, what do you kids collect these days?
Yeah, hey,
Magic
I'm stopped at
Gathering
break even.
cards?
Just a quick trade update.
Like
I'm stopped at
Happened.
break
That was
even.
like 10 years ago.
Chat, it's over. It's over for us, chat. Beanie Baby reference? You remember Beanie Babies? These like those little like plush things that kids used to like buy in mass and like trade them like in grade school. They were like little. No Beanie Babies.
Nope.
All right. Well,
Pokemon cards. You guys don't see all the guys on YouTube with like a bajillion. Yeah, me and my brother-in-law we're hanging out together. I've got a bunch of nieces and nephews. We're like supposed to be getting a diffuser or something, and we're buying Pokemon cards to do Pokemon card pulls. I thought I might start doing that on my live streams. If the market's really slow, I'll just whip out Pokemon cards. I'll try to get the Charizard. I know nothing about Pokemon cards, but yeah, I don't have enough of a conviction to hold this one long, guys. Just talking about markets. Didn't want to let that one come back all the way down on me. I'd really want to leave my stop where it was. I don't know that I want to let almost $200 in profit turn into $300 in loss. So I'm out for break even. We're back down to VWAP. We come back up. I might try this again, but for right now, I'm going to sit patient. Not something I want to start scaling out of a couple micros and grab $50 on. I would have probably taken that off with not even a 1-to-1 risk to reward, to be honest, as I saw this kind of level over here, just middle of all this chop as a potential target. But
Damn, guys,
we are bouncing from VWAP to a degree.
I am so glad that I am in a combine right now because that would have been an absolutely brutal stop out. I think I got stopped out a half an NQ point off the most recent high there.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a lot of my trading. A lot of sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna make a run at that volume point of control, but we rejected. I was trying to be too cute by a half. So let's see if I get another opportunity.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, if this thing is going to break to the upside, I would have liked to see it do it right there. Again, I didn't give it any room to breathe, going stop loss to break even, kind of right at VWAP. So I'll take the stop out and then maybe see it run in my direction, just to preserve capital if it is going to pull farther back down, which I think can be the case, right? You know, we had this just gnarly push to the upside, V-shaped treasure map, and maybe we need to pull back down, check out the 150s again, or we're just going to chop, you know, in which case I really don't want to be caught sitting in a trade. But yeah, probably $2 profit, something like that. $9.60 on this XFA.
It's like lunch. We'll take it.
Yeah, man. Stack up those winning days.
It all adds up. So you're in the XFAs. Are you currently in that mode where you're trying to hit those $200 winning days just to start crossing that off the list so you can get to payout 10?
Yeah, so I try to update everybody because I do have that community. I run the free Discord and I trade live, all that fun stuff. I took an interesting stance when I came over to Topstep. So I'm only like 6 to 8 months in with you guys, and I blew a whole bunch of combines on the front end, just testing. First, it was with Tradeovate, and then trying to integrate with Topstep, then Topstep X. So really just getting comfortable with different market, different platform. Once I got past that, my goal was to get funded, And then once I got funded, it was to just continue to stack up accounts until I was max funded. And then the goal was, if possible, and I don't like to set these, difficult goals, you have to get something from the market, but it was to trade to a payout before I blew any of the XFAs that had activated. And I hit that. And now my goal is to start to get more aggressive in these 50K XFAs with the goal of eventually transitioning into the 150Ks. So I'm trading 150K combines really aggressively. I'm trying to hone in on that between being way too degenerate and spending too much time in them. But I'm stacking up XFAs passed on the back end with the goal of getting much more aggressive in these 50Ks. But right now, I've maintained this kind of conservative, $200, $300 risk per trade with the goal of hitting that $200. Maybe I'm hanging on to a winner and it's going to be a lot larger of a win. But that's kind of what I've just continued doing until I have a nice stack on backup, which I'm starting to get more aggressive in these, accept the risk of loss, which will inevitably come, and rotate into some 150K XFAs. Just start to put some more, money behind my trading, accept the increase investment in combines and resets and blown, XFAs that comes with it. But yeah, I'm happy with the way that I've done it so far. I think it's a logical step for most guys. Start small, even if you have experience in whatever other markets, you consider yourself consistent or profitable, whatever it is. Prove concept on a small scale. And then keep expectations in line, right? If you're trading your 50K XFA conservatively and you don't want to lose it, you're probably not going to shoot for that huge, $5,000, $10,000 day or payout even. And then if you do want to shoot for those larger payouts, you want to target the big board, you want to start to copy trade, and you're going to put on more risk. I think it's important to understand the risk of loss that you have there, and maybe how are you going to approach that? Stack up, past combines on the back end. Maybe set a monthly or weekly budget that you're willing to. I know MP doesn't like the word invest, but that you're willing to spend on combines and XFAs as you get more aggressive. So that's what I'm transitioning into right now. My risk management, my mindset, I just can't get aggressive on these until I know I have stuff on backup ready to roll. So I've got some, I want more on backup, and then more aggressive in these, eventually lose them, maybe work towards some larger payouts in some before I do, and then rotate in. But that's kind of been my progression coming into the end of the year here.
Yeah, that's some nice planning. Zona, I know you're kind of going through it right now. Do you have a plan for getting back into trading? Are you gonna like slow roll back in?
I have a lot of things to balance, just because I have to focus on the launching of what I'm going to do, and how I'm going to balance stacks. That's 6 to 7 hour work days. I monitor 60 stocks versus doing Topstep. So I think my goal is I'm just going to finish out the VIP, reevaluate from there. But it is really difficult watching 60 stocks every single day, especially if I miss a news event and all of a sudden my vol is up and the portfolio can't handle that.
Is there anything that you've learned from, let's say hypothetically, you never go back to trading futures ever again, and you just do the stock managing thing? What lessons are you going to take from futures to say portfolio management?
Well, I think the biggest lesson you'll learn is that the emotions that come out while trading futures are extremely different than you do while trading stocks, mostly because of the leverage. And I've learned how to control a lot of that. It used to be in the very beginning, I'd start shaking if I lost a lot of money. This is way in the beginning. You kind of learn how to control it. And I think that'll be really helpful when managing, say, a larger position if I ever were to scale the business to enough level where that would be a concern.
Yeah. Nice.
Hey guys, I want to jump in real quick just because I saw someone with all caps, and then a couple of people responded. Well, it's cool because a lot of it's just, listen, the YouTube chat, not here because I think we got a great community, but when I live stream, sometimes it's like the depths of troll heaven. It's just wild. But somebody said, why you call it 50K when it's actually 2K? I agree with you, man. I agree with that. Look at whatever account you're trading. Yeah, look at whatever account you're trading by way of drawdown, right? If I'm trading in this 50K Express account right off the start, I have $2,000 to work with before the account's blown, right? You should recognize that. Understand the risk you're putting on relative to that drawdown. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. We call them by the name of the account size based on purchasing power and just the account name, but 100% agree with that. look at your drawdown. If you're copy trading, recognize that, that copy trading drawdown in whatever account you're in. And I think it can be really helpful, just building off that, to be happy with whatever wins you have. If you're turning a couple $1,000 profit out of a essentially $2,000 worth of drawdown, worth of capital that you can lose or risk, you did fantastic. You did absolutely amazing, right? So I think it could be helpful to think in that way, and it can help reframe some expectations. And you could be happy locking up a couple $200 days and working your way to a modest payout, right? Look at your initial investment as well. Maybe you blew a couple on the way to passing. You paid $150 for an activation fee. You don't have to go wild with, shooting for the moon for these numbers. And I think a lot of guys, if they just slowed it down a little bit, scaled it down, they could, get to the payout in the first place that they're shooting for, stop running XFAs way into profit and then way back into the ground, and they could generate a nice return on investment, So I don't want to be the conservative guy as I'm getting way more aggressive with my trading. But if you haven't proved it to yourself, at least on the small scale, you shouldn't be just throwing money behind combines and, and XFAs. And again, Raul's point, look at the drawdown, man. Look at your $2,000 account for sure.
Yeah. It also just says buying power when you look at the ad for it literally says 50,000 in buying power. So it's not that like misleading. I think you just kind of read a little bit. It says it right there. It says buying power. But I do want to actually roundtable this though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Since you're still on the topic.
No, I was just going to say, read the fine print. I mean, even if you think about it as a $50,000 account, if it was your own money, would you be willing to lose 2,000 of that in a day? Which what is that? How much? What percent is that? That's a large percent. If you want to be here on a longer term scale, you cannot lose that much in a day. Even if it was a full 50,000, full thing was drawdown, I'd probably say don't lose less than 300 in a day.
Yeah. Well, this is what I want to roundtable. I know, Jack, that you just passed, or sorry, Pelzer, you passed a trading combine in the back. How would you go about kind of defining your own loss limit if, say, you were just a random guy off the street doing a trading combine? How would you approach the loss limit on a day-to-day basis?
In like 150K combine?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it depends on what your goals are. I got in the combine taking a shot at short ES. Every time it consolidates right now,
short
it
again.
seems like I put it on. Probably not the best day to be doing this, but so be it. I probably wouldn't lose. Like, I'm doing a combine right now that I started for this segment here.
Mm-hmm.
And if I lose, I don't know, $1,000, $1,500 would probably be what I'd be willing to lose in a day on a 9K limit or something like that.
Mm-hmm. It's like 4,500 because there's no daily loss limit anymore. I guess no, it is. Sorry, it's 9,000 for the 150K account.
Well, it's easier, like when
yeah. Good.
When I'm trading the live account, which I believe started with like 5K or whatever in that, I try not to lose. Like, my limit on that is $500 a day for the whole thing. And that's a little high, but 5K is a little bit low. So I need a little bit more room to trade the full size contracts like MP wants.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely different managing, say, like a house account versus a personal account versus a trading combine account. It's all very, very different. There was someone in chat earlier who applauded you, Zach, about jabbing and just how you keep jabbing with your strategy and your system. But I want to bring Eddie in.
Yeah, man.
For jab, so we can recognize other people who are jabbing along with you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, let's fire it up.
Do it.
And in this corner, logging into TopstepTV every weekday, the trader who does work and strives to be successful, keeping on jabbing when opportunity calls. Yes, this can be you. In the other corner, trains with Paulie Shore, never using a game plan or a stop like a damn fool, went to the dentist to get his Bluetooth fixed. Joe Schmo. All right, folks, let's take a look and see who are making those jabs count. And we got Marv Daly, one of Hoag's buddies, getting his first payout. Congratulations, Marv. We got Victor. Victor up 500 on the Dow. 3 combines. Going to lock in the profits. See what else the market offers. Good job. Julie Peppers, once again, you're back on our board here. Started with TSX in May. Paid for 0 resets. Nice. Stayed patient. Perfected my trading and got funded last week. Bravo. Where can funded traders share their levels? We'll give you an answer on that. Yabbersmack, one of our good friends here in the community, up 1,400. Nice on the 50K combine. 5 of them switching to practice and keeping the money. Lock him in, Yabbersmack. Greg locked out. He had a profit of $4,500 and 24 cents. You couldn't get that quarter, but 24 cents is just as good. And he says, thanks, guys. So there you have it. There is our jab of the day. And now, on this day, speaking of days, got some sports here. Back in 1933, the first NFL football game on a Sunday at Philadelphia's Baker Bowl sporting event was played by the Eagles and the Bears. Now, here's the gist. It had been illegal to play football on Sundays. Well, this game was just total excitement. Eagles tied the Bears 3-3. Yeah, might as well went to church and stayed home. 1975, Richard Petty wins his 6th cup in the NASCAR Sprint Cup race. 1995, German driver Michael Schumacher crashing its season-ending Australian Grand Prix, but claims a 2nd straight F1 World Drivers' Championship by 33 points from Damon Hill. He was way out in front, even crashing in that last race. Like to say happy birthday to Ryan Gosling, Canadian actor. Happy birthday to Neil Young, Canadian songwriter. And yes, happy birthday, born in 1934, Charles Manson, who right now is getting eaten up by worms. Former NBA Russell Westbrook was born on this day in 1988. Now, here's another thing. On this day, November 12th, 1954, Ellis Island, the gateway to America, shut its doors, processing more than 12 million immigrants since opening up in 1892. Today, 10 million Americans can trace their roots through Ellis Island, who was named by Sam Ellis, who owned the island in the 1770s. Now, here's the thing. Not all immigrants who sailed to New York got to go through Ellis Island. First and second class passengers submitted to a brief shipboard inspection, turn your head and cough, and they were on their way to New York or New Jersey. People in third class that were transported to Ellis Island underwent medical and legal inspection to ensure they didn't have a contagious disease or some condition that would make them a burden to the government. Wow. You didn't have money for the first or second class. They stuck a thermometer up in your mouth. There you go. And that's what I've got for on this day. And I'm going to hand it back to you guys and hand it back to Nick Dolby. Nick. Dolby time.
Hello? Hey, that was fantastic. That was a lot of history.
Yeah.
That's a solid amount of history right there.
Dobie, I was going to give my 2 cents on that risk management question. If
yes,
we got time for it.
Of course we do.
I'd encourage anybody that's just getting into a combine or an XFA that wants to work on risk management. And this is kind of universal, no matter how you're going to trade. Look at your, on average, risk to reward and win rate and your frequency of trades. And you can even use a free equity simulator, equity curve simulator. I don't have one specifically, but if you just Google it, trading equity curve simulator, you can plug in your average risk to reward win rate and the amount that you're considering risking per trade. And it will just map that out over a random curve and show you what that looks like. But you could do the math yourself. How many losses are you willing to take before the account's dead? Go to the worst case scenario first, right? So if you're in a 50K account, you got $2,000 worth of drawdown before the account's dead. Are you okay risking 500 per trade, if that means maybe you're allowing yourself 2 losses per day, the account's dead in 2 days, maybe you want to drop that back down to 200 per day. You want to give yourself, 10 losses. But if you want to get a more detailed look at it, try to get an understanding, which you should have, just kind of baseline, average risk reward, average win rate, and you can go conservative. Throw that into a free trading equity curve simulator and just see what that looks like. Is there a chance on the low end of that curve that you blow the account? Are you okay with that? Is there a really high chance that, half the lines are going to blow that account? And then just, understand what that means for your account. And then in a bigger picture, understand, do you want to risk blowing the account? And how long are you okay spending in that combine? If you don't want to blow the account, if you want to trade them one at a time conservatively, and I think that makes sense up front, size down. Most guys are in too heavy. They're not giving themselves enough room to work. You're not going to be able to take the normal losses, the normal strings of losses that come. If you are, moving into kind of what I am, and you don't want to spend a lot of time in combines, you're okay potentially failing some on the way to passing them quicker. Try to hammer out what that is. And I was getting way too aggressive last week into this week, and not allowing myself really any room to work, and you end up just blowing them too quick. So that balance is out there for everybody, but on the front end, you should have a pretty damn good idea of what this looks like in some tough trading conditions and through market conditions that are really agreeing with your system, your approach, whatever that is. But know your risk per trade, know your risk per day, set those limits, and understand what that means in a worst case scenario. And you should have a basic understanding. Are you someone that takes 1 or 2 trades a day and you're operating with a 50-60% win rate? Or are you someone that's going to take 10 trades per session, and you probably have to scale that risk per trade down a whole lot more to give yourself that room to work? So, but that's kind of like the baseline of formulating a risk management plan. And there's the higher picture, the larger picture. How much am I willing to come back and reset and invest over the course of a week, a month, whatever it is? And then for the specific account, what does this mean for my account?
Well, that's a great answer, Zach. So now I want to bring it to you. How did you arrive at kind of finding what your personal daily loss limit is, and how does that relate to kind of what your trading system is as well?
Yeah, I allow myself, unless I'm on tilt. Yeah, I try to allow myself 4 trades a day, max. I'm of the opinion that 1 micro is the best way to go, and risking and maybe $50 at max a trade is the way to go. I think with the size accounts that you're given, at least the drawdown limits, and we're not talking buying power, with the drawdown limits, I think it's very important to realize how much volatility you're actually stomaching if it's anything over $50. Like even $20 risk, I think it's very high, especially if you want to be in the account for a long time. MP says it all the time. You want to be in here more than a month, preferably more than 2 months. Sure as crap, longer than a couple weeks. And if you're risking 200, 300, 400 at a trade, you're not going to be in it for longer than a week if you have a bad week. So just limiting it to $50 a trade is how I do that.
Yeah, nice. And back in Pelzer's and I's day, in the land of Beanie Babies, micros didn't even exist. And that's also a great tool to be able to kind of expand kind of the value you get in your loss limits. But Topstep did not launch with micros. So the parameters that we have now are the same parameters that existed when only E-minis were an option. Jack, how much easier is it? Yeah, Jack, I know you're going to go ahead.
A very important caveat of that is we haven't changed the parameters of the program. And when Topstep launched, the value of an ES future or an NQ future was 4th, 5th of what it is now. So 2 micros right now has about the same movement as the current minis we play with. So when people start talking, the person was spamming about wanting to trade 75 contracts in their live account or whatever. That is an S load of risk to have on. You must, Zach, I was gonna say, I appreciate between the running that you do and the way you trade, your blood pressure must just be phenomenal compared to mine. And I'm not even trading 75 or whatever, but there's a lot of size behind these contracts, man.
Yeah. Listen, I think it varies, right? So, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say you should trade a specific size, right? if you're going for these much larger moves and you're running a wider stop loss, maybe you're on a very low amount of micros. If you're scalping and you're going for, really low amounts of ticks, maybe you do have to size up. But I think in general, most guys that I see are sizing pretty heavy. They could probably do themselves a service by just slowing down a little bit. And most guys are not really understanding what the worst case scenarios mean. And even if they do, they're not really accepting it on the front end. They're upset when it happens. They're angry when the account blows. And Topstep gives you all these features, just like Joby was talking about. You can trade micros in the same power now on Topstep X as you can with minis. You have all the performance dashboards that give you some of these stats to take a look at. If you're trading a bunch of combines and XFAs, sure, it's going to vary, but you can get an idea and, recognize if you're operating with, let's say a pretty solid win rate, right? Is like 60 or 65. Like I'm not even there for the most part. Understand the probability of taking X number of consecutive losses in any random set of 50 or 100 trades. And there's another recommendation. I encourage you guys to go out and look for that chart. What's the probability of taking a certain number?
That was interesting.
Oh. Who pushed a button?
Hang on one second. Am I getting echo?
Everyone's getting an echo.
Yeah. We're getting it through.
Oh, it's John London. Yeah. John London joined.
Oh no.
There.
John London kicked Zona.
We got someone kicked, hopped in early. Yeah, where I was going with that one is if that echo pops back up, somebody tell me. There's a probability game that we're playing here, right, guys? And you can understand some of the math behind it. I'm not the math genius. We can go to Jack B or the other Jack Helzer with that one. But there's a probability of seeing a probability of seeing a certain number of consecutive losses over a large sample size of trades based on any win rate. And it's pretty damn high. It's higher than I think what most guys really are expecting. And if you're operating with even a 60-65% win rate, it's not abnormal to get 3 or 4 back-to-back losses over the course of 100 trades. You doing everything right. And, understand what that means from a risk management standpoint. So, you can focus on your entries, your exits, reading the market, all the tools you want to use. Focus on risk management. And whatever you're going to do, if you're going to be aggressive or conservative, totally cool, up to you. Understand that to a degree and accept the risk that you're putting on so you can focus on your actual trading. You can focus on just the process of doing what you're supposed to do.
Oh, what wonderful advice, Zach. We're kind of getting pretty close here. I want to pass the ball to Zona real quick. Zona, definitely appreciate just kind of your transparency with your trading, what you're going through right now. Also, congratulations on the new condo. But for anyone who's interested in getting into the VIP program, what should they expect if they get into the VIP program, since you are in fact a VIP student?
Yeah, no, I mean, you'll expect coaching. You'll meet with your coach. I think we do it 2 or 3 times a week. All the coaches are very experienced. They know what they're talking about, which is very good. The community is there. You can find a trading buddy, which I think is extremely helpful. It's just a really good opportunity for a lot of self-reflection and collaboration in a team-like environment. And it's certainly having 6 months, I believe it's 6 months free, is a game changer for many, many, many people.
That's awesome. Thanks so much for that. I think we're getting it pushed down to 3 months. I think we're doing like 3-month segments, but don't quote me on that. I do think we're going down to 3, and we're also bumping it up to 10 teams. We're at 5 now, bumping it up to 10, and we're also going to be dropping forms until then. Not every day, chat, but occasionally between there and January, we are going to be dropping forms. They get into chat, so you got to make sure you're tuned in every single day for the forms. Coming up next for Power Hour, we have John London, who we just saw very briefly, and Cami Capital. They're back. So John London just earned a XFA yesterday, and Cami Capital made $1,000 in his XFA yesterday. I can't wait to hear about that. Jackie P, how we doing? Any final comments?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Jackie P. As we're being okay, we're getting a little bit of life in this trade I'm in now. I just want to comment because I didn't do it during shoulder tap, not shoulder hour. The nominal value of 75 NQ contracts is $31.5 million. All right. So to that person, you would need $315,000 in your account just to be 100-to-1 levered when you put on 75 contracts. Think about it. That's not good. That's not what you want. That's no way to live, sir. That is no way to live. Yeah. That's what I got for now. I'm gonna hold on to this trade in the combine, set some things, and be in the background. Dolby, a pleasure as usual. Jack P, always good to see another in the wild. And Zach, you're the man. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, this is great. Any final words before we send it out? Gotta be quick. You have 10 seconds. Real deal, Zach. 10 seconds. What do you got?
Awesome, guys. Manage your risk. Know what you're risking per day, per trade, and accept that risk. Focus on your trades.
Zona, final words. Got 10 seconds.
Trade well. Have a great time. Love the entire community.
Love it. I am Dolby Time. Stick around. I'm actually not going anywhere, but we're going to be inviting some new people in. Kenny Capital, John London, as well as my co-host Andre. We will see you in a couple minutes. Stick around.
Yes. You know what time it is. It's Power Hour here on Topstep TV. We got John Lund in the house, Cammy Capital, and Dolby Time. Hoag's back there as well. Let's get right into it, fellas. Cammy Capital. Your thoughts today?
What's up, boys?
Up?
Man, very good. I'm just rolling out of bed here about an hour ago, so I can't complain. Yeah, I'm in a trade right now, so I better call that out. I'm long from 211.86, stop loss 211.63. Ambitious take profit up at 21265.
21265 upside. How many times?
One contract. Just one.
Contract. 1 NQ long. 1 NQ from 186.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
For upside of 265. All right, very good. We're getting right into it. John London, how's the trading going so far?
So I'm up a small amount on the day. I'm being a trading wimp right now and trading micros, but I'll try to trade at least 3 to 5 micros. I'm just waiting for some confirmation. Currently, I know we're in a small upward trend for the last half of the day so far, and so I'm just seeing if I can find a good entry to kind of ride that trend up until it breaks. But again, trading like a wimp today. Trading micro Nasdaq contracts. Micro Nasdaq.
And there are no trading wimps. You're trading. You're not trading. You're not a trading wimp.
Hey,
all right. Dolby Time does have the keys to, I guess, the house account, right?
It is a house account. It's more like an old Honda, from the 80s right now. It's kind of what we're driving. But it's okay. We're gonna drive it like a beast. Drive it like a beast. So if you guys like some trades, call them out. I'm kind of digging this Cammy trade. Oh, what do you think about longs here?
I like it, Dolby. Because we're right near the current day point of control. I'm liking how we've come off that big strong low earlier today, 1:04 p.m. We're around previous day value lows. So yeah, man, I reckon current right where we are around the point of control for today is a good buy spot.
We're above WAPs.
I've got my
we're back above the initial bounce low. We've got negative delta. Kind of I like longs. I'm with him.
Yep.
Nice.
Stop loss just underneath the little low volume node there underneath point of control, and just see how we go.
Cammy, where's your risk?
My risk, we got $460 risk, so 211.63 is where I've got my stop.
163, correct?
163.
Got to stop.
That's the one, my friend. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like that. It's right under the 200 exponential.
You brought up Delta. What was it just before we got on here?
Well, S&P's was negative 21,000. It's now negative 20,500. NASDAQ negative 2,800 and change.
Right.
We do have some negative delta, possible some shorter time frame shorts stuck short. We may see a little bit of a squeeze later on. That's why I kind of like the long side.
Okay.
Sure.
Love it. Big negative delta. S&Ps are moving higher. Will they start feeling the heat? And last trade in the ES, 60.24. High today, 60.36 half. And look at the NASDAQ. Last trade, 21,193. High of the day, 21,251. Let's see if we can get those 265s for Cammy Capital.
And then trading the house. Go ahead. We're going to bid 185s, 184s, and 181 with Cammy in our house account.
Okay.
So I'm going to
184s?
jump in for...
Ooh.
So I'm going to jump in 4 micros right here at, what is this number? At 188, 187.50. Or 1187, and then my stop loss on the micro Nasdaq contracts. Yeah, long. I'll probably add to it a little bit on the way down. I'm looking at the 200 exponential on a 1-minute chart, and so I'll probably add to it a little on the way down. Maybe add 3 to 4 if it continues dipping. I'm using a risk level of 1143, 1144, roughly right there under the 200 exponential, and then I'm using about a 1-to-1 ratio for profit. Looking at 212s or so, right around that high, that recent high.
We're all in agreement. That makes me nervous.
Hoag is secretly placing shorts in the back.
Dolby, how many do we get? At least one, right?
It's about to be 3.
Okay.
We got one more working at 81.25, but we're long to 21,186.
186.
And then we'll keep and then we'll keep the stop at 63 with canvas. So that's not going to change. We're just trying to build up to a little 3-lot here. If we can maybe do a little stop run.
And so we added another 4 to mine. I'm currently holding 8 micro contracts. We're about break even on the trade so far, but still going to follow those same rules.
Love it.
What price? What price, John?
So I am in it currently. My average price is $11.85. It looks like.
Okay.
We push up any more, I'll probably take some off, and then just kind of sit on the winning trade.
Single prints anywhere in the body of the profile today, Dan. We took those back out when we pulled back all the way up above the initial balance low.
So I just took 5 of the contracts off, and I'm going to leave the last 3 contracts here to kind of hold as I'll hold the rest break even. So if it breaks under my entry level now, I'll probably just get out because it's kind of house money. I've already taken some profit on the trade. Very short-term trade, but after hours been fun, or power hours been fun lately. So hopefully it works.
If we dip to
pretty quick
76,
scalp there.
I'll add one more with Adobe.
76. Nice.
Yeah, if we did that low, otherwise I'm good with what I got.
All right. Well, then I'll add another one too. Then if we get down there.
Right.
All right. So John, you're long 3, correct? House is long 2. Cammy long 1.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Right. All right. Real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen. You know what I'm about to say. # Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Share us your cool swag, performance dashboard, analytics, anything you want us to turn around to the viewers here on TopstepTV. We've got 3,000 people watching right now. Click like, click subscribe, give us a follow on X. Really appreciate it. Closing in on 129,000 subscribers. Got 1,600 likes. Let's see if we can get that to, I don't know. 1,700 would be cool. Oh, shoot, 1,900 likes. I scratched that.
$2,000.
Let's get jumped up.
Let's get to 2,000 likes. End of Power Hour.
Yep. And Topstep TV X account is $150 away from 2,500 followers. So if you haven't followed us yet, please do on X at Topstep TV. That's where you can also submit your # Power Hour content. Submit your battle stations. Tick picks. You didn't say that one, Dre. How come you skipped tick picks? You don't like that one?
I leave that one for you, Dolby. That one is all you.
Got to make sure you enunciate.
Uh-oh. What we got here?
Hey, this coming in tomorrow. Power Hour tomorrow. Andre Dolby, Coach Dakota, and David Green. Do not miss it. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central Time, 13th of November. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Shout out to Grant Zeleny watching in the chat. What's up, Grant?
Oh. Know that name.
Yeah, last time I was on the show, I bought myself a soundboard for my own stream just because I love the sound effects. I'm still learning how to use this thing, but
Can you do a little sample for us? A little DJ session? Yeah. Like what do you
see, I don't know if y'all can hear me. I don't know if y'all can hear mine. I don't think I'm sharing my computer audio. I can hit it. Let me see. Can y'all hear this?
Yeah,
I got some.
No.
Yeah, see, I can. Damn. I might be able to unmute my sound, but it sounds great. Just y'all can't hear it, but it sounds great.
Take your word for it. Yes, it sounds great.
Get it going, man. Get it going.
All right, last trade in the NASDAQ. We got 21,190. Chilling above VWAP right now. VWAP at 21,183. Someone talking about Bitcoin in the chat. Look at Bitcoin up and away. Let's trade above 90,000, 90,020. Not just right beneath. Showing at 90,000. Incredible run.
Yeah.
Cammy, thoughts on Bitcoin?
If any thoughts on Bitcoin? I wish I bought more earlier. That's my only thoughts. It's crazy, man. I always tell my stream the story about Ethereum. I bought in 2017, about $2,000 worth at the time. And it was on my old Samsung phone. This is a lesson learned. Never backed up the codes. Didn't have it on a cold on my Samsung phone. I kept the phone for a long time. because I thought, oh, well, I got some Ethereum in here. And then 2019, I moved out of my parents' house at the time. And my mom ends up throwing away that Samsung phone because she thought it was trash. It had a cracked screen and everything. Didn't even ask me. I thought it was trash. The phone was broken. I threw it out. It's long gone. So I checked. The balance of that's worth like $70K now. So pretty kicking myself about that. I haven't really touched crypto. It hurts, man.
Have you tried suing the landfill that has your phone, though? That is the next step.
I heard somebody tried that. Oh, my goodness.
Some lawyers will take the case for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
How about the guy that can't get into his computer and he's got all this millions and millions of Bitcoin in there, and he's got one more chance to try the password, and if not, it locks it out forever.
Oh my God.
It's a substantial sum too. It's like 40 million or some crazy ridiculous number. I can't remember how much that was, but it's some crazy million number. So I feel
what you do? Go to NASA and say, "Listen, I'll give you half if you open it up." I don't
make a game show out of it or something.
Oh my!
Ooh, that's a good idea, Trey. That's how you monetize it. Turn it into a game show.
Bring the best hackers on.
I like your strategy.
Right. Dolby got an update there on the position.
Long 3, 21,183 and 3/4. We have one more buy in at 76.5. If we can get filled, stop is still the same, 63 3/4 in the Nazi.
Oh, alrighty. Nothing doing just.
I'm still in my little 3. I'm in my little 3 micro contracts. I don't know what I want to. I may add to it here. I'm already green in the trade because I took profit very quickly, but adding here kind of reignites the risk, and so I'll probably just let it sit, and then I'll think about adding more if it moves up. So if I have a really nice winning trade, I might add to it. That way my risk is less versus adding to it when it's below my entry. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
it's getting wiggly. Something's going on.
Shenanigans
are in the air.
The IB low in the S&Ps 21.25. IB low in the Nasdaq 179. Talked about that 179 a lot today. Got to hold those levels.
I'd be low 179. Okay.
Making a note.
Trade 182. Yes, seen a little bit of downside pressure here. Let's trade 60-20.
Getting a little deeper in the S&Ps, negative 21,700 now. Minus 3,000 delta in the Nasdaq.
Thank you, Hogue.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to have choppiness until tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern time, we have CPI inflation data. Sometimes the market fears it enough to where we'll get choppiness leading into that, choppy price action for day traders. So we'll see.
Oop, long 4 now. 21,182. Bulls, where you at?
VWAP.
Yeah, you don't say.
Yep. It's 4 from 182 house account.
Yep. No more adding. Put some exits up there.
Let's go.
It's a good buy. It's like at least short term.
All right. Here we go. Pop buyer stepping in ever so slightly.
That would have been the time.
Yeah.
That would have been the time.
It's right at that 200. Right at that 200 exponential on a 1-minute chart as well. So see if it holds.
Dre, do you have any opinions on John London's little setup here? If John, if you move your head down a little bit.
No.
Look, did you see that? You see what that was?
I do see that.
Is that
a glare?
John London, how do you deal with the sun in your face? Does it make it hard to trade, or you're normally not trading right now?
Honestly, if y'all would see what I have I've rigged it at home. I have a bunch of like headphone boxes and books blocking. Do y'all want to see it? Look at this. Let me see if I can show you.
Yeah. We need this.
Oh man.
Look at that. I'm doing my best to like block the sun, but it still finds a crack to come out of. I have people complain about this all the time. I'm doing my best, but I'm Edward from Twilight regularly because sun's in my face constantly.
Just gonna have fun with this one.
Edward from Twilight.
Yep. I've had a constant battle with the glare as of late. As everyone heard on Friday.
Yeah, the sun shoots a lot of shots, man. It's tough to fight.
It really is.
Tough to fight.
Here we go. Some sellers coming in.
Wow.
Oh, no.
This is where I might add. I'm going to add a little bit to this here. I just added 3 more.
Oh, you're spicy. I like that. Little dollar cost average, as they say in some biz.
Yeah. Day trading, dollar cost averaging. You know, I try.
John, update us with your position, please. +6.
Oh, sure. So I am in 6 micro contracts at a price. I'm about flat right now. So I'm about 1180 entry. So about flat. I think I'm down about 15, but I've already taken profit as well. So it went in my favor originally. So I took profit. And so I'm probably up net on the overall position, but down on the unrealized so far.
All right. 6, 21,180 for John. Cammy's still hanging in there, long from 86. As the risk defined. Let's go to 265, Cammy. What do you say?
Well, yeah, that's very ambitious. I'm going to take, now that I got 2 on here, I'm taking one off at 221.25 if we can pop up there. And then just a Hail Mary for the top at 265.
Holding that runner.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get an end of the day runner. We'll see. Market's been volatile. They say it's going to calm down over the next week, but we'll see.
Who is they?
Yeah, I'd like to know
analysts.
that as well.
They think it's the post-election week. So typically, I think the week after the election, it's supposed to calm down. But you know, it's all variance, and nobody freaking knows really. Oh, we're great on our
Jack
trade
had a funny,
right now, so we're gonna.
Jack had a funny graphic in the
take
news
3
yesterday.
off.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry. So we just took 3 of the 6 off, half the position again. Locked a little bit of it in. We're holding 3 contracts left.
Right.
Nice. You often do average down with micros?
So only if it's my plan ahead of the time. I think it can get really, like you said, it can get spicy. A lot of people are like, yeah, you know, it's my plan ahead of the time. But if it's not, you can get yourself in trouble. So if I have a plan of like, hey, I'm going to enter this and then I'm going to double my size up to X level, I think that's fine. I think if you're just kind of adding to trades to try to save losses, I think that's a different thing. So I'm okay with adding to trades as long as it's your plan beforehand.
Yeah. Ooh, shout out to Arthur Kaufman. I thought I recognized John's voice. I have him to thank for finding Topstep.
Oh,
that's awesome.
You're welcome.
Thank you, John London.
Yeah, Topstep's great. It really is. You know, I currently label myself the top 3 worst trader, and so I don't know what I would do without Topstep. I definitely need them.
Well, you're in good company. We're all bad traders.
Yeah, I set the bar.
We got our trading buddies.
Somebody told me that earlier. I wish they would have told me that 40 years ago.
It's not easy. Not an easy game.
Does John trade alone? He keeps saying we. I see in the chat. I mean, listen. Sometimes I speak to myself in third person. We'll be okay.
Same.
I think it sounds
true,
more
Dre. You do.
Right.
We heard it. Yes.
You get a couple of trades into Dre, and Dre references Dre frequently.
And on the golf course.
Pretty awesome. Ooh, golf course. I can see that.
Yep. All right, see if the ES wants to give the old VWAP a test. VWAP at 60.16. Last trade 60.18. Zach trying to figure out do the VWAP as well. Slightly beneath there. Last trade 21,178. Nothing on the tilt.
Again, I'm getting ready. I will cut my last couple contracts here if we break under this. Where is this level at 1177? We break under 177 or 1177. I'll probably just get out on the rest break even. Probably made like $60, $70 from the trade. I'm up a few hundred, so I'll take it on my express funded account.
Nice. Still waffling here. Man, the last hour of NQ, this is a very, very difficult trade. Very difficult trade.
Gotta get this squeeze, Hogue in. S&Ps, the spoos, Hogue.
May have to get out and push.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
You gotta start feeling the heat. I don't feel the heat.
NVIDIA's given up VWAP on the 30-minute chart as we speak. That makes me a little bit nervous, but
Yeah, but Nvidia's on the down now. We're trading Nasdaq, right?
Right. Well, it's still in the Nasdaq though.
They booted Intel out.
Yeah, it's in both.
I'm just glad to see somebody else watching. Like, I love watching Nvidia. The whole market's moved with Nvidia, you know.
Oh yeah.
And so watching it and just watching to see what it does can give a lot of indications on what index futures will do, just because they're all following Nvidia to a certain extent.
We wait.
You're Nasdaq. Yep, Nasdaq. I just do try to keep stepping in here right around VWAP. Need the volume. Let's take a look at the ES ladder real quick. See if there's any liquidity upside, downside. Nothing really sticking out. Seen much. We'll have MOC in about 25 minutes.
Delta now negative 22,300 in the S&P, still holding at negative 3,000 in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's holding IB low, much better than the S&P, of course.
Joe has settled down a little bit in NQ. It's lost its wiggle.
I took one of my micro 2 contracts off. I just took it off at 1187. We've got one left where we're up like $30 on the last one, and I'll probably try to let this one go a little bit longer. I'm already green a decent amount on the trade, and so I can hold this one break even if it goes against me in turns, and I can get out flat. But if it goes up big and continues this upward trend, we can make more from it. Is the plan.
Let's get a push here. It's long right now.
If we hit 275, I'm going to pull up to break even, by the way, Dolby. In case
what was that level?
Say again? Do that with the house account. 210.75. I'll pull to break even if we pull above there.
Word.
210s, okay.
I mean, by that point, we'd be peeling off, I think, two of our 4. Looking for 197s and 209s. So just a hair below the 210 break even. I think we're going to get there, Cammy.
I think so too, Dolby. Got a good feeling.
A great feeling. Good vibes.
Absolutely. Take a look at crude. Last trade, $68.19. Well, today, $67.78. Pretty tame day over there in crude. Gold, last trade, $26.05. I'm starting to see a wiggle on the ladder here in the NASDAQ. 183 last trade.
A little wiggly.
S&P's testing VWAP right now at 6016.
What are you up to,
I think
NASDAQ?
we might have jinxed it there, though.
100%.
Market makers are watching TopstepTV.
They're always listening. They're so annoying. But the wiggle is back in the ladder, though, for sure. What's it trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish, Nazi?
It's just trying to wiggle.
Just trying to wiggle. It just wants to get the hips loose for that MOC number.
It's right at that 200 EMA.
Right at VWAP as well. Indecision. What's the market waiting for? You said we have a little bit of news tomorrow. What do we think the next sort of like headline thing is going to be for the market? Like NVIDIA kind of ran the show for a while. Then was the election. What's next on the docket for the market?
CPI tomorrow and PPI.
NVIDIA earnings.
When is that?
Next week, NVIDIA earnings.
NVIDIA earnings are on the 20th or 21st. It'll be next week. Those will be like the Super Bowl of finance. Everything will follow.
All those viewing parties in Silicon Valley for NVIDIA earnings. And I'm not joking. They really do have viewing parties for NVIDIA earnings out there. Sight to behold. It's crazy.
Sure.
If you
it's crazy how much it took over the stock market.
No kidding. I mean, it really did. Just dominated headlines. Andre, if you got invited to an NVIDIA earnings watch party, what would be your party gift that you would bring? Would you bring a snack? Would it be a beverage?
Oh, great question. What would they like?
Of course.
We can go around. This is important stuff. Go around the table for this one.
What would they like? Since it's Northern California, the Bay Area, they're big on smoothies and stuff out there. So maybe like a juice of some sort or smoothie. Acai bowl, perhaps. They're really big on those as well. So yeah, something like that. Oh, maybe like an IPA microbrew or something like that. Why? What about you?
It's the Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wine, obviously.
Smoothies was such a good answer. Probably box wine, to be honest. Get some good value in the box one. Fit 4 bottles in a bag. It's like a magic trick. I don't know how they do it.
I've got bad memories of box wine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got bad memories about vodka.
All right, here we go. Bottom of the hour coming up. 1 minute. Right about now, Rip's saying the algos will turn on. See, injection of liquidity, perhaps. 1 minute till the bottom of the hour. Got one eye on Bitcoin right now. 90,300. Let's trade. We're talking the green room. 100,000 insights, John.
90,020 if Dolby time, right? Wasn't it that a little while ago?
The poll?
Oh, yeah.
No, Bitcoin.
What's it trading at?
Yeah, when you saw it, was it like 90,020 or something?
Yeah, now it's at 90,000, like 200s. I mean, it's just
300
to the moon.
It's moving.
300. I mean, we could see 100K end of the. That's probably a good poll question. When will we see 100K buy for Bitcoin? End of the week, end of the month, end of the year.
We're stopping it now.
We'll go with the end of the month. I think that's reasonable. End of the year, I think it might go over if it holds, but
Incredible.
2 weeks.
All right, bottom of the hour just ticked. Kelvin G. Jones in the chat says 3,000 viewing and only 1,900 likes. Come on, like. It's free. I'm with you, Kelvin. Click like, click subscribe. Okay.
Also, shout out
2,000 likes.
To Dustin. Wow, did my payout request this morning and just got it. About that for fast, Dre.
Yup.
Less than a day turnaround.
About it, man.
Yes.
Well, I haven't said this word today
The
yet.
same thing happened. He requested it this morning. Hopefully he got it today.
Awesome.
Got a Dorito going on, gentlemen.
Ooh.
Yep.
We go
1 minute
Rufus,
Dorito
Rufus
pattern.
Let's break out of it. Hey, Rufus King in the chat. Look back and watch the Wiz segment. It was a trip to listen to. You got to get him back on soon. I agree.
That was fun. I like the system. I like how simple it is. It's generating levels from a 1 hour candlestick. Keep it simple.
Yeah, after I came
is
on
cool,
last time,
Jeff.
they had Mohammed. They had Mohammed doing a bunch of good stuff. I was watching him. Great content.
He's a man.
Yes.
Yeah, just good stuff. Good stuff. Was watching. We're choppy right now. We're sideways, not doing anything.
It's push.
In this Dorito. It's like a buffet table of traders, right? You get to come check out everyone's strategy, system.
Great.
Take a little bit of each, put it on your plate. Consume it later.
Pull up. Will Bitcoin hit? When will Bitcoin hit 100,000? Today, this week, this month? Not going to happen.
Ooh, good poll.
This month.
I'm saying this week. That's pretty optimistic.
NASDAQ has given up some of that negative delta. It's now negative 2,700. S&P negative 23,600. NASDAQ holding up much better than the S&Ps, but still just kind of both of them hanging around VWAP here. Waiting to see if we're going to see any kind of a short squeeze at the end of the day here. We are getting short on time. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen soon.
Oh, how do you know, or what are we looking for if we do see the short squeeze, taking place or unfolding? What's like the first signs to, identify? They're getting squeezed right now.
Well, price action for one, and you'll start to see that negative delta, which is now almost negative 24,000. You'll start to see that come closer back to zero, so it'll lose value or get less negative. So we start seeing price action move to the upside, and we start seeing negative delta of 24,000 go to 23, 22, 21, negative 20,000, negative 19,000 with price action going in that direction. that tells you that's your short squeeze. If it's going to happen, there's no guarantee that it's going to happen. Was kind of looking at the fact that we were back inside the initial balance, back up near the highs with all that negative delta. That's usually something that's going to tell me that it is a possibility that we could see a short squeeze at the end of the day. So far, it hasn't really been shown like it's going to play out, but the day ain't over yet, and we're still holding above VWAP. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. NASDAQ holding up much better. I mean, NASDAQ is holding the IB low. That IB low, we talked about this earlier, 179. We're still holding above it. We're holding negative delta. We're losing some of that negative delta in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, I mean, it looks like it's holding up better. Maybe a little bit of a better upside squeeze in the NASDAQ. I mean, it's not wildly deep negative delta at negative 2,700, but it could be enough to scare those shorts and have them bail. But again, HCH, baby, we say it all the time. Anything can happen.
That's right.
Getting teleport
I think
vibes.
sometimes we see short squeezes after we break underneath a really obvious level and then shoot right back up. So if a lot of shorts are sitting below, like sometimes traders will short stuff when we break under major levels. And so if we break under a big major, like what I would consider a milestone level, like VWAP or 200 EMA or something like that, and then immediately shoot back up, we can get some shorts squeezed out and run, especially at the end of the day. E-mini does
minutes till
look good, the S&P E-mini.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
S&P is looking below that now.
NASDAQ staying stronger than ES right now. Here, update with that poll.
100%.
Come on, let's go.
51% say this month. Go ahead, Dolby.
We can't break this Dorito. Sellers keep on coming in at lower highs. So as of right now, we're looking at 188s to see if we can get above that, and we haven't really been able to do it. But we're also not really doing a good job of making new lows. It's sort of giving me the vibes that it wants to do a little teleportation action, get some people maybe stopped out of their trades, and then we get the actual move. But it's very, very wiggly for not going anywhere. Makes me a little bit nervous.
Cammy, just checking with you, long one or long two, Cammy?
I'm long two now. Average position 1181.25.
125. Okay.
Tapped my exit. We tapped it. I didn't get out yet, but we got close.
Oh. Cammy long two from 185.25.
It's up to no good. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Freddie A, massive volume spike on Apple. Maybe it's KDogger 61, Nvidia going. So something's going on in equities.
Except moving lower.
So we got some news that says Apple's going to launch an AI-powered smart home device as early as March. I'm not sure if that's Bloomberg reported that. I'm not sure if that's what's going on. I don't know.
AI,
that doesn't
right?
seem like correct. AI-powered smart home device. So kind of like a AI Alexa, I guess, what it sounds like.
They did put AI in the title. So maybe that is the bounce we need.
NVIDIA just recovered VWAP.
Oop asks, are you looking at the bonds? Yes, indeed. 10-year yield. 4.44%. Equities can't ignore that for too much longer.
Bonds up, stocks down?
Yields up, stocks down. Theoretically, it hasn't been playing out last week or so. We saw it playing out earlier this month. Right now, not yet. Yeah, I know, Hoop.
Wouldn't that mean that the Fed might be more hawkish, more restrictive, more higher interest rates? At least that's what people might think, I guess. Yields are going up.
Well, by cutting rates, they're gonna. Well, here we go. We got some buyers stepping in here. Last trade 21,190 in the Nasdaq. We can talk about that, John, if there's a lull here. See if we can get a push above in the ES as well. Fighting with VWAP right now at 60.15, pretty much right at VWAP. Looks like Nasdaq wanted to give it a go.
I like the test.
Really nice.
Squeeze all those shorts out of there now.
Yeah. What happened here, Hogue?
Let's squeeze them.
All right, so this is the
Sounds
first.
like we're all the same direction.
I think we
Squeeze
are,
them. Squeeze them.
I mean, for once, the Nasdaq actually made a nice looking 5-minute range, which typically it has a very hard time doing, but it actually did it. So from, let's see, what is that? 2:15 to the present moment is kind of like a nice one to about 4 or 5-minute candlesticks. That's about as tight as a 5-minute range as you're going to see on NASDAQ. So that's pretty cool. Doesn't happen all that often.
You, Dolby, have owned that word so much that when I'm trading on my own, I see a range, I instantly think of your voice. You own that, mate. That's your niche.
Dolby time.
Oh my god, it's like that and like the Dorito, the megaphone, the range.
Here we go.
The tilt.
I have one called the McDonald's
came up
sign.
with the tilt,
McDonald's
bro.
sign's one.
I did the tilt, the Discord server.
You're a genius. Speaking of genius, hey, this just coming over the wire. Apple to launch an AI-powered smart home device. Not telling me what kind of home device it is. As early as March, might give Apple a little kick in the ass. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, see if we can get into these 200s, 21,200. The upside here in the NQ. Last trade, 193. Yep. This is when these shorts see if they get a little bit.
Squeeze them.
Antsy. Yep.
Still negative 2,500 in Delta on the NASDAQ. I see this Delta on a different platform. We are working to add Delta to the TopStep X platform. Hopefully soon that'll come to fruition.
So I just cut the rest of my trade. I was up about 25 on it, just the one last micro contract at 1193 or so.
Looks like chat was not bullish on Apple's AI home device.
Not a fan.
Not a fan.
It's gonna be hard to compete with Alexa. You know, Amazon, Alexa. It's gonna be hard to compete with them for Apple, I think.
I'm just not a fan of those devices.
Yeah, you know, I heard a really scary theory. Like, you know, you think they're listening to you, and so you'll be like, "Hey, I like shipping container homes," and then they're like, "Hey, you want to buy a shipping container home?" The scarier theory, though, that I heard somebody tell me was that they're not listening to you, but they're just accurately predicting what you're going to be interested in next. And I think that's a scarier thought, really. But I don't know if it's true. Yeah, that's definitely worse.
It is. All right, I got to back.
Here we go.
Because you'll.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
To the moon.
1,202. Cammy. Out one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Cammy looking for 210s. Cammy still looking for 210 upside.
210 for break even, then 221 for my first contract to come off.
Okay. 221. Gotcha. Last trade 202. Keep an eye on these S&Ps. See if the squeeze does
them.
in. Yeah. 8 minutes till MOC.
Got out early.
Squeeze them. Hey, Lacey. Hey, girl.
Oh, haven't heard from Lacey in a while.
Yeah.
3. What's the push here?
Big girl.
ES. See if there's any volume on the ladder. Nothing really sticking out. A couple hundred up. It's about 70 up.
Squeeze them.
210 is going to be interesting. That is the high of the 30-minute range. Would be 21,210s, with the low being around 21,176.
I got a line right at that exact spot. So great minds.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's literally exactly the same spot. Yeah, for sure.
S&P Delta still negative 24,000 contracts.
Man. Staying strong.
Come on. Squeeze here already. Let's go. I'm getting tired of this.
I love it. All right. Well, while we wait for the squeeze to play out, we got 7 minutes till MOC. Got Cammy and the house long right now. We'll throw to Gabe. Gabe, what do we got back there? What's going on? Oh, boy.
What do you got? Are you ready?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready? We're gonna retake this, so we gotta keep preparing. The whole most wanted poster is filled up. That's what we gotta do. Speaking of wanted poster, here's the list of all of the staff on Topstep TV who have passed their Series 3.
Nice, Hogue. Let's get that poll up.
A few of us that are retaking it soon. Stay tuned. But in the meantime, here is our Series 3 question. The S&P 500 futures contract settles with the delivery of shares of the 500 companies contained in the index based on the shares weighting in the index. Is this true, false, Kenny Lofton, or 2.54 centimeters? If none of us get this right, we have a problem.
I know the answer.
Yeah, same. Let's get that poll up.
Yeah, you guys know the answer.
This is a relatively easy one. Kind of a trick question, but not really.
My gut says Kenny Lofton, but who? What do I know? I failed.
I was gonna go with D. Really, D. Yeah.
2.54 centimeters.
Right.
Sorry, the right answer is 2.56.
It was a trick question.
All right, let's
couple more seconds.
roll with it.
Let's go. Let's roll with it. All right. And the answer is Kenny Lofton. No, I'm just kidding. It's false.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
There
It's
is
false.
your Series 3.
False.
Right.
Sure.
We're so good. Where were all these
Far
questions?
so good.
Do you know who Kenny Lofton is?
Do I know who Kenny Lofton is? No.
I don't. I should.
Yeah.
I don't either. I've heard the name. Never.
Yep. He's a baseball player.
Baseball player.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also played for
the White
basketball,
Sox.
University of Arizona. Yep.
Kenny Loggins.
Must have been a while.
Oh, Kenny Loggins is a musician.
Oh, maybe that's who I was thinking of. I'm gonna Google this now.
Lefty. Lead off
Where'd
hitter,
you
very
get the
fast.
name, though? It came out of nowhere.
Oh, from East Chicago, Indiana, U.S. Like we're all like on his Wikipedia page, just like naming random facts of Kenny Lofton.
Yeah. Played for the Rangers. I'm seeing. I'm in Texas. I should have known this, but
There you go.
It was nicknamed One Dog, wasn't it? One Dog. Number
That was
one.
Lance Johnson.
Was it? Okay.
I'm
They
just
both
glad
play center field.
Shohei Ohtani got his ring.
My favorite.
Yeah.
We got
What do
3
you
minutes,
think
30
MOCs are going to
seconds.
do?
It's probably going to be live.
Nothing.
Be buy side.
231 million sell side.
Okay.
We'll find out.
That range is still holding that 30-minute range you were talking about.
Gabe will do it after.
See somebody talking about Beanie Babies in the chat.
I don't want to talk about Beanie Babies anymore. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Cammy, do you know what those are?
I absolutely do. I had a few of them myself. But I'm not sure the
well,
context behind it.
Yeah.
Feel better about that.
We had this young trader on with us earlier today, talking about trading things outside. What was it? We're talking about Beanie Babies. Oh, Dobie was talking about Beanie Babies. He goes, I did not know that reference. Oh boy.
Wow, man, that means we're old for sure.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Wow. The Princess
gut
Diana,
punch.
everybody's interested. Yeah.
Real gut punch. I remember Pogs. Pogs are fun.
Yep.
Pogs.
I was a Pokemon kid, really.
Pokemon. I was a Magic Gathering guy. That was my game.
Sure.
That was fun.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to
Go
buy
with
a
Star
big
Wars
box.
figures. Let's go with Kenner's Star Wars figures. There you go.
Those are good.
Trade that in for a house. right
Early
about
days.
now.
Early days of trading, really, huh?
Got a bunch of those. My God.
All right. 2 minutes till MOC. What's it going to be, everybody? Sit and wait. Hurry up and wait.
Yep.
Cammy's long. House account long. Of course, these are combines. Look at the Bitcoin. Just drifting higher here.
It might break highs today. futures is highs are 9.74. I think. Let me see. Yeah, 90.725. So it's getting there.
725. Okay. Yep.
I mean, it
I'm looking
could
at
Bitcoin
happen. Futures. Sure.
Ooh. I thought you were looking at NASDAQ. I mean, if you were looking at Power Hour yesterday, I mean, the move came at like 301 and it jumped like, I don't know, 20, 30 points or something at the end of the day.
That's what happens.
Very, 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 very end. Pretty insane of a move.
Yeah, I hate that when that happens.
So 1 minute till MOC. We'll have some hashtag Power Hour goodies for everyone right after that. Right now, everything's just kind of in a holding pattern. Let's see what happens.
Maybe a higher low forming here, though. Couldn't get below the previous consolidation on the 1 minute, so this might be a leg up. We'll see.
Sure. Yeah, I think that 21,210 level is. I want to see it break that.
Yep.
30 seconds.
Get out and push.
Last Delta. Last Delta.
NASDAQ negative 2,200. S&P's negative 22,700.
Thank you.
Coming off a little bit. Not too bad, though. There's still plenty of buying to possibly come in here.
Five seconds.
You guys think your guesses in? What are your guesses for MOC?
Maybe light sell side?
That's what it's been.
It's out.
It's been light sell side. Hmm.
250.
Yeah,
Nothing yet.
No idea.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Let's trade 21,187.
ECH.
Nope. Nope.
As the market turns.
My favorite show.
So
here we go. I got S&P's plus 650 million. NASDAQ plus 10 million. Dow plus 310 million. Call it plus 1 billion. My side. Got S&P's plus 650. NASDAQ plus 10. And
long
Dow
side.
Plus 310. Yeah.
That was wrong. Wrong. And with the diamond hands.
Yeah, man. Very teased up there at 210. I feel a bit cheated.
Yeah. I do feel a little bit cheated.
Yeah.
We couldn't get 3 more points.
Come on.
So close to.
That's like the Hoag's 10% rule. If you're in, it's definitely not over yet. Based off of yesterday. It could still be a 40-point move.
Sure. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get more volatility heading into December or less. Now that holiday months are usually kind of exciting for markets, but I don't know if the election just throws everything off, throws the volatility, schedule off, and all that
Santa
stuff.
rally.
Santa Claus rally.
I'm hoping.
All right, Gabe. If Gabe's ready, we can do some hashtag Power Hour if you want. We're ready. Nothing's really going down. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. First, we got some breaking news. My Chemical Romance announces a 2025 stadium tour performing the Black Parade in full. So if any of y'all
there you go.
90s kids like myself, I wasn't a huge, My Chemical Romance fan. But if you were, apparently they're doing a stadium tour across the states. So keep an eye out.
My wife would love that. Yeah. My wife's a huge... She makes me listen to the Black Parade song and all that stuff, so I'll tell her about it.
Don't get me wrong. It was a chart-topping song for quite a while back when I was growing up.
Yeah.
All right, so for Power Hour, here's what we got. We have, first, Mark. Took a heavier hit than I wanted since I let one slip through my fingers. One of my major problems has been cutting trades. But today I can recognize it and make the necessary adjustments. Saved my rear. If you're not watching TopstepTV, you missed a great trade by Dakota. Shout out to Coach Dakota. that performance dashboard, my friend, definitely, I can tell you're cutting those winners quickly. You got about a 0.17 average reward or risk. So hopefully we can bump that hold time trade up a little longer, and then cutting those losses a little quicker. But good stuff. Appreciate you sharing with us there, Mark. And we will be keeping an eye out for a progress update in the future. We got Real, wild session for me, but finished up 850 in the Express funded account. Shout out to Real.
Nice.
You have TMP, XFA 3.0, day one. Rocking a nice 877 on the day with a 72% hit rate, a little over 1-to-1. Pretty solid. 3 profit factor, looking good. Keep it up. Got Steven extending my combine win streak to 10 days with a $64 win on a morning that's chopping up like Freddy Krueger. Watching Topstep TV while doing my own little scalping has definitely helped me see the markets more clearly. Well, grateful to have you, Steven. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you're still making your own trading decisions, which is great, even while hanging out with us.
Nice.
We got Dan Emmons. Shout out to Dan. Keep jabbing away, man. Waited for the obvious offsides positioning in MNQ today around the bookends of 20,230 and 20,180 value high and lows. Jab, jab, jab. A little more progress towards the 550K combines. Keep it up, Dan. We're rooting for you. And last but not least, we got Lost Trader. Heard it's snowing there.
Ooh.
When dis? When is dis? When dis? I don't know what, hey. Number one futures prop firm on the planet. You got MP there rocking the Topstep flag, skiing his ass off.
Shredding.
To Lost Trader. Shredding away. But that's what I got for you guys for Power Hour. Thank you all for your submissions, and we will see you back tomorrow. Back to you, Dre.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. All right, Cammy. Still hanging in there.
Yeah, man. We're still hanging in there. A little bit of a tease on both sides.
We rebounded really quickly too. So we bounced right back up. We dipped under that VWAP 200 EMA level, bounced right back up. So maybe squeeze some shorts out late in Power Hour.
Yes, and YM do not look. Yeah. I mean, YM and ES do not look nearly as strong as NASDAQ does, relatively. I mean, it looks like NASDAQ's at least trying to hang in there.
Is it NVIDIA, you think? Maybe NVIDIA's dragging it up.
Probably just shenanigans. I don't think there's enough news to really move the market right now.
Apple bounced all the way back up.
Off of AI news? Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, so it gave up, it's probably 75% back up from where it was. So it dipped, and now it kind of rebounded 3/4 of the way to where it was prior to the news release. So NASDAQ's a little bit more tech heavy, so trying to see if I can figure out which,
3.5 minutes. Yes, still seeing some sellers. I'm assuming that Delta's growing there, Hogue. The downside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's negative 27.5 now. It's not getting that squeeze we were looking for. Once we gave up VWAP and that IV low, probably a bad idea to sit there and sit in longs. But I mean, it still could happen. I mean, we're still in range. We're still got all that negative delta. I don't really see it happening now for the S&Ps, but there's still some delta, negative 20, like negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ. My goodness, that was hard to say. So, possibly still some short squeezing, perhaps. Maybe after the close, maybe after 3:00.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I like it.
Well, there's always a chance. And always anything can happen. ACH, 100%.
And you have 10 minutes after the close, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we still got a little bit of time. 13 minutes, that's plenty. It's years in trading,
Yeah.
Take years off your life trading NASDAQ.
It will.
Much.
Yeah, for
That
sure.
Cat Bounce says, thanks, guys. Good show. Thank you as well. 2 minutes remaining. Let's see what happens here. Bear's going to try one more time.
Just move some take profits down because we're still long 3. I'm going to see if we can get 04s and 210s. So just top a range. Just tighten up those take profits a little bit.
4s and 210s.
Just, yeah, top a range. We were just there.
So I like to go to the ES ladder, see if anything pops up. Nope. Pretty tame power hour, which is okay. Happens.
Yeah. Sure. It's its own little hour. It's its own little ecosystem.
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm green. The last 2 times I was on,
Yeah, there
I
you
lost.
go.
And so, I'm just happy to rebound from.
We're glad you're green too.
Sessions there.
Absolutely.
Sure. Green is good.
Cammy, how do you play this into the close?
I'm going to pull my take profit into 210 as well for both contracts. Just hold it through. And yeah, see where we go. We got like, 1 minute now, literally.
A little kerfuffling going on here.
Yep.
I will fix my sunlight next time I come on as well. Just a promise.
Just turn it off.
It's a promise.
Just turn off the
fix
sun,
it.
John
Yeah,
London.
listen.
How come you can't do that?
I'll talk to him.
Get better at turning off the sun.
My wife hates this. My wife hates this. She said, like, we have things all in the window. Everybody outside can see it. She hates it. So I'll buy a blind and put it up.
We did not get
the year I get the same situation.
Loving that. All right, 5 seconds. Here we go. Into the close. We get a push. One more push. And that should do it. All right. Hour. All right. Not a lot to write home about, but hey. Yep, flat in the green. Awesome stuff, right, guys? Shout out to all the bellers. John London, Cammy Capital. Thank you guys so much. Dolby Time, Hogue. See you guys again tomorrow. But right now, go to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
All right, folks. Hey, thanks for being with us here today. Also like to thank all our guests being with us here. Tomorrow we got more guests, and hopefully you're going to join us also. Tomorrow we got Fast Markets with Jerome and Coach Jay. We've got Power Players with a special guest. I'm not going to tell you who. David Green's going to be with us for group coaching. KV and Johnny N for Back to the Futures. And as I mentioned earlier, David Green's going to join us back here with Coach Dakota and the dynamic duo, Dolby and Andre, for our hour. Tomorrow's going to be Wednesday, the 13th. And taking a look at what we got here coming up. Lots of numbers here. So don't go away here. We got core CPI. That's going to probably be one of the bigger ones. CPI coming out at 7:30. We got CPI year over year, month over month for October. We also do have Cash Carey going to be speaking here. Our Red Book at 7:55. Williams will be speaking at 8:30. 8:35. Logan's going to join in. And after that, we've got our 10 o'clock Thomson Reuters. And scrolling down here a little later on in the day, we do have our EIA short-term energy outlook. 12:30, Fed Schmidt will be speaking. And we'll also have at 1 o'clock our Fed budget balance for October. And don't forget the API weekly crude stock. Remember, we had the holiday. We've got it here Wednesday, but we'll have that as we go. But otherwise, just a little reminder, a little tease here. I would stay tuned for tomorrow if you are collecting those VIP entries. All right, we're going to be doing another one tomorrow, VIP scouting check-in form. We'll do one tomorrow. So stay tuned tomorrow. Come on in. And don't forget here, right after this, we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We're going to have a Coach Ray at 6 p.m. Central Time, Coach Vince at 7, and 7:30, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. Yeah, early morning, get up early tomorrow, and say hello to Deanna for us for the London Open. She'll start that early in the morning, around 3:30 Central Time, Monday through Thursday. And that's what we've got. So now it's your time, okay? Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.